You're about to step back into the golden age. An era when entertainment wasn't mindless or shallow, but crafted to ignite your imagination. In the theater of the mind, every story came alive, and every moment was packed with suspense, drama, and excitement. Unlike today's monotonous, predictable programming, what you hear will stimulate your brain and keep you on the edge of your seat. Get ready for thrilling adventures, chilling mysteries, and unforgettable characters. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where entertainment is as good as it gets.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. On December 7, 1787, Delaware led the way towards the founding of a new nation, the United States of America. Yesterday, December 7th, 12 states joined with Delaware to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the first state to ratify the Constitution of the United States. In Dover, Delaware, representatives of the 13 original states met to unveil a memorial plaque in honor of the Delaware signers of the Constitution. This evening, the Cavalcade of America presents the story of the Constitution's birth. DuPont, a company identified with the earliest days of our nation, presents the Cavalcade of America in an earnest endeavor to contribute something of permanent value and enjoyment to radio listeners, and also as a tribute to the research chemists in DuPont laboratories, whose ideals are so well expressed by the phrase, better things for better living through chemistry. As an overture, Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra play Virginia, the march from the operetta of the same name. The DuPont Cavalcade moves forward. Although the Constitution of the United States has been the foundation of our country since 1787, few of us realize why or how it came into being. Let us turn back the hands of the clock to the year 1784. It is market day in the city of New York. A fleet of boats loaded with livestock, vegetables, fruits, and dairy products has sailed from the New Jersey shore of the Hudson towards the city. On one of these sailing vessels, Hobbs, a New Jersey farmer, is talking with his son George as their craft pulls ahead of the others.
Well, I guess we've outdistanced them, son.
Looks like it, Father. Did you notice old Grimes' face as we passed him?
Yeah. It's worth buying this bigger craft just to see that look on his face.
He won't get the best location this market day.
Now, ought to be a good day for business, too. This fine weather. Yeah. And the New Yorkers will have to pay what we ask. It's just a case of supply and demand. We have the farms, they have to buy. And it's easier for us to sail over from Jersey than for them to drive in from upstate.
We're well ahead of the rest now, and I know just the place we can get...
Ahoy, the barge!
I wonder if he means us.
Who?
That man in the rowboat.
You there, in the barge!
Seems so. You calling us, mister?
Where are you bound?
That wharf yonder.
Can't land there.
Why, we always have.
There's a new law passed by the Assembly last week. All boats over 12 tons must be entered and cleared at the custom house.
But we ain't foreign craft, mister. We're from Jersey.
That's why the law was made. Our state's been letting you fellas take too much of our money.
But, mister, now...
Either you head for the custom house or go back where you came from. Understand?
Well, George, I suppose we'll have to do as he says.
Yes, Father.
It's outrage, but we can't let our vegetables spoil.
Market day in New York. A crowd of farmers from New Jersey and Connecticut offering their wares to the New Yorkers. Usually a happy lot, pleased with the idea that they're outsmarting the city folk. Today, bitter at having to pay large duties as if they were foreigners. Hobbs and his son have a stall near a man from Connecticut.
Just as if we ain't Americans.
Well, never mind, Father.
Well, hey, Connecticut.
Yep.
Say, did you have to pay duty when you brought your firewood into New York?
Never did.
Say, what did we fight for? Where's this freedom they promised us? What do these New Yorkers think they are?
Still Tories, I call it.
Yeah, they want a lighthouse on our Sandy Hook. Well, I hope New Jersey makes them pay through the nose.
Say, were you able to pay the customs man?
Able to pay him? I had to pay him.
I mean, did he accept your money?
He fairly seized it. Every shilling we had.
Wouldn't accept my money.
What you mean?
I wanted hard money. Said my Connecticut paper was no good in New York. I asked him, ain't Connecticut in the United States? We did our share. Look, that lady and gentleman are trying to attract your attention.
What, this gentleman? Oh, yes, sir.
May we see your fowls, please?
Fowls, yes, sir. Now,
My wife has been trying to attract your attention while you and your friend were busy with your interesting argument about duties and state money.
Say, if you're making fun of me, sir...
No, decidedly not. I happened to overhear your grievance, and I sympathize with you. Perhaps I might suggest something by way of remedy.
Now, you can discuss politics after I purchase my fowl, dear.
George, you wait on the lady.
Yes, Father.
I'll tell you, I'd like...
I want to hear what this gentleman has to say. You're a New Yorker, ain't you, sir?
I'm an American first, a New Yorker second.
Well, what do you mean by that, sir?
Well, perhaps I can best explain by an example. Now, that bundle of sticks there.
This one, tied together? You mean this one, sir?
Yes, that's it. May I use it as an object lesson?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, bound together, as the sticks are, you couldn't break them, could you?
Bound together? No, well, you ain't supposed to. You break them one at a time.
Precisely. Bound together, they're firm. Singly, they're easily broken. Now, doesn't that suggest something?
Well, I don't know. When they're together...
Our 13 states united. The same laws, the same money, free trade between them. United in fact as well as in name means a country. But 13 states, each jealous of the other, trying to stand singly, means chaos.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I have the fowl, dear, and some vegetables. Will you pay the man?
Oh, certainly, my dear. There you are, son.
Thank you.
Oh, Betsy, you'll want these delivered, won't you?
Oh, will you deliver them?
That I will, gladly.
Thank you.
If you, sir, will tell me some more about this no duties between the states and this money business, you know, I'd like to be able to talk about it like you do to some of the folks back in Jersey.
I want you to tell your friends. I wish I could spread the word to everyone in the state.
Mr. Hamilton is always glad to expound his favorite topic, a well-organized central government.
Yeah. But what'd you say that name was, ma'am?
Hamilton. Alexander Hamilton. Ours is the third house on the square. Come, Betsy.
Yes, sir.
I shall expect you, sir.
All right. Say, did you hear who that was, Connecticut?
Yes.
Colonel Alexander Hamilton. And he talked to me like he was nobody at all.
New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut were not the only states to set up duties. Virginia and Maryland also had their custom houses, and the advocates of a responsible central government finally persuaded these states to appoint commissioners who were to meet at Alexandria to form some plan which would regulate commerce and prevent smuggling. The commissioners met in March 1785 and decided to consult with the one man who was respected by all the states, George Washington. We find the commissioners at his home, Mount Vernon, where Alexander Hamilton is also a visitor.
It's not merely the case of Virginia and Maryland on opposite sides of the Potomac, gentlemen, but every one of our 13 states and our territory beyond the Alleghenies.
You've traveled through that country yourself, I believe, General Washington.
Yes, sir. And for a number of years, I've been working on the idea of a canal connecting the Potomac with the Ohio.
A splendid project, sir.
But if the canal is to be completed, gentlemen, Delaware and Pennsylvania also have to be consulted. I realize our people are widely separated. Merchants and fishermen in the north and east, planters in the south, farmers in the central states, trappers in the west. All have varied interests. We need some common bond, some way of making them all see their federal responsibilities.
Why, our Articles of Confederation give Congress the right to pass laws for the benefit of all the states.
Yes, but they don't give Congress power to enforce them.
But, Colonel Hamilton, our states are very jealous of their powers.
The proposition is self-evident, gentlemen. We are either a united people, or we are not. If we are afraid to trust one another under qualified powers, there is an end of union.
General Washington is right, gentlemen. And his advice is worth accepting, because we know it comes from an unselfish wish to unite the country he loves. Our states are drifting away from each other. There are too many quarrels over boundaries, duties, money, sharing the public debt. The courts and the laws are defied. It means chaos.
Have you any solution, Colonel Hamilton?
Yes, I have. With regulation of commerce as a keynote, we propose that Virginia extend invitations to all the states to send delegates to a trade convention. And perhaps at the same time, we will be able to propose some plan for more important matters.
If you mean the revision of the Articles of Confederation, Colonel Hamilton, many states will refuse to send delegates. It's a delicate subject.
However delicate the revision of the federal system may appear, gentlemen, it is a work of indispensable necessity.
So in September 1786, a convention was held in Annapolis. But so little was thought of the idea that only 5 states were represented: New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Virginia. However, it resulted in the call for another convention the following May. At first, the states were slow to respond. But on May 29, 1787, the most momentous convention ever assembled in America took place in historic Independence Hall, Philadelphia. A group of the delegates are talking before the convention is called to order.
Even in the face of this surprising representation, Mr. Hamilton, I can hardly make myself believe that what we are doing is strictly legal. There must be limits to the powers of this convention.
And I took care of that when I drew up the call for the convention, Mr. Patterson. I believe it covers every phase of the matter.
You really believe that the Articles of Confederation can be successfully revised?
No, sir. Not revised, but discarded entirely.
What, sir?
We must have a new constitution. Don't you agree, Mr. Madison?
A constitution with a centralized government, Colonel Hamilton. But won't the states rebel at the usurpation of that authority?
Whatever we may submit must be agreed upon by specially called conventions. They will be adequately protected.
Morning, Mr. Hamilton. I trust I see you well, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson. Gentlemen, this is Mr. James Wilson of Pennsylvania. You know Mr. James Madison of Virginia, I think?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Patterson of New Jersey and Mr. Ellsworth of Connecticut.
How do you do? Well, gentlemen, a new set of ideas seems to have crept in since the Articles of Confederation were established. Conventions of the people, or with power derived from the people, weren't thought of.
Without the confidence of the people, my dear Ellsworth, no government can long subsist.
Oh, pardon me, gentlemen. I see Dr. Franklin entering the hall. I want to pay my respects.
I think it would be fitting for us all to do likewise. A grand old gentleman, over 80, they say. Yes, his body may not be as vigorous as formerly, but there's no finer mind in America today.
No finer in the world, Mr. Wilson.
Morning, gentlemen.
How do you do, Franklin?
Good morning, sir.
Colleague Wilson, I'm glad to see you.
And I you, sir.
To see all these gentlemen.
Thank you.
How is the friend of the human race today?
We're grateful to have you to turn to for advice, sir.
I trust you gentlemen are not trying to turn my head with your flattery.
No. You should have been named the president of this convention, sir.
No, my friend. He's well called the savior of his country. And if I'm not mistaken, he's calling us to order to tell you the people.
Gentlemen, kindly be seated. Gentlemen, it is all too probable that no plan we propose will be adopted. Perhaps another dreadful conflict is to be sustained. If to please the people, we offer what we ourselves disapprove, how can we afterwards defend our work? Let us raise a standard to which the wise and the honest can repair. The event is in the hands of God.
A number of plans were submitted, but one based on federal supremacy and another on state sovereignty were at war from the start. Prejudices and personal interests caused long and bitter debates. At one time, when it seemed that the delegates would never come to an agreement, the wise and benevolent Benjamin Franklin suggested that a recess be declared for 3 days, during which time he proposed that the members of the convention mix with and listen to members who had different viewpoints. We find a gathering of delegates discussing what has been and what must be done.
But, gentlemen, everyone admits the weakness of the Articles of Confederation. Congress is impotent to raise money. It can't impose duties. It can't even settle a quarrel between the states. We all know it, and yet we can't agree on a remedy.
The small states insist on equal representation with the large states.
That, sir, is impossible. Unless there is representation by the population, it is extremely possible that a minority would soon rule the majority.
But there's nothing to prevent two legislative branches, an upper house with equal representation of the states and a lower house with representation by population, each acting as a check on the other.
Certainly.
And an executive who would act as a check on both.
But who would check the executive? We have no wish to drift into monarchy.
It could be arranged that under certain circumstances a bill could be passed over the veto of the executive. Each could act as a check on the other.
Is one head as good as, say, 3 executives?
One man would feel the responsibility more than several. And he could have a council to aid and guide him.
Our state will never submit to despotism or tyranny.
It's better than anarchy.
Gentlemen, I've listened to your arguments with much interest.
Oh, Dr. Franklin, I have a...
May I offer a suggestion?
Oh, please do, Dr. Franklin.
Do, Dr. Franklin. Gentlemen, we were sent here to consult, not to contend with each other. State after state has broken the Articles of Confederation. One has made a separate treaty with the Indians. Another has issued paper money with no coin behind it. What pleases the North is anathema to the South. We must prepare a constitution of compromises. Let us forget our contention, gentlemen, and think now how we may best compromise.
Much was still to be done before the work was accomplished. On the 8th of September, a committee was appointed to draw up the final document. From the 12th to the 17th, this final draft was debated by the convention. And on the 17th, it was accepted unanimously by the 12 states represented and signed by 39 delegates. But before the Constitution could become law, it had to be accepted by 9 of the 13 states. Dr. Franklin was anxious that Pennsylvania should be the first to ratify. And on September 28, 1787, in the legislature, he moved that a state convention be called. This was immediately the cause of bitter argument, which lasted for months, with no vote being taken. Early in December, a group of the convention members meet and discuss the situation.
The Constitution's all wrong. It contains no Bill of Rights.
May I reply to that, sir?
Yes, let's hear what Mr. Wilson has to say.
Yes, Wilson. Here, James Wilson.
I was a delegate to the Constitutional Convention. We discussed a Bill of Rights, but we decided it was unnecessary. When we were under English rule, such a bill was necessary because our rights came from the king. Now the rights are with the people, and any power which hasn't been given to the central government remains with them. Have you gentlemen read the preamble carefully? We, the people of the United States.
I still say that the delegates exceeded their authority in making a constitution at all.
We claimed no authority. We made a constitution which we thought necessary, and now it's laid before the states to ratify or reject as they see fit. Dr. Franklin says...
Dr. Franklin's too old to know, and most of the work was done by a lot of young men. Madison and Hamilton, King and Pinckney.
Where can a country turn if not to its youth?
Our country's too big for a central government.
Yes, yes, here's news. News just in by the post rider.
Thank you. Just a moment, gentlemen, till I can read it, please. Well, Pennsylvania has lost her chance to be the first to accept the Constitution. On December 7th, Delaware ratified by a unanimous vote of its state convention. So Delaware was the first state to ratify the Constitution. And one by one, the others followed. On April 30th, 1789, outside Federal Hall in New York City, a large crowd assembles to witness the inauguration of the first President of the United States. Among the onlookers are our friends, the New Jersey farmer, his son, and the man from Connecticut.
Well, hello, Connecticut.
Hi.
Come down for the excitement?
Been driving since early this morning. Seems like everybody in the States is trying to crowd into this square.
Yep, well, it's a sight we've never seen before, nor will ever see again. The first president of the United States taking the oath of office.
Where's the ceremony to be performed?
Oh, yonder, on that balcony. The one with the columns there. You can see the table there with the red cover.
Oh, yes. Never saw so many flags and banners all in one place.
Oh, it's a great sight. I was bound my boy Georgie wouldn't miss it.
Oh, you're enjoying the celebration, eh, George?
Oh, yes, sir. You should have been here this morning. General Washington was rowed across the river in a big decorated barge by 13 oarsmen, all dressed in white.
You don't say.
Yes, and there was a parade from the wharf to the hall there. Famous men from all over the country. You never heard such cheering. And I saw His Excellency almost as near as I am to you.
Yeah, they say he's been welcomed all the way from Virginia. I know they erected a triumphal arch at Trenton, and there was women, you know, singing and strewing roses in his path.
Someone's coming out on the balcony now.
That's General Washington, the tallest man there, in the dark brown suit.
Yeah, let's push away nearer so she can hear something.
Yes, let's...
Excuse me, please.
Let me by here, will you? Just a minute here. Let me...
Excuse me. Who's that with him in the black robe?
That's Chancellor Livingston. He's going to administer the oath.
That's the Bible, isn't it, Father? Lying on the cushion?
Yeah, must be.
Chancellor's raising his hand.
I will repeat the presidential oath. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Do you so swear? I, George Washington, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help me God.
This is a great day for America, Father. The greatest, son. We're a nation at last. They're raising the book, but he bows down to kiss it.
Long live George Washington, first President of the United States!
And so, by the adoption of the Constitution, the United States, no longer a loosely bound group of single units, took its place among the great nations of the world. To the valiant and far-seeing men who made it possible, we owe a debt of gratitude, and we salute them as leaders in the Cavalcade of America. And now we are pleased to welcome as our guest on this evening's DuPont Cavalcade, Honorable Richard S. Rodney, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of Delaware. Judge Rodney is a descendant of George Reed, one of the original signers of the federal Constitution. He is also a collateral descendant of Caesar Rodney, whose horseback dash to Philadelphia made Delaware's vote unanimous for liberty and helped bring about the adoption of the Declaration of Independence. And Judge Rodney, you are something of an authority on the Constitution, and I understand that you are the owner of much of George Reed's correspondence. Do his letters reveal any unusual sidelights on the events of those days?
Well, many of the letters written by the statesmen of the time have been published. Yet I suppose few people realize that one man signed the Constitution twice, and another man whose signature apparently appears on the document never signed it at all.
Well, that is interesting. Well, how did it happen, Judge Rodney?
Simply that John Dickinson, another of Delaware's delegates to the convention, had to return home before the signing ceremony took place. So he wrote asking his friend George Reed to sign for him. That's how it came about that Reed signed the Constitution twice, while Dickinson, whose name appears as a signer, actually never did put his signature on it.
Thank you very much, Judge Rodney. DuPont is pleased to have had you as a guest on this program, dramatizing those stirring days in the Cavalcade of America.
12 years after George Washington was inaugurated first president of the United States, a sailing vessel, the American Eagle, dropped anchor at Newport, Rhode Island. Among its disembarking passengers were Pierre S. DuPont de Nemours and his two sons, Victor and Irénée. 2 years later, in 1802, young Irénée DuPont, encouraged by his friend Thomas Jefferson, who was then president, established a small powder mill on the banks of the Brandywine Creek near Wilmington, Delaware. Jefferson himself used DuPont powder to remove rock from the grounds of his home at Monticello, Virginia. DuPont's tiny enterprise supplied powder that enabled frontier settlers to secure food and defend themselves against wild animals and Indian raids. Later, as the nation grew, DuPont produced new types of blasting agents to help clear lands for farming, blaze trails for the highways of the future, build railroads and deepen waterways for navigation. Still later, at the turn of the century, the DuPont Company established the Chemical Department, dedicated to development work and research. As the needs of the nation grew, this department grew, until today it is really the heart of the DuPont Company. From the Chemical Department have stemmed a variety of DuPont chemical products which contribute to the comfort and convenience of modern life. One of the first of these was coated fabrics, now used for bookbindings, luggage, and upholstery. Then came pyroxylin plastics, first employed in making toiletware, now serving in almost countless ways from toothbrush handles to safety glass. Today there are 6 DuPont plastics for various needs. Next, the DuPont Company offered to expanding American industry a group of so-called heavy chemicals, acids, pigments, and the like, for making a great variety of useful things from wallpaper to automobile tires. About 20 years ago, DuPont helped establish an American dye-stuffs industry to produce truly color-fast dyes at low cost. Then came the man-made yarn rayon, followed by DuPont's development of the moisture-proof, transparent wrapping material, cellulose film. And so it has gone, one forward step leading logically to another, with a steady flow.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Cary Grant and Claudette Colbert in The Awful Truth with Phyllis Brooks. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There's a feeling of gaiety and excitement along Hollywood Boulevard tonight. Lights are ablaze and crowds are gathering in front of our theater. All the visible signs of a Hollywood opening are here to welcome the Lux Radio Theater back to the air after our summer vacation. But there's another scene that interests us more than the bright lights on Hollywood Boulevard. A scene repeated some millions of times throughout the country. It's the scene in your living room, where you and your family once more occupy the reserved seats, which are yours tonight and every Monday night. You are the ones who've made this theater possible by your purchases of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap. We owe you an obligation to make this new year in the Lux Radio Theater the most entertaining in our history. And tonight we pay you the first installment on this obligation by presenting The Awful Truth, starring Claudette Colbert and Cary Grant. Which reminds me that we still owe an obligation to Miss Colbert. Whenever she's done a comedy for us in the past, Claudette has always said that next time she'd like to do a serious drama, and we've solemnly promised that she could. And we'd keep that promise if she'd give us the chance. But we're continually finding comedies that she insists on doing. And I'm not a man with either the courage or the inclination to refuse Claudette anything. At lunch not long ago, we talked about plans for the coming season in the Lux Radio Theater. The moment I mentioned The Awful Truth, I noticed a hungry gleam in Claudette's eye. But quickly explained, of course, that wouldn't interest you. It's a comedy. I was wrong again. Before we came to dessert, Claudette was asking for the script. The memorable performance of Cary Grant as Jerry in the film produced by Columbia Pictures Corporation instantly suggested him for the same role in our radio adaptation, but he was easier to cast than to find. In fact, Cary Grant is probably one of the hardest men in Hollywood to find. Our intelligence service, however, tracked him to the beach, where he'd gone swimming with Phyllis Brooks. That gave us another idea, and we signed them both right there, dripping wet. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the very pleasant truth is that we're ready to give you the awful truth as we raise the curtain on a new season in the Lux Radio Theater, and Act One of our play, starring Cary Grant as Jerry and Claudette Colbert as Lucy, with Phyllis Brooks as Barbara. The sun lamp room of a midtown Manhattan athletic club. Hank, the attendant, is piling towels on a shelf as a young man in gym trunks makes a hurried entrance. He's Jerry Warrener, a tall young man, well-built and healthy. But just now, there's a sharp contrast between his decided pallor and the two dark, magnificent circles under his eyes. With a quick movement, he bounces up on the table and stretches out luxuriously.
All right, Hank, my man, turn on that sun lamp. Give her all she's got.
Well, about 15 minutes on each side is all I'd recommend, Mr. Warner.
No, 15 minutes, nothing. I've got to get a deep Florida tan if it takes all afternoon. Give it the juice.
Well, okay.
Attaboy. All aboard from Miami, Palm Beach, and Point South.
Hi, Jerry.
Oh, hello, Frank.
I heard you were in here. Thought maybe you'd like to play a little squash.
Sorry, Frank, no time.
Say, you're awfully white-skinned for a guy who just spent 2 weeks in Florida.
Yeah, no, that's just what I thought.
What did you do down there? Carry a parasol? Or didn't you go?
Don't let any idea like that get around.
I get it. Pulling a fast one on the little wife, huh?
Oh, now look, Frank, I'm surprised at you. I'm supposed to have been in Florida. Now, suppose one of Lucy's friends says, why isn't he tanned? Well, Lucy's going to be embarrassed. Well, I'm going to be tanned. Lucy's not going to be embarrassed. And what wives don't know won't hurt them.
What was it? A poker trip?
Sure, a fellow's got to bust out once in a while, assert his independence. Boy, did I assert it.
You certainly look it. But I'll bet you wouldn't like Lucy to pull a stunt like that on you.
Why not? After all, a person doesn't have to stop being an individual just because she gets married.
Maybe. Anyhow, how about coming over to my house for breakfast? We were all out late last night, and some of the gang is stopping by.
I got a better idea. Everybody come to my place. Lucy will fix up breakfast for us, and maybe later we can sneak away and play some golf. What do you say?
I'm convinced. I'll see you later.
Okay, ladies and gents, come on in. The joint is yours.
Jerry, that sunburn. You're positively vermilion.
Yeah?
Wait till Lucy sees what Florida did for you.
Yeah, where is she? Hey, Lucy! Lucy! Surprise! Well, hello, old dog of mine. How you been? Hey, where's Mama? Where is she?
Welcome back, Mr. Warner.
Oh, hello, Celeste. Will you tell Mrs. Warner I'm here?
I'm sorry, sir. Mrs. Warner's not at home.
Not home. Where'd she go?
I don't know, sir.
Oh, well, when did she leave?
I'm not sure, sir. I think last night.
You mean she hasn't been... Oh, well, okay, never mind.
What's the matter, Jerry? No welcoming arms to greet you this trip?
Mind your own business, will you? Come to think of it, she probably ran up to her Aunt Patsy's cabin in the mountains. She always does if she gets lonely.
Suppose her Aunt Patsy wasn't home?
Oh, I get it. I'm up to my neck in funny people, huh? No, seriously, I wish Lucy would go out and get some fun for herself now and then. Do her good. That's the trouble with marriage. People are always imagining things, and the next thing you know, they end up in a divorce court.
The broad-minded man from Miami.
Yeah, well, if you think you're going to get a chance to prove my broad-mindedness, you're crazy. She's up at Aunt Patsy's cabin, and I'll bet on it. Saying, is that a spot, Frank? Why, the fish just...
Up at Aunt Patsy's cabin, eh? Well, there's Patsy now. Some fun,
Oh,
eh?
shut up. Hey, turn that radio off, will you? Well, hello, Patsy. How did you get here?
By invitation. Lucy invited me yesterday on the phone. Say, what is this? Lucy invites me, no Lucy. Where is she?
I don't know.
Hello.
Lucy! Hey, Lucy!
Hello, Jerry, darling.
Oh, darling, gee, it's good to see you.
Oh, it's grand. You're looking marvelous, Jerry.
Yeah?
Oh, I nearly forgot Alma. Alma, come on in and meet everybody. Alma's the best music teacher a woman ever had, aren't you, Alma?
Thank you, my dear.
You know Alma Oliver, Jerry, of course.
Oh, yeah, sure. How are you?
How do you do?
Everybody else, this is Alma.
How you do? How are you?
Oh, well, now that we're all introduced, I can relax. Oh, Alma and I have had the most terrible time.
Yes. Oh, yeah, well, I imagine you must have. Where was the recital?
Oh, now, silly, what do you mean?
Well, I didn't know they had recitals in the morning and the people went to them in evening clothes. So formal, isn't it?
Well, Alma does look silly and tails at this time of the day, doesn't he? Oh, it was such an awful time.
Oh, why? Somebody sing off pitch?
Oh, now stop it, darling. You don't know what happened. Alma's car broke down 1,000,000 miles from nowhere. He had to park me at a farmhouse and hike to the nearest town to get them to tow the car. And then he had to stay there, hang around garages and things to pick me up in the morning and bring me home. It was dreadful. We were coming home from a party.
You were the loveliest human being there.
Oh, thank you, Alma. You say the nicest things. Well, Jerry, you understand, don't you?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Mr. Warner, you have the continental mind.
Oh, sure, that's it. I've got a continental mind now.
Lucy, dear. So sorry, but I have to run. That horrible dressmaker of mine.
Oh, of course, darling.
You know, too, Lucy. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. What's the idea? The party hasn't even started yet.
Oh, sure, we know, but you probably want to talk to Lucy.
Oh, come on, people. I'll give you all a hit. Okay, Frank, over here. Goodbye, Jerry. Well, Mr. Louvel, why didn't you let Frank give you a hitch?
I wanted to explain. You see, Mr. Warner, the next time I take your wife out, I hope that...
I hope you buy a new car, else I'll loan you mine. Are you hungry?
Huh? Oh, thanks. Well, yes, I am.
Now, why don't you run out and get a bite? Big, strong fellow like you should take care of himself, sitting in drafty garages all night.
Mr. Warner, what have I done?
That's what I'm going to find out.
Oh, now, Jerry.
We'll discuss this in private, please. That is, if Mr. Louvel can remember where we keep our door.
Very well. Perhaps it's best this way, Lucy. Will I see you soon?
Well, of course,
Oh, it's all been so perfect, Lucy. Thank you for everything. And, Mr. Warner, I think you must be out of your continental mind.
You know, that was pretty funny at that. I mean, what he just said.
Oh, very funny. Brush me off, will you?
Well, he's gone. You can speak freely, darling.
Well, Lucy, what have you got to say for
yourself?
Oh, that's so smart.
Well, I knew you'd say that, and I'm prepared to answer. Armand was invited to the party by a young man whose sister is a pupil of Armand. Armand invited me to go along. I went because I could think of nothing better to do. Believe it or not, I was lonely.
Yes, and then the car broke down.
Yes, and then I stayed at the farmhouse. I slept badly because of insufficient blankets. Twice during the night, I coughed. Now, let me see. Was there anything else?
Now, look, Lucy, this situation isn't amusing, although you seem to think it is. If you had sense enough to see it, you know that our marriage is teetering on the edge of a cliff. Well, you'll try to be funny. But perhaps marriage doesn't mean anything to you. Perhaps you've no sentiment left for me. Look at this on the table, a letter I wrote you from Florida, and you didn't even open it.
It's enough to destroy one's faith, isn't it?
Oh, I haven't any faith left in anyone.
Not even in that conscientious soul at Miami Beach who followed your directions so nicely and mailed me a letter every day?
Huh? What on earth are you talking about?
Oh, darling. You look so cute and pleased with your little athletic club sunburst. Rather like a small boy who's just had his curls cut off. Well, I don't like to be unpleasant, Jerry, but you were not in Florida.
Now, don't change the subject.
You weren't in Florida, and you weren't in Montreal that time you said you were going there. Once you even had the letters mailed from the wrong place.
Huh?
Dear Lucy, Charleston is such a quaint city. The quaint thing about Charleston is Charleston's postmark is Perth Amboy, New Jersey. Nice trick your friend played on you.
Now, wait a minute. Don't try to justify your behavior by insinuating things about me.
What? But I haven't any behavior to justify. I've just been unlucky, that's all. You came home and caught me in the truth. It seems there's nothing less logical than the truth.
A philosopher, huh?
You don't believe me?
How can I believe you?
Oh, listen, Jerry. Now, don't you see that there can't be any doubt in marriage? The whole thing is built on faith, and if you've lost that, you've lost everything.
Yes, I suppose when that's gone, the marriage is washed up, isn't it?
Do you mean that?
Sure.
Well, I guess that settles it.
I guess it does. And let me tell you something.
Well, let me tell you something. I wouldn't go on living with you if you were dipped in platinum. So go on. Oh, go on. Divorce me. It'll be a pleasure.
Divorce you? Are you crazy? Do you think I want people to think you preferred that music lover to me?
Huh? Well, then I'll divorce you. It's customary anyway. I think it has something to do with the husband being a gentleman.
Never mind the gentleman stuff. Just get going on it. Go on.
I'll call the lawyer right now. By the way, what's the most convenient day for you to be divorced?
And in the case of Warner versus Warner, the court grants an interlocutory decree of divorce to the plaintiff, Lucy Warner. The divorce, if not further contested, will become final in 90 days from this date. That will be all.
One moment, Your Honor. There's one matter still unsettled. According to my client, Mr. Warner, it's a matter of,
Mr. Smith.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Smith.
And who is Mr. Smith?
Mr. Smith is, he's their dog.
No, Mr. Smith is my dog.
He's mine.
Silence.
But Mr. Smith belongs to me, and she's got him.
I told you to keep quiet.
Oh, ignore him, Your Honor. I told you he was impossible to get along with.
Oh, well, let's hear it.
The animal at present is in Mrs. Warner's possession. Mr. Warner wishes to have him because...
Because he's mine.
He is not.
Yes, so.
He is not.
Silence! Silence!
Is not.
This seems to be a custody case. And in custody cases, we frequently permit the final decision to rest with the dog.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. Now let Mr. Smith decide whom he wants to live with.
Silence, please. Oh, bailiff, have the dog brought in. The custody of the dog will depend on his own desires. And let me warn you, neither of you must use any false means of influencing the animal's decision. Unfasten the dog, please. Now, you may each call the dog.
Come on, fella, come on. Come me. Yeah, come on. Hey, come back here.
You know who's good to you, don't you? Mr. Smith came to me, Your Honor.
Custody of the dog is awarded to Mrs. Warner.
Wait a minute. Well, that wasn't fair, Judge.
Silence. The court is adjourned.
Good day, Your Honor.
Hey, you. Wait a minute. Come back here, you.
You mean me?
What's Mr. Smith doing with that rubber bone in his mouth?
Well, it always was his favorite bone.
Where did he get it?
How would I know?
Oh, you. You'd stoop to anything. You hid that bone under your handbag, and Mr. Smith smelled it. You're not going to get him away from me like that.
Get him? I've got him, darling. Goodbye.
Rain, rain, rain. Look at that rain.
Oh, why, Aunt Patsy? Is it doing anything besides falling?
I don't think so. Nothing unusual ever happens around here. If I'd I'd known we were going to be buried side by side, I'd never have considered to take an apartment with you.
Yes, but I needed you, Aunt Patsy. You know the period of readjustment that comes in the wake of a divorce.
Readjustment, my foot. Just another word for moping around.
Oh, don't be silly.
Oh, why, you know dozens of men who turn handsprings at a chance to take you out. But no, you'd rather sit around and readjust yourself.
Now, you're just an old grouch, that's all.
Yeah? Well, this is one old grouch who wants to go somewhere where there's life. And I don't mean plant life.
Well, we can't go out without escorts, so that's that.
Well, I don't need an escort to go down to the lobby. I'm going down to the newsstand and see Joe. He may be funny looking, but he's a man, and maybe he knocks off early.
Oh, Aunt Patsy, you wouldn't.
Oh, I wouldn't, eh? You're talking to a desperate woman.
Paging, Mr. Wainwright.
Well, I guess I've read pretty nearly everything here, Joe.
Too bad, ma'am.
Isn't it? I'm so bored. It's too bad they stopped printing zippy stories.
Yes, ma'am. That's what my wife says.
Oh, she does. I see.
Oh, pardon me, but did that copy come in of the Tulsa, Oklahoma Bugle?
Sorry, Mr. Leeson. I guess maybe there's something wrong with the mail.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Looks like I won't find out how we did at the rodeo. Oh, how do, ma'am?
Oh, how'd you do?
I hope you don't think I'm fresh. My name's Dan Leeson, room 1214. Morn, I see you coming in and going out sometimes.
Oh, we've noticed you, too.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Well, say, who is that beautiful girl who's with you sometimes? She has a dog and, well, she's beautiful.
Oh, that's my niece, Lucy. She's just a little homebody.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Say, I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Why, of course I would, Mr. Leeson. What is it?
Well, you see, I'm a stranger in town, and I thought that perhaps I'd just like to send down there.
Here we are. Go right in, Mr. Leeson.
Oh, thanks.
You know, I think it's just wonderful that we met this way. Oh, Lucy, may I present Mr. Leeson? Mr. Leeson, this is my niece you were so anxious to meet. Her name is Lucy Warner.
How do you do?
Oh, how do you do, ma'am?
Mr. Leeson's from Oklahoma, Lucy, and he'd take it as being right neighborly of us if we'd show him some of the bright spots.
Well, it's raining rather hard.
Mr. Leeson lives right across the hall with his mother. Isn't that what you said, with your mother?
Yep, with Ma.
Mm-hmm.
We're here on a visit. I'm in oil, you know.
Oh, marinated, so to speak.
Say, that's a good one. I must remember to tell that to Ma.
No, I'm sure she'd adore that.
Yes. Well, tell us all about Oklahoma, Mr. Leeson.
Well, we all think Oklahoma, well, it's pretty darn swell.
Oh, there's the door. I'll get it.
Yes, Mr. Leeson?
Well, like I was saying, ma'am, Oklahoma is pretty darn...
Hi, Jerry.
Oh, dear.
Well, how's the old girl?
Well, never better. Won't you come in?
I fully intend to. Well. Hello, Lucy.
Hello. What do you want?
Well, now, read this little legal document. I guess that'll explain better than I could.
What? What is this?
It's a writ, that's what it is, a writ. The court just ruled that I'm permitted to see Mr. Smith for 2 hours a week. I am permitted to take Mr. Smith walking, riding, motorboating, or aquaplaning. No, not aquaplaning. That's too dangerous, isn't it? Yeah. Well, the order reads that I can visit with him and entertain him in any form or manner that does not endanger life or limb. And that would rule out aquaplaning.
I suppose you've come to take him bicycling.
What, in this weather? Are you crazy? Why, he'd catch his death of cold. No, I've come to entertain him in any form or manner. Hey, Smitty, where are you?
I'll get him.
Oh, Miss Warner, perhaps
I'm sorry, Mr. Leeson. This is my husband.
Oh.
Well, he's only my husband for... How much longer is it? Oh, 60 days.
No. 59. Well, how are you, Mr. Leeson?
Howdy. I'm glad to know you.
Excuse me, what did you say?
I said I'm glad to know you.
Oh, well. How can you be glad to know me? I know how I'd feel if I was sitting with a girl and her husband walked in.
Yes, I'll bet you do.
What's that supposed to mean, huh?
Nothing. Why don't you go and play with the dog?
Sure, where is he? Hey, Mr. Smith! Where are you, fella? Sears, Master's boy. Gee, old fella, it's good to see you. Look what I brought you. You're all leather strapped. Come on, let's have a tuck away.
You were telling us about Oklahoma, Mr. Leeson.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm really a man of many interests out there, Mrs. Warner. Oil is my main business, of course, and I can't complain about that. It's treated me fine. And I have a big ranch. It's more of a hobby than anything.
Oh, the lamp, Jerry, you broke the lamp.
It's nothing.
Cheryl gets a new one.
Oh, don't bother. It's only a little import.
Like I was saying, Mrs. Warner, this ranch is just outside of Tulsa. I have just about everything.
Oh, heavens. Jerry, do you have to play that game?
Any other ones?
Yes. Get his rubber bone for him. He loves that bone.
Oh, yes, I remember. Where is it?
In the closet, right there.
Huh? In here?
That's right.
I can't find it.
Oh, but just keep looking.
Hey, what is this? You locked the door on me.
Aunt Patsy, what are you doing?
Lucy, dear, why don't you run along with Mr. Leeson?
Patsy, let me out of here. I'm locked in. Say, is anything wrong?
Oh, no. That's just a game Mr. Waldenham has with the dog.
Oh. I want to get out of here.
Oh, Lord. Well, come on, Mr. Leeson. Let's go.
Huh? Oh, swell.
Good night, Aunt Patsy. I hope you know what you're doing.
Good night, dear.
Night.
Night.
Ooh, I'll break the door down if you don't let me out of here.
Just a minute. Come on out, Jerry.
Oh, framed. That's what I am, framed. Ha. You're trying to cook up something between my wife and that Buffalo Bill, aren't you?
Your wife?
She's still my wife for 60 days.
59.
All right, 59, but she's still my wife. Do you understand?
And what are you going to do about it?
You'll find out what I'm going to do. Stick around and watch. I've got some rights around here.
To entertain Mr. Smith in any form or manner.
Oh, shut up.
While we are waiting for Jerry to make good on those threats, we take a brief intermission from our play to hear from Mr. Ruick.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our intermission before Act Two of The Awful Truth, starring Claudette Colbert, Cary Grant, with Phyllis Brooks, we bring you a musical interlude. 3 charming young ladies will sing a song suggesting something about our product, Lux Toilet Soap. Well, Sally, and what is your song going to be?
Sweet Sue, Mr. Ruick. Shall we sing it?
Yes, please.
Every star above knows the one I love. Sweet Sue, just you. And the moon on high knows the reason why it's you. No one but you. No one else it seems ever shares my dreams. Without you, dear, I don't know what I'd do. In this heart of mine, you live all the time, sweet Sue, just you.
A sweet song. And you chose it because...
Well, Mr. Ruick, because we think one of the nicest things about Lux toilet soap is the way it leaves you feeling so sweet.
So Sweet Sue reminds you of a Lux girl. That's nice. And it's true that Lux toilet soap leaves you feeling sweet and dainty. That's why it's such a delightful bath soap. Really, a fragrant Lux toilet soap bath is the most refreshing experience you can have when you're tired and feeling sort of, well, uncharming. Its rich, creamy, active lather just floats away perspiration and dust and dirt, leaves you utterly dainty. And when you consider how little Lux toilet soap costs, only a few pennies, why, every member of the family can share the luxury of this kind of bath. You know, it's because so many millions of cakes of Lux toilet soap are sold that it can cost so little. So everybody, fathers, mothers, youngsters, babies, can have its gentle care. Remember that it's gentle, it cleanses beautifully, it leaves you dainty and sweet and charming to other people, as you always want to be. Buy 3 cakes at a time so that Lux toilet soap will always be at hand. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Awful Truth, starring Claudette Colbert as Lucy, Cary Grant as Jerry, with Phyllis Brooks as Barbara. It's morning, a few weeks after Jerry's hectic visit. Across the breakfast table in their lonely apartment, Aunt Patsy is looking at her niece with an expression of growing horror.
What did you say, Lucy? I said, of course I like Dan Leeson. Why shouldn't I? He's sweet and thoughtful. And you should be the last one to object. You introduced him to me.
Only because he was a man who could take us out. I didn't expect you to get silly about him.
Is it silly to like a man who's sane and considerate? I was married to one of those gay romantic types, and one's enough.
Your toast is burning. Oh. Lucy, do you know what rebound is? That business of trying to get over one love affair by bouncing into love with somebody else? Well, it's fine. Except the rebound is rarely the real thing. There's the first bounce, the second bounce, And, well, look at me. You wind up like an old tennis ball.
Now, look, I tell you I'm serious about Dan Leeson. He's a fine person. I like him. I like him very much. And I'm all through with Jerry. He doesn't mean a thing to me. I don't love him. What's more, I probably never did. I guess that surprises you, doesn't it? I hate Jerry Warner, and I like Dan Leeson very, very much. I can hardly wait to see him tonight. And I hope he's just mad about me because I think he's the finest man I ever met.
Lucy.
I know, my toast is good.
Honest to goodness, Mr. Warner, I think it's simply wonderful of you to come here just to hear me sing.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
Mr. Warner, you're awful sweet and all that, but you always seem to have your mind on something else. Or maybe it's someone else. Am I right, Sugar Pie?
Oh, yeah. I'm in love with love. In the spring, a young man's fancy likely turns to what he's been thinking about all winter. Say, how long have you been talking like Amos and Andy?
Oh, for a long time. It helps me in my work. Well, shut my mouth. Who's that dull, just-looking creature just coming in?
Oh, where? Oh, my. Well, you've heard that gag that's flying around town. Who was that lady I saw you with?
You mean that's no lady, that's your wife?
That's my wife.
I guess this is our table over here, Lucy. Sit down.
Come on over and meet her. Well. Hello, folks.
Oh, hello.
This is Miss Dixie Belle Lee. This is Mrs. Warner, and this is Mr. Leeson, the gentleman Mrs. Warner is going to marry.
That's right.
I'm mighty proud to meet you all.
Now, you're sure we're not intruding?
Huh? Well, what do you mean?
Well, wouldn't you like to buy us a drink?
Why, yes, of course.
Well, sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Well, my, isn't this cozy, huh? So you two are going to be married, huh? Oh, I was glad when I heard that. Yes, I said to myself, that Leeson's just the man for Lucy, and then I said to myself...
He's always talking to himself. Yes. This is a charming place, don't you think, Miss...
Dixie Belle Lee.
Oh.
Do you like it, honey? I'm so glad, because I kind of feel like the place is mine.
Oh, you come here often?
Well, I work here. Didn't you all know that?
No.
Say, you're from the South, aren't you?
Now, isn't he just the cleverest yet? How'd you all ever guess that, Mr. Man?
Oh, I don't know. It was just a shot in the dark.
Shot in the dark? Well, you see, Dixie Belle Lee isn't her real name.
No?
Oh, no. She changed it because her family objected to her going into show business. Isn't that right, Dixie?
That's right. Well, I guess I'd better go now and get ready. You reckon you all can stay to see my act?
Oh, of course we'll stay.
Well, nothing could drag us away.
Well, I'll see you later, honey child.
I'll be here.
Mm-hmm. She seems like a lovely girl.
She is, Lucy. But wait till she sings. A golden throat, that's what. I keep coming here all the time just to listen to her.
How faithful of you.
Does she really sing awful good?
Well, no. I don't think her singing's up to Lucy's, no. Dixie has a sort of an elfin charm, a je ne sais quoi, if you know what I mean. And I don't.
Dan, dear.
I don't.
Don't you think you ought to ask Jerry about it now?
Oh, yeah, sure.
About what?
About our mine, Jerry.
What mine?
Our mine. You know, our coal mine. It's our last tie, Jerry. And, well, I was telling Mr. Leeson how badly it was doing, and he thought maybe he could do better with it.
That's right. I'd like to gamble on it, Mr. Warner. I'm pretty lucky. Do you know what they call me out west?
I can guess.
Well, how about us having a conference at my apartment tomorrow?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I present that great little artist, Miss Dixie Belle Lee.
Here she comes, isn't she pretty?
She sure is.
The costume's a little short, isn't it? I mean, unless she does a tank act.
Shh. Listen to this. Listen.
I got an invitation from Mrs. Houghton. All dressed up, don't care for nothing. I'm strutting.
Is that what you mean by elfin charm?
I might be right there speaking.
Say, she'd go great in Oklahoma, wouldn't she? Come on, swing it, miss.
Dan, I don't feel well.
Yippee. Why, well, what's the trouble, Lucy?
Dan, I think you'd better take me home.
But, Lucy, we can't walk out in the middle of Miss Lee singing.
Don't you like her, Lucy?
Oh, I love her, yes. But I can see now it was easy for her to change her name than for her whole family to change theirs. Come on, Dan.
Well, all right, if you want, Lucy. Don't forget tomorrow afternoon at my apartment, Mr. Warner, about that mine.
I'll be there, big boy.
Mrs. Hopkins, all dressed up, don't care for nothing. I'm strong.
Sit down, Warner. I want to hear all about this mine.
Well, I've got all the records and history with me. Oh, by the way, Lucy, I searched all over for the report McCall made before we bought it, but I couldn't find it. You must have it.
Well, perhaps I have.
Well, when you get a chance, take a look through your stocking drawer, will you? You know, Dan, she always hides important things in the top drawer of her dresser.
She does?
Oh, sure. It's an old habit of hers. Every legal paper we ever had smelled a sachet. Even our marriage certificate.
About the mine, Jerry.
Oh, yes, the mine, uh-huh.
Good afternoon.
Oh, come on in, Ma. Come on in.
hello, Mrs.
Sit down.
Leeson. Good afternoon, Lucy.
I guess you don't know this fella here, Ma. He's Jerry Warner, Ma.
Hello.
Well, it's very funny seeing you here, Mr. Warner.
Is it? Well, it's funny seeing you.
I met some people today, and they spoke about you and about Lucy, too. They knew you both before the divorce.
I imagine you run into dozens of people who did.
They spoke very well of you, Mr. Warner. They said you were a real gentleman.
No kidding. Got any gum?
No. They talked about Lucy, too.
Well, isn't it nice not to be forgotten by your old friends?
You know, Lucy, as many times as I've heard your fine singing, I never realized that you must have had a teacher. They tell me he's been teaching you for some time, and he's a very romantic type. This woman I was talking to told me that, oh, well, no matter.
What's that,
Now,
Ma?
look at this map, Leeson, about this new opening in the northern side of the mine.
Now, Lucy.
Here, now let me show you the prospectus.
Jerry, I think I ought to tell you that nobody's listening to you.
Huh? What do you mean? Now, what could possibly be more interesting than the Warrener mine?
The Warrener divorce. The gal's name needs clearing, partner.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Is it really?
Certainly, Mrs. Leeson, and so are you. No, Dan, relax. No fisticuffs. I'll explain. Mrs. Leeson, our divorce was one of those tragedies you read about in the newspapers. Yes, a trusting woman and a worthless man. Lucy's above suspicion, Mrs. Leeson, always has been. She's as pure as the driven snow, as faithful as she is fair. I tell you, something wonderful went out of my life when I lost her.
Yep. I know just how you feel, Mr. Warner.
How do you know? How can you know how I feel to have used up the best years of a woman's life?
Huh?
Oh, well, folks, that's the way it goes. Excuse me, Mrs. Leeson, you're sitting on my prospectus.
Sorry.
Well, I'll be going now. Take good care of her, Dan, won't you? I'm sure you'll be happy out where the West begins. All three of you. Maybe you'll succeed, Dan, where I failed. Goodbye now.
Well, Ma, are you convinced about everything?
What about the music teacher?
Oh, now, look, you two. Why don't you go back to your room and settle things for yourselves? And let me know how it all comes out. I'll tell you. Put a light in the window if it's yes, and two if it's no.
But, Lucy,
and if you can't make up your minds, just pull down the shade.
All I want to know is, what has Armand Laval got to do with all this? Why is he coming here?
Because I sent for him.
You said that. I still say, why? You ruined your last happy home. You'll bust the Oklahoma deal wide open.
That's just it. There isn't going to be any Oklahoma deal. I'm not going to marry Dan Leeson.
Why not?
Oh, because I'm still in love with that crazy lunatic, and there's nothing I can do about it. What's the matter with you?
I'm a gibbering idiot. I'm a mad woman.
Oh, now, Patsy, stop this. Here, answer the door, will you?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Laval.
Good evening.
Alma, come in.
How are you, my dear Lucy? I got your call.
Yes. Look, Alma, sit down, will you? It's about Jerry.
Ah, yes, your husband. He's a very funny man, yes?
Yes, he is. But I'm convinced he still cares about me, or he wouldn't do the funny things he does.
Yes, but he doesn't care much about me.
No, he doesn't. No. And that's just what I'm getting at, Alma. You know that everything was all right that night, and I want you to convince him that everything was just as we said it was.
I'd be glad to. Does he carry a gun?
Now, you're not afraid of him.
Oh, of course not, no. But you know husbands.
Then you'll do it as soon as possible, won't you? He mustn't know that I've had anything to do with it.
Oh, very well.
As soon as possible?
Huh?
Open up.
Oh,
Mr. Smith.
Oh,
it's Jerry.
Oh, but this is much too soon.
Oh, of course it is. Well, do something.
What shall I do?
Well, you can't stand there.
I know.
Go in the other room. And hurry and don't come out.
I don't care for this.
Well, neither do I. Let him in, Aunt Patsy. Oh, Lord.
You said it.
Greetings, Patsy.
Oh. Hello.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello.
Hello. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Well, I guess you two want to be alone.
No, Aunt Patsy.
I whip up a little omelet in the kitchen.
No.
Smart girl, you Aunt Patsy. Matter of fact, dear, I did want to be alone.
You did?
Yes. Look, Lucy, let's get right down to it. I've been a sap.
Have you?
Yes. I want to apologize. I know that chump Louvel couldn't have meant anything to you, but, well, guys like him just make me murderous. I just want to... Oh, well, I just want to say I'm sorry for everything, dear.
Jerry. Look, Jerry. Let's meet later and talk it all over, shall we?
Sure.
Yes, that's wonderful. Here's your hat. Goodbye, dear.
Yeah, but...
I'll call you. Goodbye.
Are you trying to get rid of me?
Oh, no, of course not. Why should I try to get rid of you? Here's your hat.
My hat? Well, that isn't my hat.
Oh, no.
Look at the thing. It comes down over my ears. Look at that.
Oh, isn't that funny? Did you get a haircut, maybe?
Well, not since I came in. Now, look at that thing. Doesn't that look funny to you? McGee, look.
Yes, I know. It's just a little roomy, but maybe they're wearing them that way this year.
Well, I don't think so. I'm not.
Oh, Aunt Patsy, the bell.
All right. Why am I always answering doorbells?
Oh, well, look, Lucy, if you've got company...
No, it's nobody. It's just Dan Leeson, probably.
Leeson? Oh, well, I don't want him to see me here. I've caused you enough trouble. I'll just duck in the other room.
No, Jerry.
No, Lucy, I want you to be happy.
No.
I'll wait in there till they've gone.
Yes, but Jerry, you... Oh.
Hello, Miss Adams.
Oh, it's Mr. Leeson and his mother, Lucy.
Hello, Lucy.
Lucy, dear, I've come to tell you something.
Hello.
We've come to tell you, Lucy.
Well, what have you come to tell me?
I want to apologize for those awful things I accused you of this morning, Lucy.
Yes?
Yes? Well, go on.
What's that? I think somebody's cleaning up in the next room. Lucy, I don't want you to be angry with me for repeating what that awful woman said about your divorce.
No, of course I'm not angry. What nonsense.
What is that?
Oh, it's nothing.
But
I'll break your neck.
Jerry.
I'll tell you.
No,
You hide it behind closed doors, hey, gangway. I'll break every bone in your body.
Don't forget to touch second, boys. Who was that? Was that Mr. Warrener?
Yes, he just dropped in.
And out. Dan, I think we'd better go. 2 men hiding in the other room.
Well, all I gotta say is, a man's best friend is his mother. Mrs. Warner, I certainly learned about women from you. Come on, Ma.
Oh, wait a minute.
Well?
You can't fire us. We quit.
Oh, Lucy, don't. Don't cry, dear.
He believed it. He thought Elmo was hiding in that room.
Sure. So did his mother.
I'm talking about Jerry.
Oh, Jerry. It's getting hard to keep track. What's the matter with Jerry?
Will you read this in the newspaper? Oh, I could die.
Let's see. Jerry Warrener is being seen these days with Barbara Vance, the madcap heiress. We wonder if there'll be wedding bells when Jerry's divorce becomes final in 2 weeks.
2 weeks? She's going to steal him from me. It's bigamy.
She's not married to him yet.
No, and she won't be. He said he'd stick to me for better or worse. And if he knows what's good for him, he'd better.
The curtain falls on Act 2 of The Awful Truth. And I assure you, a great surprise is in store for Jerry Warrener in Act 3. But before the curtain goes up, there's a word or two of wisdom, I believe, for the ladies.
In the very brief moment before Cary Grant, Claudette Colbert, and Phyllis Brooks return, I would like to make this observation about our product, Lux Toilet Soap. Everyone knows that 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux Toilet Soap. And we're very proud of this fact, because it certainly is significant that such an overwhelming majority of these charming women, whose very livelihood depends to such an extent upon their appearance, have come to look upon Lux toilet soap as such a trusted aid in the task of keeping themselves ever beautiful. But another fact, which is just as important and just as significant, is that lovely girls, young women, and older women in every village and town throughout this broad land also look upon Lux toilet soap as a trusted aid in the very important feminine job of keeping beautiful. Screen stars must have lovely skin because they're screen stars, of course, but for another reason also. These famous beauties have close-ups to face off the screen, too. They know that for every woman who wants to win romance and hold it, lovely skin is important. And that's why they are really glad to be able to pass on to other women the happy experience they've had with Lux toilet soap. Here's what Betty Davis says. I use Lux toilet soap regularly, as other Hollywood screen stars do. Why don't you use this fragrant white soap? So I'm going to ask every woman in our audience if she won't go to the store tomorrow and buy at least 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and use this fine, white, gentle soap with active lather faithfully. And it is my honest belief that if you do this, when the 3 cakes have gone, you will be just as enthusiastic over Lux toilet soap as the screen stars. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Cary Grant, Claudette Colbert, and Phyllis Brooks proceed with Act 3 of The Awful Truth. 2 weeks have gone by, and the divorce is almost final. Determined to block Jerry's impending marriage to the society heiress, Lucy has tricked her way into his apartment. Just inside the door, she stands facing him, smiling coyly.
Hello, Jerry.
Well, now that you're in, what's the nature of this visit?
Well, I just thought you know what today is, don't you?
Certainly. Our divorce becomes final tonight at 12 o'clock, and tomorrow we'll both be back in circulation.
That's right. I just thought I'd drop up to wish you a lot of luck.
Oh, that's very nice of you, but I'm just on my way out.
Where to?
Well, as you must know, I'm on my way out to a pre-engagement dinner for me and Barbara at the Fancies.
Oh, Jerry, you can't.
Who says so?
You can't because you love me. The things you believe me guilty of couldn't cause aggravation and heartache unless you love me.
Of course, I loved you.
I said love, not love. Oh, you're so stubborn, Jerry. You're throwing away our happiness.
Barbara's a fine girl. We'll get along swell together.
But that isn't necessarily happiness, Jerry. Look, you and I fight and we disagree on every subject under the sun. But we were happy. It's no fun for me to come here practically crawling to you, Jerry. But our marriage is worth it. I'd do anything to make you understand that you and I belong together. Tomorrow will be too late, dear. Once you're free, the Vances will officially announce your engagement, and you won't be able to jilt a girl whose jilting would be news for every newspaper in the world. You'll be caught by circumstances. And you'll be lost, Jerry.
Oh, I'm very contentedly, too.
Oh, no. You'll be miserable. Oh, you dope. Why can't you understand? I'll take it.
Oh, no, you won't.
I've got it. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Who is this, may I ask?
Give me that phone.
Jerry, I think it's...
Hello?
You have to answer my telephone.
I only said hello.
Hello?
Shut up. Now give it to me.
Tell her to call you back.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello? Oh, hello, darling.
Well, it took you long enough. Have you made up your mind who the woman is?
Oh, that's funny. I knew you were going to ask me that.
Uh-huh. So did I.
Who was she?
Well, it's really very simple, dear. That was my sister.
Oh, really? Your sister. Now, how are you ever going to get out of that?
Quiet.
I didn't know you had a sister.
Oh, sure. She just got back from Paris. Dropped in to see me, you know, and...
Oh, that's lovely.
I'd love to meet your sister, Jerry. Why don't you bring her along tonight?
Oh, no. I don't think she can come over this evening. She has a previous engagement.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, naturally, dear, she's very anxious to meet you, but...
Oh, yes, tell her I'd love to meet her. Tell her to wear boxing gloves.
Quiet. Now, look, Barbara, she said if she possibly could, she'd break her engagement and come over later. Yes, but I doubt that very much.
Yes, I doubt it, too.
Well, if she can, she can't, of course.
That's right, dear, but I'll do my best to fix it up so the two of you will meet very soon. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear. Hurry over.
I will. Well, now I'm in a fine fix. She wants to meet my sister.
Well?
You're a big help.
Well, you know me. Anything I can do?
Oh, to break it up?
I see what you mean.
Well, I'm in a fine mess.
No, I'm sorry, Jerry. Really, I am.
Yeah, sure.
But I wouldn't worry about it, dear. She trusts you, doesn't she?
Of course she does.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, I did it again.
Oh, give me that thing.
Oh, listen, you don't have to take that from
Hello?
anybody.
Quiet.
Oh, you don't have to take that from anybody. Put your foot down.
But, darling, I told you she couldn't make it.
There's no reason for her to call you up every 5 minutes, is there?
No, look, dear, there's no reason for you to call me up every 5 minutes, is there?
Jerry.
Goodbye.
Well.
I'll keep quiet.
Sit down, my boy, sit down.
Thanks, Mr. Vance.
It's too bad your sister couldn't come tonight, Jerry.
Oh, yes. Well, she was terribly sorry, Mrs. Vance. You see, she didn't weather the boat trip very well. As a matter of fact, when I left, she was calling the doctor.
You can imagine my surprise when I heard a woman's voice on the phone. You can't blame me for being suspicious, Jerry, darling.
Certainly. I mean, of course not.
I was thinking, dear. Mother, don't you think it would be nice if I asked Jerry's sister to be a bridesmaid?
Oh, lovely.
Well, I think she's sailing back to Paris almost immediately. She said she'd do her best to see you before she goes, though. Oh, you'd like my sister, Barbara. She's very much your type.
Where did you go to school?
Excuse me, what did you say?
I said, where did you go to school?
In Switzerland.
Oh.
And you say your father was a Princeton man?
Yes, that's right, sir. Class of 92. He tells some very funny stories about the place in those days.
Yes.
He tells one in particular about a football game. It seems Yale was playing Princeton one day.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Vance.
Yes, Edwards?
Mr. Jerry's sister has arrived.
What?
Miss Lula Warrener.
Hello? Well, I made it, Jerry. A surprise?
Oh, you maniac.
What'd you say, dear?
I just asked how you were feeling.
Well, I'm feeling fine.
Mrs. Vance, may I present my sister, Lola?
How do you do?
How'd you do? Oh, it's lovely to know you, Mrs. Vinci.
Vance, my dear.
Oh, sure. I forgot.
Barbara, this is Lola.
How do you do? How'd you do? Well, you know, it's nice getting a chance to meet you. I see your pictures in the paper, and I wondered what you really look like. I've wondered about you, too. Oh, well, thanks.
Oh, Lola.
Yes, dear?
This is Barbara's father, Mr. Vance. Mr. Vance, my sister.
How'd you do?
How do you do?
Well.
Huh? What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Only I never would have known you from Jerry's description. I think you look kind of cute.
Won't you sit down, Miss Warrener?
Thank you. Say, did I interrupt something? Go right on with your story, Jerry, honey.
Oh, well, I was telling a story about about our father.
Oh, you were? Well, go right ahead, dear.
Thanks. You see, Mr. Vance, it was Yale's ball on Princeton's 2-yard line.
Oh, Mrs. Vance, I don't want to appear rude, but I wonder if I could have a little drinky.
Why, certainly.
Well, I had 3 or 4 before I got here, but they're beginning to wear off, and you know how that is. Oh, well, don't look at me like that, Jerry. You like a little drink yourself. You know what we call him? We call him Jerry the Nipper. He likes to sneak 'em when nobody's looking. Oh, he's awful cute about it, too, yeah. I've seen him go along all evening and apparently not have a thing to drink and all of a sudden fall flat on his puss.
Edwards, a glass of sherry for Miss Warrener, please.
What, sherry? Oh, no, I don't like sherry. Oh, Mr. Edwards, come here, will you?
Yes, miss.
You know what I want, don't you? About the 3 fingers?
Yes, miss.
You snap it up, will you? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jerry. What were you saying?
Well, I was just telling them one of Father's stories. You've heard it.
Oh, I have.
You see, there was a minute to go. Dad had the ball and...
Ball? What ball?
What? The football.
Well, what in the world was Dad doing with a football?
Look, I was just telling a story about when Father was at Princeton. You remember that.
Oh, sure. Well, 'cause I remember.
Oh, that.
Yeah. You know, Pop loved Princeton. Yeah, he was there nearly 20 years.
Oh.
Yeah. If ever a man loved a place, he did. He just adored it, and he certainly kept it looking beautiful, too. You've seen the grounds, haven't you?
The grounds? Of course.
Well, Mrs. Vance, I'm afraid that my sister has a somewhat distorted sense of humor.
So have I.
Your drink, miss.
Oh, gee, thanks.
No, what she really meant to say was that...
Oh, gosh, was that good. Woo, I was so thirsty. It must have been that ham I had for dinner.
Now, listen, you.
Where do you get your liquor, Mr. Vance? It isn't too personal.
It's imported from Paris.
You don't say... All the way? Oh, gee, well, that's pretty good stuff, though. Yeah, if I ever manage to get to Paris, I'm going to look up the guy who sold it to you. If you ever get to Paris, didn't you just come back from there? Who, me? Oh, I only wish I had. Oh, I guess that's just one of Jerry's stories again. You know, when Jerry and I were kids, we were the worst liars in the neighborhood. We always used to pretend we had rich relatives who were going to leave us money. Oh, I guess it was harmless enough, though. Everybody knew we were just sort of kidding ourselves.
Are you sure everybody knew?
Well, sure. Who'd be dope enough to look at Jerry and me and think we had money or a family? Oh, but you have to give Jerry credit. You look at him. We're proud of him, you know. He's worked himself up from nothing to this.
What do you mean by this, Miss Warner?
Well, now, you look at me. I'm different. Now, it isn't money that counts with me, your position in life. No, sir. No, it's art. All the time I was working at the Virginia Club, I thought that
at the Virginia Club?
Sure. Didn't Jerry tell you?
No, he didn't.
You're a singer, Miss Warner.
That's what I do. I sing.
Well, perhaps you'd sing for us
No,
now.
I demand some other time. You see, my
Oh,
sister...
now that's the trouble with you, Jerry. You've tried to keep me in the background all your life. Well, of course I'll sing for you. Sure I will. Do you own a piano?
Right there.
Well, thanks. Now, you see when... Oh, wait a minute. Don't anybody leave this room. I've lost my purse.
Good gracious.
There's your purse, Miss Warner, on the chair.
Whew. Well, am I relieved? Oh, Mr. Edwards,
Yes, miss.
will you kind of keep an eye on my purse? You know, right? Thanks.
Lola, I think we better go now. It's getting late.
Oh, no, now, not before I sing, Jerry. Oh, gosh, who does your tuning?
I'm sure I don't know.
Well, maybe it's just the piano.
What are you going to sing?
Oh, it's a surprise, isn't it? But the first time I sang this number, oh, I killed him. You know, there was a fellow there, I think he was a critic. He said my voice had a, let me see, what was it? Oh, yeah, elfin charm. Je ne sais quoi, if you know what I mean. Now, quiet, please.
Barbara, I'm afraid
Quiet, Mrs. Vance. I got an invitation from Mrs. Hutton. I'm all dressed up, don't care for nothing.
Stop it. Come on, get up. You're getting out of here.
No, I won't stop. All my life you've tried to keep me in the background.
I said
Stop
it.
Stop now. Oh, my finger.
Only one hand.
I might be right there
Good
speaking to
night,
this
Mr. Vance,
disaster.
Mrs.
I'll tell
Vance,
her how
Barbara,
to make
good
a
night.
whole
I'm sorry. This way, Lola, dear. This way, sweetness.
Jerry, aren't you speaking to me?
No.
That's better. Oh, it's wonderful of you to drive me up to Aunt Patsy's cabin after all the trouble I've caused you.
Shut up. I'm handing you over to your Aunt Patsy, and then I'm leaving for good.
I don't blame you, Jerry. I really don't, honestly. Thank you, Jerry. You can leave now.
Oh, no. I want to see you safely in the door where you can get in your aunt's hair and out of mine.
Mrs. Warner.
Hello, Frank.
I wasn't expecting anybody tonight.
Will you tell Aunt Patsy I'm here?
Why, she ain't here, Mrs. Warner. She ain't been here for weeks.
What?
Oh, I get it. Another one of your little tricks, huh? Well, it won't work. I'm going back to town, and I'm going alone. Good night and goodbye.
Goodbye, Jerry. Be careful driving, dear.
Hey.
What's the matter?
Well, the keys to the car, where are they?
What?
The keys to the car, the ignition key. Where is it?
Well, I don't know. Did you have it when you came?
Well, how do you think I drove here? Now, listen, Lucy, you took that key, and I want it back.
I haven't got it.
You have so got it.
Do you want to search me?
Yeah, no.
Poor Jerry. I'm afraid you're stuck here all night, darling. Isn't it a shame? Sitting here in front of the fireplace. Just the way it was when we came here on our honeymoon, Jerry.
Oh, now, please, Lucy, the less you have to say about it, the better I'll like it.
Well, it won't be long. It's 11:15. 45 minutes, and you'll never have to listen to me again. Just 45 teeny minutes. Funny, isn't it, Jerry?
Well, it wasn't my fault. I only... Oh, I'll keep quiet.
45 little... You'll be happy, I expect. All this that happened tonight will be forgotten. I'll tell Barbara Vance myself that it was all a joke, and that I want you to be very, very happy. It's only 30 minutes now, Jerry.
Lucy, listen,
Oh, what?
Nothing.
Oh. She seems to be a nice girl, Jerry. I'm sure she'll mean more to you. Never think about me. Never let me spoil your happiness, Jerry. I'll get along all right. Just be happy, darling. I'll get along all right. No one will ever know that I... Oh, I shouldn't say these things, should I, Jerry? I'll get along all right.
Wait a minute. Listen.
Yes?
Listen, Lucy.
What?
Listen, it's all off. I'm not going to go through with it. I don't care whether you love me or not. You're married to me, and you're going to stay married. You hear?
Jerry!
Yeah, call the caretaker. No, I'll call him myself. Frank, come in here right away.
Anything wrong, folks?
Now, listen, Frank, you're a witness. See, the divorce is off.
Oh, Jerry!
Exactly 30 seconds before 12 o'clock, we called off the divorce. Remember that and swear to it.
You betcha.
All right, now, get out.
You betcha.
Oh, Jerry.
Lucy.
Oh, Jerry, listen. 12 o'clock. Wedding bells, darling.
Every second that passes, I love you twice as much.
Say it, darling.
I love you, Lucy.
I love you, Jerry.
I love you, Lucy.
I love you.
With peace restored in the Warner family, Cary Grant and Claudette Colbert are returning now to our microphone. In fact, the whole family is here with the exception of Mr. Smith, the dog. What happened to him?
Well, I suppose he lived happily ever after, too.
Oh, I envy those dogs. No troubles, no worries.
No worries. You don't know my dog. He worries more than I do.
I don't doubt it. I bet he's home worrying about this program right now.
By the way, CB, who does he worry about next week? What play are you going to have?
Next Monday night, we're going to have Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino. And the play is Wuthering Heights. One of the strangest love stories ever told, and certainly one of the most gripping.
Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino? Say, that sounds great to me. I don't think your dog will have to worry about that show, CB.
No. You know, my dog's a critic, too. Every once in a while, he chews up one of my favorite hats.
Oh, choose up women's hats, huh? Well, I think he'll get his slant on that. But every dog to his taste. You know, I was in a picture once with a dog that weighed 23 pounds when we started shooting, and a week later he was up to 30 pounds.
What was he eating? Scenery?
Oh, no, sir. The director was eating that. He had to wait for the mutt to reduce.
Oh, now, Gary, what made the poor dog so fat?
Ice cream? So every time he did a trick right, he got an ice cream cone, and that dog never missed.
That was killing him with kindness. Couldn't you find a better way of rewarding him?
Well, when we were shooting The Awful Truth, Mr. Smith's trainer used a mouse, a rubber mouse named Oslo that squeaked. If Mr. Smith performed well in a scene, he could play with Oslo. Worked fine, too, until he spotted a still camera on the set with one of those rubber bulbs dangling alongside.
Mr. Smith thought it was the mouse, I suppose.
It squeaked just as well. But you know, after that dog took his first picture, he wanted a dark room put right in his doghouse.
A very tall tale, Mr.
Well,
Grant.
it was a tall doghouse, Claudia.
Yes.
Really, he could have managed it.
Now, Carrie, just relax. But before I go, I want to say something about the product behind this program. I've used Lux soap now for a good many years, and from my own experience, I can recommend it wholeheartedly. Good night, CB. Good night, Carrie.
So long.
Good night. And thanks for teaching an old dog fancier some new tricks. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino in Wuthering Heights. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Roig, asking you to be sure to listen to the Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Searson. This human and gripping story of a young, attractive woman doctor is brought to you every afternoon, Monday through Friday. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Searson comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as Dan Leeson, Gail Gordon as Frank, Inez Seabury as Aunt Patsy, Ralph Sedan as Armand Louvat, John Fee as Judge, Verna Felton as Mrs. Leeson, Forrest Taylor as a lawyer, Mary McDonald as Dixie Belle Lee, Ted Bliss as Joe, Lee Millar as Edward, Molly Jo Duncan as Gladys, Annalisa as Celeste, and Ross Forrester as Hank. Claudette Colbert has just completed the picture Drums Along the Mohawk for 20th Century Fox. Cary Grant appears through courtesy of Columbia Pictures and Harry Cohn, and will soon be seen in His Girl Friday. His current picture is the RKO production In Name Only. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for The Rains Came. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Just another ham. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $3,000 for one of our couples. And if any of them say the secret word, the duck, which is up here, will fly down and give them $100. The word tonight is glad. Okay, duck, go lay an egg. Fenneman, who's up to bat?
Well, Groucho, we invited some railroad men to the show tonight.
You did.
And our audience selected Mr. Ronald...
You keep track of them, yourself?
The railroad men?
That's the tie that binds, huh?
Yeah. Groucho, we invited some railroad men to our show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Ronald Grice to be on the show. His partner is Josefina Dean. She has an interesting occupation.
Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Let's see, Josephina Dean and Ronald Grice. Is that approximately right?
My name's Josefina, but everybody calls me Fina.
Oh, Fina. Okay.
Well, Groucho, I have some interesting information about Miss Dean.
You do? Well,
yes.
I wish you'd slip it to me later, huh?
Well, right now, I'd like to say that Miss Dean becomes the 1,600th contestant that we've had on this show.
Really?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. Give me 5, huh? You don't win anything, but congratulations anyhow. Well, that's, now that we passed that milestone, let's find out something about you two. Josephina, is that the way you pronounce it?
Josefina.
Oh, Josefina. Well, Fina is, I'll call you Fina, huh?
That's good. Everybody calls me that.
I'll call you Fina, and you can call me Barbato, huh? And if that doesn't put everybody to sleep, nothing will. Where are you from, Fiend?
I'm from Laredo, Texas.
Laredo, huh? Is that near Nacogdoches?
It's a city on the musical scale. Laredo, you know?
Laredo. Was it named deliberately after a musician or something?
I'm sure so.
Fina, your face is very familiar. Haven't I met you someplace before?
I processed your passport application last summer, remember it?
Oh, that's right. You remember me, too, huh?
Surely. You asked more questions than anybody has ever asked in the passport department.
Why should you remember that? Doesn't everybody ask you questions?
Yes, but the questions you asked had nothing to do with passports.
That's true, and your answers had nothing to do with my passport either. I'll get back to you in a minute, Fiend. Right now, I'd like to talk to your partner. Ronald Grice, huh? Where are you from, huh?
Well, the Buckeye State, Ohio.
Buckeye State?
Oh, definitely.
Are you married?
Yes.
Why do they call it the Buckeye State? And why are you married?
Well, that's kind of a long story, but I'll cut that short. The Buckeye State, they naturally raise Buckeyes back there. Why am I married?
What is a Buckeye?
I believe that's a particular kind of a nut that grows on a tree.
Well, let's keep personalities out of this. What is your job, Ronald?
Well, I'm a locomotive fireman.
Oh. Well, a fireman on a big locomotive is one job I've never envied. Isn't that hard work?
Shoveling coal all day into a hot furnace?
Well, railroad firemen nowadays do not have to shovel coal. We burn oil.
Shoveling oil is even tougher than shoveling coal.
Well,
unless you're shoveling soft coal.
Fortunately for us, where they have it piped up to where it goes in kind of automatically. You know, you turn the valve here, pull a lever.
Oh, and it comes out here, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Much easier than using the shovel.
You must have a soft touch, huh? Just turn the valve and your work's all done. You must have a lot of time to catch up on your reading, huh?
Well, we're not allowed to read while on duty.
No? Well, the next time you read, see if you can find out what Buckeye is, huh?
I'll do that.
Well, you're a nice couple, and I hope you win lots of money in the quiz tonight, Pina. Now, you select the general information quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with?
We decide on 50.
50. Well, that's a nice... What city was buried in ashes when Vesuvius erupted in 79 A.D.? Talk it over. Time's up.
That was Athens, Greece, a little bit before my time.
Well, it was before my time, too, but it was Pompeii.
Oh, sure.
Well, you lost half your original $100. You still have $50.
All right, now what are you going to try? The bigger they are, the harder they are.
Well, we'll go down 1 degree, 40.
All right, who uses a light meter and a filter in his profession?
A photographer.
That's right, Buckeye, a photographer.
You now have $90.
Now what are you going to try?
The lady says 60.
60. Who was the Spanish queen who financed Columbus's voyage to the New World?
Isabella?
Isabella is right.
You now have $150.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. What are you going to go for?
Okay, well, we'll try to lose some money. 100.
100. On top of what famous Washington building is the Statue of Freedom? It's a tough one, but it's a lot of money. Talk it over.
The Capitol building?
That is right, the United States Capitol.
Wind up with $250.
Buckeye, you were okay. Thank you.
Next couple is ready and waiting, Groucho. They're Mrs. Edna Albright and Mr. Tom Sawyer. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Albright, I'll start with you. You mind if I call you Edna? Or do you want to be called Eden?
No, just Edna.
Edna, huh? Where are you from, Ed?
From Scandia, Kansas.
Scandia? I thought that was in Sweden. On the Sunset Strip. Now, Mr. Sawyer, you're rather a large party. Could you give us some idea of your size?
Well, Groucho, I'm a little over 6 feet, and I tip the scales at 272 pounds.
How old are you, Mr. Sawyer?
47.
47, huh? Well, where are you from originally?
Kankakee, Illinois.
Oh, I played Kankakee. It's a nice town, wouldn't you say that?
Well, a quaint town.
Yes, it is.
It's one of these towns where you go down the street of the morning, and instead of saying hello, the people say, "Do you know?"
They must have some very stimulating conversations. Well, could you illustrate what you mean? Pretend I'm walking down the street and you spot me now. How would the conversation go?
Well, I'd say, "Hello, Groucho. Do you know that Farmer Jones just had a heifer?"
You're kidding. Do you know I didn't even know he was married? Is that all they do in Kankakee, have heifers?
Well, some of the people don't. They have children.
Well, Eden, is that your name, Eden?
Edna.
Oh, Edna. Let's get some inside dope about you. What do you do for excitement, Eddie?
Raise roosters.
You know, I knew the minute you strutted in here, I said to myself, now there's a rooster woman if I ever saw one. Well, how far off the ground do you raise roosters? What is there about roosters that you find particularly interesting?
Well, I've been breeding for intelligence.
You've been breeding roosters for intelligence?
For intelligence, beauty, with a view to writing about it. And that's what I'm getting some books together.
How many birds do you have at present?
Well, I've got about 400 altogether.
Where do you keep them, and what do you do with all the shoes and pots that come over the fence?
Well, I have the hens and the rabbits and the ducks where I live, and I've had to move the roosters.
That's not very handy for the hens, is it?
No, it's just as bad for the roosters. It changes their personality.
Well, don't you think it should? Well, Mr. Sawyer, let's leave Edna's other rooster and find out some more about you. What sort of work do you do?
I'm a freelance writer.
Really? I'm glad we finally got back to the cultural level that we're accustomed to on this show. Do you write books?
No, I write for magazines.
What are some of the stories you've written? Maybe I've read them.
Well, let's see. Bullets are leaking blood, and vengeance rides a bloody trail, and murder points a bloody finger.
You just write for children, huh?
Well, most people read them, I hope.
Now, what name do you write under? Tom Sawyer?
Well, most of them are Ned Carter, Lieutenant J.G. Black, Sylvia Sawyer, and Tom Sawyer. The last one I wrote, was recently published, was an article, Should the Girl Kiss Her Beau Goodnight?
This is the whole story?
That was the article, the name of it. That was an article about how they should kiss the boyfriend goodnight.
And, well, what was your opinion? What did you tell the girl? Sylvia?
Naturally not to kiss him goodnight.
You Benedict Arnold, you. Well, you're a nice, normal, everyday couple. You're my kind of people. Now, let's see how you can make out in the quiz. You selected American history. That's right.
In the race for the $3,000, the first couple won $250. The secret word is glass.
Remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with? Remember your partners.
As we agreed. $100 question.
100? Is that all right with you?
Whatever he says.
Hey, Martha Dandridge Custis became the wife of what great American figure?
George Washington.
That is right.
Well, you now have $200.
All right, now what are you going to do?
Well, we're going to write down the string. 90.
90. Okay, what was the first capital of the United States under the Constitution?
Philadelphia.
No, I'm sorry. It's New York. You should have asked Edna. She may have had some roosters in Philadelphia.
Well, you lost half your $200. You now have $100.
Okay, now what are you going to go for?
$80.
$80. Now, you ask Edna this time, too, because she may have some knowledge about these things. What was the name of the French nobleman who fought on our side during the Revolution?
That's right, sir.
Lafayette.
Lafayette, we are here.
You now have $180.
This is your last chance to be the other couples. What are you going to go for?
70.
70? Who was the first vice president of the United States?
Adams.
John Adams is correct.
You wind up with $250.
Put it in.
We invited some military school boys to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Frank Luke to be on the show. His partner is a housewife, Mrs. Marie Hobbs. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome to you, Betcha Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Howdy.
How are you?
I'm fine. Frank Luke, huh?
Yes, sir.
You're the youngest. I'll start with you. Where are you from, Frankie?
From Military Academy, sir.
You were born in a military academy?
No, sir.
How did you arrive? Were you shot out of a cannon? Like
I was born in
buckwheat?
San Diego, sir.
Oh,
Really,
San
San
Diego.
Francisco.
You know the chief of police down there?
No, sir.
How old are you, Frankie?
16, sir.
16, huh? What is your rank in this academy? Are you a general?
A captain, sir.
Captain. Well, you're a fine-looking lad. Now, if you just stand with parade rest for a minute, I'll talk to your partner here. Let's see now. You are Marie Hobbs, is that right?
Call me Marie.
I'll call you Marie.
I'm delighted to have you call me Marie.
Where's your home, Marie?
Memphis, Tennessee, way down in Dixie.
Well, that's mighty fine country around there.
Certainly is.
A lot of corn pone down there.
Oh, you bet. Ham hock and Lady Beans.
Yes. A ham hock, that's an actor that puts his watch in soak? Marie, I'm not going to ask you how old you are because that'd be too crude, don't you think so?
I'd be delighted to tell you my age and I'm proud of it. I'm 76 years old.
Well, you don't look it. You look like a young girl.
But I feel like I'm 16.
You feel like you're 16?
Yes.
Well, you look like you're about 18. What do you mean you feel like you're 16?
Well, because I can do anything a 16-year-old girl can do.
You can, eh?
I can walk miles, and I can climb a 6-foot ladder and paint screens and cut the lawn and do anything.
Can you eat 3 bananas?
And I don't have any neuritis or arthritis, any other kind of itis like old women have. I have no varicose veins because I had won a contest showing my legs.
You won a contest for varicose veins?
I haven't got any.
Oh. Well, how did you win?
Because I didn't have any.
Oh, I know they've had all kinds of contests. I didn't know they had one like that.
I won it anyway because I don't you see I hadn't got any varicose veins.
Pretty nifty pair of gams. I'm no bum either, you know. Let's see yours.
Oh, mine be sure.
Yeah, let's all look at it. Howie, come on there, up with him, boy. He's a shy type, huh? Marie, you married?
Oh, much so. 55 long years.
55 years. That's certainly something to be proud of.
You bet it is.
After a half a century with the same man, how do you feel about him, Marie?
Oh, I love him just the same as I did the first day I met him.
Well, answer my question. How do you feel about him?
All right.
Well, it's wonderful. 2 people can be married 55 years and still be in love. I'd like to get a look at this wonder man. Mr. Hobbs, would you please stand up?
Oh, he's not here. He lives in Tennessee, and I live here. That's why we stay married so long. Is that a good idea?
He lives in Memphis, and you live here?
I live here. That's 2,600 miles apart.
No wonder it's a perfect
You
marriage.
bet it is.
About this guy, huh?
Oh, I am.
Do you recommend this kind of an arrangement, Mary?
Oh, I think it's wonderful because to be married it breeds contempt and absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Well, of course you can overdo that philosophy too.
Yeah, right.
Well, Frank, tell us something about your school. How do you dress at this place? Blue jeans and T-shirts hanging out like other high school boys?
Not quite, sir. We're required to wear clean pressed pants, clean pressed shirt, and hair well combed, clean shaven. Shoes shine so the expecting officer can see his teeth in them.
You're assuming that the officer has teeth, huh?
You do, sir.
They do, huh? You have to be clean shaven?
Absolutely, sir.
Well, my guess is the Gillette razor people are not getting rich of your school over there. Marie, what are your plans for the future? Do you have any in particular, like becoming a sandhog?
Well, in order to keep the children from worrying or go to any expense, I made all my funeral arrangements. Got it all paid for.
You have your funeral all paid for?
Yeah, the preacher and the organist and everything.
Well, that's certainly an unusual way of looking at your demise.
Well, it's a good investment on your money. You get 4% if I live to be 105 years old.
Why, how do you figure this out?
Well, I get 4%, but we started taking it out 20 years ago. Just look, it wouldn't cost me anything to be buried.
You mean you paid all this in advance?
Oh, you bet. I'm going to get 4%, did I?
Well, this will be the first funeral arrangement in history where the undertaker is the one who goes in the hole. Marie, you got him dead to rights. Well, you're an intriguing couple, and I'd like to go on talking to you, but I imagine you're both more interested in getting rich. Aren't you, Marie?
Oh, yes.
So let's play You Bet Your Life. If you win any money here tonight, are you going to send any to your husband?
No, I think I'll give it to most of it to the Heart Fund.
I see. Well, that's a very worthy place to throw it. Now, we start you off with $100, and if you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll, no matter what it amounts to at the time. Is that clear?
First two couples are tied with $250.
Now, you selected capitals of foreign countries. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with? 10, 50, 80, 100. Anything you want. 60? All right, what is the capital? $60, you say. What is the capital of Brazil? Talk it over.
Buenos Aires.
No, I'm sorry. It's Rio de Janeiro. Now, in the next questions, you ask Marie. But it's possible that she may know an answer, too. It may not be the correct answer, but she may know one. But give her a fighting chance, Frank.
You lost half your original $100. You now have $50.
Well, let's take, what was you saying, 60?
Yes, you had 60. Yeah. What do you want, 50? All right. What is the capital of the Republic of Ireland? Take a guess.
Dublin.
Dublin is right. You just got in under the wire, friend.
You now have $100 again.
Okay, now what are you going to go for? Easy ones?
Gotta go 40.
A little. Hard ones are tough. 40? What is the capital of Egypt?
Cairo.
Cairo is right.
You now have $140.
Are you fighting with Marie, George?
Yes, I am.
Oh, well, I'd like to fight with you because you're good looking, too. I trust you.
He fights with everybody, Marie.
Well, that's nice.
Can't trust him at all.
Well, my husband is here to interfere.
I heard he was away, yes.
That's more encouragement than Fenneman's had in many months. All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. What are you going to go for? Big one or a little one?
30.
30? Okay, what is the capital of Spain?
Madrid.
Madrid is right.
You wind up with $170.
You did fine, Marie.
Two couples tied for a chance at the big question. We'll have each of them write their answer down on the cards we've given them, and if both couples get it correct, they will divide the money between them. You all set? You have 15 seconds.
Here we go for $3,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. One of the most widely publicized incidents of World War II occurred when the Marines raised the American flag on a mountain on Iwo Jima. For $3,000, what is the widely publicized name of the mountain on Iwo Jima where the flag was raised? All right, give me the card. Well, write something now. Nothing? No, they have nothing down. Well, I'm Edna Albright, and Tom Sawyer's answer is Mount Suribachi, and they win $3,000. A lot of money, $3,000. What are you going to do with all that money, George?
Well,
Plus the additional money that you won in the quiz.
Most of it is going to surprise and knock dead some long-waiting, long-suffering predators.
Well, I hope they get their money.
They will.
They were very patient, according to you.
They certainly were.
And how about you, Henny
The
Penny?
same thing. Ditto. Ditto.
You owe the same people that he owes, huh?
No. Probably a lot worse.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished author, Mr. Aldous Huxley.
Brave New World is a fantastic parable about the dehumanization of human beings. In the negative utopia described in my story, man has been subordinated to his own inventions. Science, technology, social organization, these things have ceased to serve man. They have become his masters. A quarter of a century has passed since the book was published. In that time, our world has taken so many steps in the wrong direction that if I were writing today, I would date my story not 600 years in the future, but at the most 200. The price of liberty and even of common humanity is eternal vigilance.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System and its 217 affiliated stations, present the premiere broadcast of the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, part one of 2 half-hour programs devoted to one of the world's most shocking and famous novels, Aldous Huxley's terrifying forecast of the future, Brave New World. We are proud to have Mr. Huxley as narrator for these broadcasts. Original music is composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann.
This is Aldous Huxley, and these are the sounds of the brave new world, of test tube and decanter, of hissing injectors and gurgling blood substitute. The year is AF 632, 632 years after Ford. We are inside the London Hatchery and Conditioning Centre, and this is the fertilizing room, an enormous laboratory where the temperature is never allowed to fall below 98.6. And here comes the director of hatcheries and conditioning in person, bringing with him a group of young students.
Tomorrow you will be settling down to serious work. Today I just want to give you a general idea of things. These are the incubators, and here is the week's supply of ova, kept at blood heat. Come along, boys. Now here, we immerse the eggs into a warm bouillon containing free-swimming spermatozoa. Immersion continues until the eggs are all fertilized. And over here is where we bottle the alphas and betas. In short, gentlemen, the perfect process for manufacturing healthy babies. Are there any questions?
Sir, will you explain the Bakanovsky process?
I'm glad you asked that. Students, take this down. Bakanovsky's process, where in olden times one egg made one embryo which made one baby. Today we've improved on all that. Now the egg will divide from 8 to 96 buds, and every bud will grow into a perfectly formed embryo, and every embryo into a mature baby, making 96 human beings grow where only one grew before. Progress.
But what advantage is it, sir?
Oh, my good boy, can't you see? Where in olden times nature allowed us only to have twins or perhaps triplets or so, today we can create scores of identical individuals. We can manufacture men and women in uniform batches. Think of it. An entire factory staffed with the product of one single egg. 96 identical individuals working 96 identical machines. At last, society really knows where it stands. Remember, it was our Ford who gave us the concept of the assembly line when he was on Earth many centuries ago. And now, boys, we will go up to the bottling room where we shall see how we create each class of society, alphas, betas, deltas, etc. Come with me. Well, Lenina,
Oh, Director.
Oh, charming, charming. What are you injecting into our embryos today, my dear? Typhoid antitoxin?
Yes, sir.
Are you busy this afternoon?
Oh, not after 5, sir.
Good. Suppose we get together then on the roof.
That would be fine.
I've admired you for some time, Lenina. I'm looking forward to a closer acquaintance.
Thank you, sir.
And now, boys, we're off to the bottling room.
You are a lucky girl. The director of hatcheries and conditioning.
Oh, hello, Fanny.
Oh, you can trust the director to be the perfect gentleman. I saw him pat you.
He wants me.
You see? That shows what he stands for. The strictest conventionality. And it's about time you started belonging to someone else, my dear.
But I like Henry Foster. We've only been with each other 4 months.
4 months? Well, what would the district world controller say? You know how he disapproves anything intense or long drawn. And it isn't as though there were anything painful or disagreeable about being with 1 or 2 other men besides Henry. After all, everyone belongs to everyone else.
You're quite right, Fanny, as usual.
Good girl.
Fanny, do you know Bernard Marx?
Bernard
Well, why not? Bernard's an Alpha Plus. Besides, he asked me to go to New Mexico, to the Savage Reservation with him.
But his reputation... They say he doesn't like obstacle golf.
Oh, they say.
And that he spends most of his time by himself alone. They say somebody made a mistake when he was still in the bottle. Thought he was a gamma and put alcohol into his blood substitute. That's why he's so stunted.
Oh, what nonsense.
Oh, very well, Lenina. It's your life, my dear. But I think you're heading for trouble.
And here we have the bottling room. Little embryos carefully bottled being rocked gently to and fro as they did in olden days when carried by their mothers. Now, boys, you must learn to distinguish between smut and science. I am going to use that word again. As scientists of tomorrow, you must learn to cope with it. Mother. There, that's better. As a matter of fact, there is an area in our world where humans are still viviparous, still give birth to their children. The Savage Reservation in New Mexico. I visited there once myself, many years ago. Dreadful, filthy place. Naturally, civilization has improved on all that. It is here we control the embryo's growth, each batch carefully regulated to produce the exact class of citizen we desire. And here is our Mr. Henry Foster in charge of bottling. Oh, Henry.
Yes, sir.
Please explain the process to the students.
Oh, delighted, sir.
By the way, Henry, before you begin, I made a date with Lenina Crown this afternoon.
Oh, really? I'm delighted, sir. I'm sure you'll enjoy belonging to her.
Good. Very pneumatic girl. Now, please proceed.
This way, gentlemen. Here, we advance the process. One by one, the eggs are transferred from their test tubes into these larger decanters and moved along to the labelers, carefully labeled as to heredity, date of fertilization, sex, name, serial number. Gentlemen, there are 88 cubic feet of card index in this room. Now, here is where we actually predestine and condition. Nothing is so unstabilizing to society as unhappy people. We avoid all that by preconditioning our embryos. And now we are entering the heat conditioning room. Hot tunnels alternating with cool tunnels. Exposure to cold is accompanied by exposure to X-rays. By the time these babies are decanted, they have a perfect horror of cold. Thus, they are perfectly prepared to emigrate to the tropics, to be miners and acetate silk spinners, and steel workers.
And that is the secret of happiness and virtue, liking what you have got to do. All conditioning aims at that, making people like their unescapable social destiny. 10 to 3, boys. Time to visit the nurseries.
And so the director continued on his tour. Meanwhile, in his rooms high above the city, Bernard Marx nervously paced the floor.
I'm taking Lenina Crown in New Mexico with me, Helmholtz, to the Savage Reservation.
Well, it's about time.
What do you mean by that?
I'll be frank, Bernard. There's been a lot of talk about your behavior at the College of Emotional Engineering. Of course, I've been defending you.
And I'm supposed to be grateful? Because you're a successful feelies writer? Because you're tall, well-built, have all the girls you want?
Oh, Bernard. Now, you know how I feel. I want to write. I mean, seriously, not slogans or feelies. I want to write something important. Lately, I've been cutting out my committees and my girls. The director called me in just the other day.
Are you in trouble, too?
There's a poem I wrote, too emotional, he said. He gave me the lecture about being an alpha plus, about remembering to behave even as a little infant.
I know. I tried to explain to Lenina, but she doesn't understand, or won't understand. All those other men she belongs to, Henry Foster, Benito Hoover, they treat her like a side of beef. It's disgusting.
It's socially proper. We share and we share alike, remember?
But I want her for myself, alone.
Bernard, you're my closest friend. Now, you listen to me. You can't win this way. Follow the rules. Play the game. Be happy.
The nursery was on the 5th floor. The sign over the door said, Neo-Pavlovian Conditioning Room. It was a large, bare room, very bright and sunny. Half a dozen nurses, trousered and jacketed in the regulation white viscose linen uniform, were engaged in setting out bowls of roses in a long row across the floor. The nurses stiffened to attention as the director of hatcheries and conditioning came in, followed by his students.
Set out the books.
In silence, the nurses obeyed his command. Between the rose bowls, the books were duly set out.
Now bring in the children.
They hurried out of the room and returned in a moment, each pushing a kind of tall, dumb waiter, laden on all its 4 wire-netted shelves, with 8-month-old babies, all exactly alike, a Bokanovsky group, and all, since their caste was Delta, dressed in khaki diapers.
Put them down on the floor. Now turn them so they can see the flowers and books.
Turned, the babies at once fell silent, then began to crawl towards those clusters of sleek colors, those shapes so gay and brilliant. From the ranks of the babies came little squeals of excitement, gurgles and twitterings of pleasure. The swiftest crawlers were already at their goal. Small hands reached out uncertainly, touched, grasped, unpetaling the roses, crumpling the illuminated pages of the books.
Watch carefully, students. All right, nurses, pull the lever. And now we proceed to rub in the lesson with a mild electric shock. That's enough. All right, take them away, nurses. Observe. Henceforth, books and flowers will be associated in their minds with loud, unpleasant noises and electric shock. And after 200 repetitions of the same or a similar lesson, will be wedded forever. What man has joined, nature is powerless to put asunder. They'll be safe from books and botany all their lives.
But, sir, since these are lower caste children anyway and will never read, why bother to condition them against flowers?
Simple economics. If gammas, deltas, or even epsilons like flowers and nature, soon you'd see them wasting their time visiting the countryside. And of what economic use is that? A love of nature keeps no factories busy. It was decided to abolish it, at least among the lower classes. Any further questions?
Sir, would you tell us about sleep teaching?
I'm glad you asked that. The most ingenious development of all, sleep teaching, is given to all our children as they grow to maturity. A little voice murmurs slogans in their ear all the night long while they sleep. Of course, it's useless for teaching, but as a method for giving post-hypnotic suggestions, it is invaluable. It's what conditions our minds to love our future role in life. Now, boys, tell me some of the lessons we've all learned through sleep teaching.
A gram is better than a dam.
A good example. We have learned to take a gram of soma whenever we feel out of sorts, Euphoric, narcotic, pleasantly hallucinant. It transports our minds into a beautiful sleep filled with wonderful images. It gives a summer holiday, thus preventing unnecessary impulses such as anger, jealousy, envy, anxiety. Next.
Ending is better than mending.
Good. It's better to throw away something than to repair it. New clothing, new possessions keep our factories humming and make us happier. Next.
I'm glad I'm not a gamma.
Ah, yes. We're all taught in our sleep to enjoy our own caste, whatever it may be. Gammas are taught to think, I'm glad I'm not an epsilon. Betas learn to be glad they're not deltas or gammas.
And glad they're not alphas, because we alphas sometimes have to use our minds, and that's very painful.
That's very good indeed. Well, students, I think our tour is over for today. I'm sure most of you have dates with pneumatic young ladies. Some, of course, will be wanting to get in a game of obstacle golf. But before we finish, I'd like to add a few footnotes to the things you've seen today. Today, we have a controlled society, a happy society. We have stability. There was a time when these things did not exist.
Didn't people grow old and feeble in those days, sir?
Indeed they did. Old men in the bad old days used to renounce, retire, take to religion, spend their time reading, thinking. Now, such is progress. At 60, we have the tastes and the powers of a 17-year-old. The old men have no time, no leisure from pleasure, not a moment to sit down and think. They're much too busy scampering from feely to feely, from girl to pneumatic girl. Fortunate boys, no pains have been spared to make your lives emotionally easy, to preserve you as far as possible from having emotions at all. Ford's in his flivver, all's well with the world.
Ford's in his flivver, all's well with the world.
And solemnly and devoutly they made the sign of the T and hurried off to join their fellow citizens at play. In spite of Fanny's dire warnings, Lenina Crown made a date that evening with the eccentric Mr. Marx, partly to show Fanny her courage, and partly because she was curious. When they were safely in their helicopter and climbing above the city, she turned to him.
Shall we play escalator squash or go to the Feelies?
Escalator squash is a waste of time.
But what else is time for? All right, then, let's go to the Feelies. You know, they're showing love on a bearskin rug, and everyone says it's terribly exciting. You can
Lenina,
actually
please,
feel...
couldn't we just go for a walk and be alone together?
But, Bernard, we'll be alone all night.
Well, I meant alone for talking.
Talking? What about? Oh, you're beginning to feel nasty, I can tell. Take a soma, Bernard.
I'd rather be myself and nasty, not somebody else, however jolly.
A gammon 9 saves 9.
Oh, for Ford's sake, be quiet.
Bernard.
Lenina, don't you ever want to be just you? Not enslaved by your own conditioning, to be free?
But I am free. I'm free to have the most wonderful time. Everybody's happy nowadays.
But wouldn't you like to be free to be happy in your own way and not somebody else's?
I simply don't understand you. Bernard, do you really like me? Everyone says I'm awfully pneumatic.
Eventually, Bernard took Lenina to the Westminster Abbey Cabaret, where Calvin Stopes and his 16 saxophonists were playing. Also featured was London's finest scent and colour organ and all the latest synthetic music. With the aid of 4 Soma tablets, Bernard managed to spend a successful evening with the girl, and the next morning he agreed to apply at once for a permit to visit the Savage Reservation. He was quite nervous as he stood before the large desk of the Director of Hatcheries and Conditioning.
Oh, going to take Lenina Crown, I see.
Yes, sir.
Very pneumatic.
Yes, sir.
New Mexico Reservation. How long ago was it? Let me see. 25 years? I must have been your age then.
Sir?
I had the same idea as you. Wanted to have a look at the Savages. Got a permit for New Mexico and went there for my summer holiday. With my girl of the moment. She was a beta minus, I think. Oh, yes. She had yellow hair and was especially pneumatic. Well, it was terrible. We rode about on horses and all that, and the last day of our stay, she got lost. Somewhere in those horrid mountains. Lost. We never did find her, poor girl. Must have fallen in some crevice. Yes, we searched for days, but no luck. Miserable trip.
You must have had a terrible shock.
What? Oh, don't imagine there was anything unethical about it. Nothing emotional or long drawn. It was all perfectly healthy and normal.
I'm sure it was, sir.
What's that? Oh. Mr. Marx, I should like to take this opportunity of saying I'm not at all pleased with the reports I receive of your behavior outside working hours. Alphas are so conditioned that they do not have to be infantile in their emotional behavior, but that is all the more reason for their making a special effort to conform. And so, Mr. Marx, I give you fair warning.
Yes, sir.
If ever I again hear of any lapse from a proper standard of infantile decorum, I shall ask for your transference to a subcenter, preferably to Iceland. Good morning.
The journey was quite uneventful. The Blue Pacific rocket lost 4 minutes in a tornado over Texas, but was able to land at Santa Fe less than 40 seconds behind schedule. Lenina and Bernard slept that night at Santa Fe, and Lenina was very happy.
Imagine 60 escalator squash racket courts in the hotel, and obstacle and electromagnetic golf, too. Oh, Bernard, it's simply too lovely.
There will be no scent organs, television, or even hot water once we get out on the reservation.
I can stand it. You'll see. Only progress is lovely, isn't it?
They took a rocket ship into the interior, and from there they traveled on horseback. And all Bernard could think about was Iceland, and how cold and barren it would be. The director's warning had made him even quieter and more sullen than usual. And then, that evening, they reached their destination. Before them was the village of Malpais, situated on a mesa. Adobe hovels growing out of the stony ground, dust and squalor, and the smell of wood smoke.
What an awful place. I don't like it. Who's that man coming toward us?
He's to be our guide.
I'm frightened, Bernard.
Quiet.
We shouldn't have come.
Oh, good morrow. You're civilized, aren't you? You come from outside, from the other place?
My name is Bernard Marx. This is Lenina Crown.
My name is John. Come with me.
He speaks English. That's strange.
Probably trained as a guide.
Where is he leading us?
To that hut, I believe. There seems to be some sort of activity over there.
Orgy, orgy. Why, it's like our lower caste community sing. Only look. Now they're beating themselves with whips. Oh, no, Bernard.
It's got something to do with their religion. What a wonderful intensity of feeling it must generate. I often think one may have missed something in not having passions like that.
Nonsense. Bernard, what's wrong with that man?
Where? Oh, he's just old, that's all.
Old? But we don't look like that when we're old. He's so wrinkled, so... Oh, it's horrible.
That's because we age all at once. We stay 17 until we're 60 or so, and
then we die, and they burn our bodies and recover the phosphorus for the good of the world state, just as it should be. But this...
What is it?
That woman! Oh, Bernard, no! Take me away! Take me away!
She's only nursing her baby, Lenina. That's her child. She's the mother.
Bernard, how can you be so vulgar? Oh, I think I'll be sick. Please, Bernard, anywhere. Anywhere.
Is something wrong?
I think we'd better take Lenina inside.
Over here. Follow me.
My soma. I'm out of soma. Bernard.
I'm sorry, Lenina. I didn't bring him.
Oh.
Here. Inside. This is my home. This is my home. You are welcome to remain here.
John? John?
Yes, Mother?
Mother?
These are people from the outside, Mother. They have come to see the reservation.
From the other place? You're from the other place.
Don't come near me.
But don't you see, I'm from there, too. I'm civilized. I don't belong here. It's all a terrible mistake.
This is my mother, Linda.
Were you born here?
No, I tell you, I was decanted like normal people. Oh, thank Ford someone has come. At last, thank Ford.
Bernard, please keep her away.
Could you tell us about yourself, please?
Well, I came here 25 years ago with a man. His name was Thomas. We went riding together on horses. There was a terrible storm. I got lost in this horrible place. It was the last day of our stay. He left me here, alone.
Lenina?
Yes?
You will be interested to know that our director of hatcheries and conditioning is named Thomas, and that he came here 25 years ago.
Oh, no.
And that...
It can't be.
But it is. He told me so himself. What a discovery. This boy is our director's son. Our director is a father.
Oh, it's too horrible.
Mother, what is he saying?
Iceland indeed.
Bernard, stop it.
Well, we'll see who tells who where to go now. John.
Yes, sir?
How would you and your mother like to return to civilization?
Do you mean it? Oh, please, do you? Listen, they're crazy here. I was a beta minus. I always worked in the fertilizing room. I was a good worker. But how can I tell them? They don't understand. They mend things. They don't know what a helicopter is or soma. They have babies like dogs. Oh, it's too revolting. Oh, thank Ford. If it hadn't been for my son, for John, what a comfort he has been to me.
Your son? How can you? You were beta minus.
I know, but he's been a comfort to me just the same. If only I'd had soma. Oh, do you mean it? Will you take us back to civilization?
Of course. We'll leave tomorrow. You and your son back to civilization.
And Bernard was as good as his word. That very night, he and John and his mother and Lenina took the Blue Pacific rocket to London. For Lenina, it was a happy trip, since she had taken 4 somas the minute they got back to the hotel. For John, it was a voyage of discovery. Poor Linda, his mother, could only weep for joy. But for Bernard, it was a moment of triumph. Triumph such as he had never known before.
Brave New World, Part 1, by Aldous Huxley. A startling, shocking account of what can happen to our civilization 600 years in the future. And more importantly, a warning to all of us against the destruction of moral standards, family life, and the soul of man. Join us next week when we will continue with Part 2 of Aldous Huxley's terrifying forecast of the future of what could become the brave new world. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed by William Frug. Brave New World was adapted for radio by Mr. Frug. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Bill Idelson, Gloria Henry, Charlotte Lawrence, Byron Kane, Sam Edwards, Jack Crucian, Vic Perrin, and Lorene Tuttle. Original music composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
It's time to smile. Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours playing I'm Nobody's Baby. now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we take you to Madame Lazonga's School of Dance, where manager Bud Abbott is trying to make an easy mark of Lou Costello. And here they are, the stars of our show, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Well, step right in, folks. Madame Lazonga's School of Dance. 6 easy lessons, 50 beautiful hostesses. Say there, neighbor, how would you like to dance with a pretty girl?
Oh, not me, kid. I just had a terrible accident.
No.
Yeah, my car upset. And if I don't turn it over, my wife is going to be mad at me.
Well, why don't you dance with the pretty girls first? Then you can turn your car over.
Oh, no. I got to do it now, or my wife won't like it.
Look, I'll explain it to your wife. Where is she?
She's under the car.
Oh, my goodness. Where did the accident happen?
Hey, see that car across the street?
Right across the street?
Yeah. See that wreck over there?
Yes. Is that your car?
No, that's my wife.
Your wife?
Yeah, the car is the one with my wife's dress wrapped around it.
Oh, I see.
Fits perfectly, don't it?
Look, wait a minute. Look, if you had an accident, why didn't you call a policeman?
Why didn't I call a policeman?
Yes.
Because I hit one.
Yeah, you mean you hit a policeman in uniform?
No, I hit him in a patrol car.
Wait a minute. Did he recognize you?
Well, what'd you say?
Could he swear to you?
Yeah, he could swear to me, and I swear right back at him.
Well, you shouldn't have done that. You should speak softly to a policeman.
I did, but he heard me.
Quiet now. Look, all right, I'll tell you what you do. Step right in and meet Madame Lazonga. But be careful how you talk. She's very hoity-toity.
Hey, is that her over there?
That's her.
She may be hoity, but she'll never see toity again. Ah, mademoiselle, I kiss your hand.
Oh, such a warm kiss. Why does it burn me so?
I forgot to take the cigar out of my mouth. Ah, madame, you have beautiful hands. Beautiful hands. Gorgeous, they're just like petals.
Rose petals?
Nah, bicycle pedals.
Now, skip it. Now, Madame is ready to teach you La Conga.
Yes, come let me put my arm around your waist like this.
Oh.
Oh.
Now, wait a minute, neighbor. Wait a minute. Are you getting a trifle emotional?
Emotional nothing. She's standing on my foot. Get off. I thought you told me she could do the La Conga.
Oh, certainly. But usually when I do La Conga, I wear a native sash around my waist.
Size 48, ain't it?
Yeah, how did you know?
I used to put the saddle on War Admiral.
No. Come here.
She's peeved.
I know, look.
Peeved.
Now, these lessons are 10 cents each or 3 for $1. How about it? Okay?
3 for $1?
All right.
Well, I'm no sucker. Come on, I'll take the 3 for $1.
Give me the $1.
Okay.
There you are. We're all set.
Right.
All set for the first lesson. Are you ready?
Right.
Position. Music. Lesson's over.
What kind of lesson was that?
Now, don't get excited. Now, lesson number 2. Are you ready? Position. Music.
Oh, Mr. Costello, you dance divinely.
I'm not even out of the first position yet. I dance divinely.
You heard the lady.
You should see me when I get a chance to use my other foot.
All right. Look, neighbor, what do you want to do? Tire yourself out?
Ah, who's getting tired? Come on, will you? I want to do some dancing or something here.
I know, but you shouldn't get tired of these
Look,
things.
you said like this. You said, music, the band went ta-ta-ta, ka-plunk, over. I hate you and Vince Stevens.
All right, the band went ta-ta-ta.
Yeah, I heard it.
Well, that'll be $1 extra.
For what?
For listening to the music.
Oh. Look, what do you want me to do? You want me to pay for the guy's union card?
Now, wait a minute. Now, that's a fine remark to make. You come to my dancing school, I furnish a wonderful orchestra, I give you the benefit of Madame Lazonga's time and talent, and when it's all over, you can't even lift a foot off the floor.
Oh, I'm a wallflower.
Now, you're telling me.
I'm a bad boy.
Well, why don't you do something about it?
I did. I just wrote myself a nasty letter.
Yeah? What did you say in it?
I won't know till I get it tomorrow.
Well, you should be spanked to impress your mistakes on your mind.
Don't you think that's going about it in a roundabout way?
Oh, come on. What's the use of talking to you? You're dizzy.
I think I am, too.
Yeah, I know it.
I don't know what's happening to me
I
lately.
wonder.
I'm getting awful dizzy.
What do you mean?
I'm getting spells.
Spells?
too. Just the other day, I walked into the World's Fair. I went in the place, and everything swam before my eyes.
Where did this happen?
At the Aquacade.
Oh, Benet Venuta, before you sing your first song, will you come over here a minute, please?
Well, certainly, Harry. What for?
Well, I just thought that since none of our listeners can see how lovely you are, if I could just tell them what you look like, then when you sang...
Yeah, they could quick hide the children so they wouldn't be frightened out of a night's sleep.
Oh, no, now, wait, don't you go getting modest on my hands, Benet. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Venuta's attractive figure tonight is sporting a very nice-looking outfit.
Harry, it's not worth talking about.
Oh, yes, it is.
Well, then it's thanks to my dressmaker.
Yeah, well, all right. Benet also has a very cute hairdo.
Thanks to my hairdresser.
And she has a very attractive smile.
Thanks to Ipana toothpaste and massage. And, Harry, that's something really worth talking about.
Yes, well, enough people are talking about Ipana Benet and using it to make it the largest selling toothpaste in America today. And the reason for that popularity, ladies and gentlemen, is just as plain as the nose on my face. A winning smile, the kind of a smile we all want, depends not only upon sparkling teeth, but upon firm, healthy gums as well. And the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays do not give our gums the work they need to keep them firm and healthy. So they often become soft and more susceptible to trouble. That's why so many dentists suggest massage with Ipana toothpaste. Just follow this easy, modern routine.
Every time you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or your fingertip and massage it on your gums.
In that way, you help promote firm, healthy gums as well as sparkling, lustrous teeth. And you do it with the toothpaste so many dentists use themselves. For in the 1940 National Survey, it was found that Ipana is personally used by twice as many dentists as any other dental preparation, paste, powder, or liquid. Now make their choice your choice. Start massaging with Ipana toothpaste tomorrow. Our lovely singing star, Benet Venuta, steps to the microphone to give us her own interpretation of St. Louis Blues.
I hate to see the evening sun go down. I hate to see the evening sun go down. 'Cause my baby, he's left this town. St. Louis woman with her diamond ring pulls that man around by her apron string, turns for powder and for store-bought hair. Oh, the man I love would not have gone nowhere, nowhere. Got the St. Louis blues, just as blue as I can be. That man's got a heart like a rock cast in the sea. Oh, else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. Oh, got the blues, got the blues, got the mean St. Louis blues. That man's got a heart like a rock cast in the sea. Or else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. A red-headed woman makes a good man leave this town. I said a red-headed woman makes a good man leave this town. But a blonde-headed woman makes a fella slap his happy dog. Oh, I love that man like a schoolboy loves his pie, like a Kentucky colonel loves his rock and roll. And I love that man. I love him till the day I
Ladies and gentlemen, last week, Abbott and Costello formed the Wackyville Film Company and presented their first effort, The Life of Daniel Boone. Tonight, we present their second colossal flop, a swashbuckling saga of the high seas entitled Christopher Columbus. With Lou Costello as Christopher Columbus, Bud Abbott as Vespucius, Benet Venuta will play the queen, I will play the king, and Peter Van Steeden will play the ace.
Men, we need hardy sailors to make this pearl voyage to America. Seamen, step forward and state your experience.
King's Fleet, Naval Base.
Captain Kidd's Pirates, Marine Base.
Brooklyn Dodgers, third base.
All right. Columbus, stop fooling. Now, if you're going to discover America, we've got to get started. Did you get any information from the Bureau of Navigation?
No, sir. I kept asking the guy what kind of weather we was going to have for sailing. And all the guy kept saying hello to another guy that wasn't even there.
What are you talking about?
He kept saying hiya, Tide. You know there's nobody around named Tide.
No. The man meant tide was high.
All right, so Tide was high. The guy will sober up in the morning.
Look, I'm trying to find out about weather conditions. Suppose you're 200 miles out to sea. What happens if you run into a squall?
Suppose we're 200 miles out of sea,
Yeah.
we run into a squall.
Yes.
How you gonna run into an Indian's wife in the middle of the ocean?
No, you don't understand.
You know what I'm worried about?
Why?
Octopuses.
Octopuses?
Yeah, that's a fish with 8 faces.
How do you figure that out?
Well, octo is 8.
Yes.
And a puss is a puss.
Oh, come on. Please, that's enough, Costello. I mean, Columbus.
What is that?
It's the king.
It's the king?
It's the king.
Uh-oh. I better hide. Last night I sneaked into the king's castle before the drawbridges was up. And the king's mad about it.
Why should he be mad?
I caught him with his bridges down.
All right, quiet. Quiet, Costello. I mean, Columbus. Here's the king.
So you're Columbus.
Yes, sir.
I've heard about you. You're in love with my wife. Every night you've been coming to my queen and asking her to let you press your suit.
That's a lie. I only asked her to wash a couple of my shirts.
Wait a minute. You asked the queen to wash your shirts?
Yes, sir.
Queen Isabella of Castile?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
No soap. That's you. You're
Irregardless. Nevertheless, Christopher Columbus, as captain of the Castilian Navy, I'm going to make you my first mate.
You're gonna make me your first mate?
I am, yes.
Oh, Kingy, I'm gonna be your first mate. Are you sure you won't get tired of me?
Bosh!
I thought that was gonna be much better.
We all thought so. Well, I must be getting back to my palace to look over an important paper.
But, Your Majesty, why are you so anxious to look over some paper?
I gotta see how Dick Tracy's coming out with the Yokoyama.
Yeah. Oh, the queen. The queen.
Hey, Abbott,
What?
give me a rock. will you?
Quiet. That's the queen. What a beautiful voice.
She sings like a bird.
What kind of a bird?
A stool pigeon. Christy, who you hissing? That's me. Hey, Queen Izzy. Come here. Oh, tonight, Queen Izzy, you are glamorous. What makes you so beautiful?
Well, every day I bathe in milk.
Do you mind if I ask you something personal?
What?
How do you get in a bottle?
Oh, Christopher, I brought you my jewels. Here's my platinum coronet, my diamond rings, my sapphire brooch, my emerald bracelets, my pearl necklace.
Ah, gee whiz.
What's that? Christopher, why are you crying?
I want a Mickey Mouse wristwatch.
Christopher, don't cry. I want to remember you as a gay, brave adventurer. Before you go, let us have one last dance.
Okay, kid. Oh, come on. Get out of here.
Come on, Columbus. Behave yourself, Columbus. If you're going to discover America, we'd better hurry. The barometer's falling.
Well, pick it up and let's get going.
All right, come on. Pull up that anchor.
Okay.
Wait a minute, hey. And stop throwing your clothes through that porthole.
Porthole?
Yes.
I thought it was a little closet.
No.
Hey, Abbott,
What?
what are all those guys over there?
Vespucius.
Oh, Vespucius?
Yes.
What are all those guys over there working on in the shipyard?
That's a hull of a boat.
You're telling me. What are those guys working on?
4 days later.
Columbus. 4 days out and we're making wonderful time.
Hey, Abbott, how many miles an hour does this boat go?
She doesn't go miles, she goes nuts.
How do you like that? Of all the boats I got to discover America, I got to pick one that goes nuts.
No. No, knots are nautical miles. If you ask a sailor how fast the boat is going, he won't tell you miles.
No?
He'll say knots.
And I'll say nuts right back to him.
No.
Was he a fresh guy?
No, keep quiet. This is a wonderful boat. It has nice sleeping quarters, a fine dining room, and did you get a look at the officers' mess?
No, I didn't see anybody's wife on board.
No.
Maybe she's in the front of the boat.
Columbus, you mean forward. Forward is in the front of the boat. Aft is in the back. The starboard is on the side. Now, where's the port?
In a bottle in the icebox.
You're a fine sailor to send out to discover America. What would you do if you woke up in the middle of the night and found the boat leaking?
What would I do if I found a boat leaking?
Yes.
In the middle of the night?
Yes.
I'd put a pen under it and go back to bed.
No. Here, let's put it this way. Suppose there's a hole in the side of the boat. A hole in the side of the boat. Now, get it right. And the water's rushing in. What would you do?
I'd bore a hole in the other side and let it rush out.
October 12th, 1492. The intrepid navigator Columbus lands in America, where he is greeted by the Indians.
Hello, Chief. I'm Vespucius. I want to buy some land.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
If I was you, don't buy any of this dirt around here.
Why?
It's no good.
What do you mean it's no good?
It's got worms in it.
No, come on. Talk sense. We're over here to get land.
Okay, Chief. Tell you what I would do. I want to buy Manhattan Isle.
How much?
Is that your line? Oh, excuse me. Okay. I'll pay it $24.
Sold.
I'll also give you a bottle of rum.
What is bottle of rum for?
Brooklyn.
Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours bring us the title song from the Broadway success Louisiana Purchase. Presenting the Whack of the Week. Once again, we come to that part of the program wherein Messrs. Abbott and Costello interview the mental giants of our time. Each week, we bring to our listeners a unique personality, someone whose creative ideas are richly deserving of public acclaim. Tonight's genius is a woman, a style creator, whose radical ideas on women's clothes threaten to revolutionize the world of fashion. She is the author of the book, Phooey on Fashion. And here she is, Miss Nancy Barton.
Good evening, Miss Barton. You know, Mr. Costello has told me that your very book is very helpful.
Oh, really? But, Mr. Costello, my book is for women. How could it possibly be helpful to you?
Well, I got a short leg on my kitchen table, and your book just fits under it.
All right, now, quiet.
What do you want to do, make trouble?
Now, never mind. Miss Barton, would you mind telling us some of your ideas on women's clothes?
Oh, no, not at all, not at all. Too many women are like sheep. They copy dresses of debutantes and other celebrities without regard to their own personality. Now, this fails to express individuality and frequently results in poor color harmony.
Color harmony? What's that?
It's very simple, Mr. Costello. For instance, if you were carrying a pink handbag, you wouldn't wear a green dress now, would you?
Oh, I wouldn't dare. Heaven forbid. What would the neighbors say? Why, I'd be the laughing stock of my sewing circle.
Mr. Costello. You mean you belong to a sewing circle?
Oh, yes. I just whipped up a swell dress for my wife.
Costello, you made the dress yourself without having your wife with you?
Yeah.
How did you guess her size?
Oh, I tried it on a beer barrel. Yes, I did. And then I took it home and I put it on my wife.
Yes, and how did it look?
It looked better on the beer barrel.
Well, what kind of a dress was it? I mean, was it satin?
Satin? It looked like somebody slept in it.
Well, from what you say, I take it Mrs. Costello is just a little overweight.
A little overweight. Listen, when Abbott gets on a scale, it says 135. When I get on a scale, it says 189. When my wife gets on a scale, it says one at a time. One at a time.
Tell me, Mr. Costello, where does she have all this extra weight?
Well, if the bustle ever comes back, she won't have to buy one.
Well, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, Mr. Costello, but I'm afraid your wife wouldn't look good in any kind of a dress.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Red. Why, when she wears a sleeveless gown, people admire her. They stand up and cheer.
Now, that's ridiculous. Why should people stand up and cheer when they see your wife in a sleeveless gown?
She's got an American flag tattooed on her arm.
All right.
Mr. Costello, your wife must be very patriotic.
I'll say she is. She's got another tattoo on her back, a map of North America. Every time she takes a deep breath, Mexico joins the Union. We're doing good.
Yeah, look, forget your wife. Miss Barton, I understand that you recently designed a sensational costume called Futuristic Fantasy, which is to be exhibited at the World's Fair. Am I right?
Yes, you're quite right. It throws all convention to the winds. You see, I took one of my models, and I covered her with a veritable splurge of color. One dress and hat are rainbow color. Now, one shoe is blue and the other is yellow. The left side of her hair is dyed green, while the right side is purple.
It's remarkable. Have you ever seen anything like that, Costello?
Not since I gave up drinking.
Oh, no. It doesn't look as bad as it sounds. It's really a dream.
A dream? Mm-hmm. Don't kid me, lady. That's a nightmare. In Technicolor.
Now, furthermore, the hat is quite chic. It has 3 roses with a ribbon on the side. Could you think of anything more attractive?
Yeah, 4 roses with a chaser on the side. That's even more attractive to men. Especially if he's a musician.
All right.
Especially if he's in Van Steven's band.
All right, we'll forget
Especially
that.
if he's Van Stevens.
Well, all right, never mind.
Especially if he's Van.
Yes.
Especially if.
Yes.
Especially.
All right, now...
I ain't got any more.
All right, well, keep quiet. We're supposed to be discussing clothes.
Okay. Miss Barton, what do you think I ought to wear at a dinner party tomorrow night?
Well, now, that depends. Is it a catered affair? I mean, is it being arranged by a caterer?
Well, a what?
Caterer. Look, when we had that party at my house last week, who supplied the food?
Salvation Army.
Mr. Costello, if this party you're going to is informal, you can wear your tweed.
Why, sure. I can wear my what?
Your tweed, Costello. Your tweed.
I think you're tweed, too.
No.
Kiss me.
Now, never mind that. Now, let's get back to Miss Barton.
Oh, thank you. You know, Mr. Abbott, there are other things besides clothes that contribute to the charm of a woman. For instance, milady must be careful to choose a perfume in keeping with her personality. Mr. Costello, does your wife like things scented?
No, she just has them wrapped up, carries them home herself.
I am talking about perfume, Shorty. Every woman has a favorite brand. You think your wife would care for my sin?
No, ma'am. She don't care what you do.
No. My sin is perfume.
All right. Some people's is drinking, some is gambling, so your sin is perfume.
No.
If I was you, I wouldn't go around bragging about it.
Look, talk sense, please. My sin is an expensive perfume, but my wife likes Cody sheep.
What a coincidence. My wife likes McGarrett's goat.
McGarrett's goat? Oh, I have never been so insulted. As far as I'm concerned, this interview is at an end.
Yes, ma'am.
There you are. Now, you see, Miss Barton walked out on it. And there's thousands of women listening in who expected to get styles. Information on
That's all right,
style.
Abbott. From now on, I'll take care of it. I'm going to tell the women all over the nation what to wear.
You better.
Ladies, dear ladies, have you lost your ump? Is your husband cold to you because you have no allure? He is the rat. But I'll tell you what to do. Go out and buy yourself a bleary bolero and a chic little hat trimmed with panting petunias and drooping daisies. Next, put a dab of perfume behind each ear. Personally, I prefer Canal number 5. And after that, have your nails done over in the latest color, a gruesome green. Then when you're looking your best and you're just adorable and fascinating, send for me.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may, I'd like to ask a question.
Oh, no. No, you don't. You don't ask me any questions.
I beg your pardon. Who are you, sir?
I am a victim. That's what I am. A victim of quiz programs.
Oh.
Every time I go to see a radio show, somebody shoves a microphone under my nose and starts asking me questions. What's your name? What do you do? All I do is answer. I'm tired of it. Tonight, I'm going to ask a few questions. What's your name?
Harry Von Zell.
What do you do?
Well, I try to make people understand how much sal hepatica will help them when...
What's sal hepatica?
It's a famous sparkling saline you should take any time and every time you need a laxative.
Why?
Well, simply because it helps you feel better faster. You see, sal hepatica is a quick-acting laxative, yet it's very gentle. And besides, it also helps counteract excess gastric acidity, chases that sickish feeling fast.
Well, I guess you've answered all my questions.
Yes, and you'll find that sal hepatica will ideally answer almost everyone's question as to what laxative to take. So get a bottle of sal hepatica from your druggist and see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, quick-acting sal hepatica.
Hey, young fellow with that sour-looking foot.
No, please don't pick on me, Benet.
All right, Harry, but must you stand there with that sour-looking foot?
Well, I have had an awful day.
Well, what happened?
Well, I wrecked my car this morning. The coffee burnt my tongue. The bank called me for money, and my nerves are all unstrung.
Shame.
The laundry ruined my Palm Beach suit. A neighbor stole my bumper suit, and it rained.
It rained?
Yeah, it rained.
Oh, Harry, stop hiding behind a pillow. Whenever the dawn looks gray, get out, and meet the sun halfway. There may be a fortune waiting, or maybe an egg souffle. Get out, and meet the sun halfway. Get into the tub, and as you begin to rub and scrub you out with your version of the road to Mandalay. Don't ever expect the bright side served up to you on a tray. Get out, and meet the sun halfway. Stop hiding behind a pillow whenever the dawn looks gray. Get out, meet the sun halfway. There may be a fortune waiting, or maybe an egg souffle. Get out, meet the sun halfway. Get into the tub, and then begin to rub and scrub you out with your version of bygone. Don't ever expect the bright side served up to you on a tray. Get out of bed, you sleepy head. Meet the sun halfway.
We're a little late, so join us next week, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Mother, is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. To determine the sex of a gossip, we offer a positive plan. A gossip is always a woman, except when the gossip's a man. There's a little bit of gossip in the best of us, isn't there? Not that we want to talk about people, perish forbid, but, well, one thing leads to another, and you know how it is. That's the way it is with the Andersons, at any rate. They'd rather die than gossip about their friends. And they don't, except on very rare occasions, like this.
Janie, she didn't. She did? Well.
Betty.
Just a minute, Father. Janie, you know I don't like to talk about people, but
Well, Marion didn't exactly see her, but her cousin Phyllis has a friend.
Betty, for the love of Pete, I've got to use the phone.
Just a minute, Janie. Father, this is very important.
Nothing can be that important. It's almost 2 o'clock, and you've been on the phone since noon.
Father, don't be ridic.
I'm not being ridic, and get off the phone.
Okay, I'll be through in 2 seconds. Hello, Janie. Where were we?
Betty.
Oh, Marion's cousin Phyllis's friend. She's the girl who runs the lending library's sister. She was standing right there, and she told Phyllis.
Betty, give me that phone.
Father, please.
I said give it to me.
Don't you want to see who's at the door?
All right, but as soon as I come back, I want the phone.
Jumping creepers. A person can't even talk for 5 minutes.
2 hours. So help me, she'll wind up with a cauliflower ear.
Jim, the doorbell rang.
I know, honey. I'm answering it.
Hello, Jim.
Hello, Elizabeth. Come on in.
Well, you look like your best friend just told you.
Not on the phone, he didn't. What's that?
What? Oh, you mean Richard. Sing for the nice man, Angel. Such a sweet thing. I'd be lost without him. Where's Margaret?
I think she's still in the kitchen. Margaret, Elizabeth Smith and Richard are here.
Who?
Elizabeth Smith and Richard. Richard is a canary.
Father, please.
Well, he is. Look at him.
Oh, isn't he a joy? Sing for the nice man, Richard.
I suppose when you got him, he wouldn't do a thing.
Well,
Elizabeth, what a lovely surprise.
Margaret, darling.
Father.
Just a minute, Benny. Elizabeth, show Margaret your trick.
My what?
It's very good. I mean, it really is.
This is a Hartsmartin roller and one of the finest singers in the world.
Watch this. Sing for the nice lady, Richard. Remarkable, isn't it?
Jim, really?
Don't pay any attention to him, dear. He's in a mood.
I'm not in a mood. I'm making polite conversation.
Well, Elizabeth, you look wonderful.
Well, I don't feel wonderful. That's why I'm going to my mother's.
You aren't.
She just said she was.
Jim, please.
Can't I even listen?
Father, I'm through with the phone.
No.
But if you're not going to use it right away...
I am. I'm going to use it right now.
Go ahead, dear.
All right, but Elizabeth, will you please explain one thing? Why the canary?
Jim.
Well, there's nothing mysterious about it. I just want Margaret to take care of Richard while I'm at my mother's.
That's what I thought.
And we'll be glad to. Won't we, Angel?
Yes. Will you excuse me, Elizabeth? I have to make a phone call.
You go right ahead.
Men. Aren't they the nosiest things you ever saw?
Well, they're better than nothing, I suppose.
Now we're a refuge for homeless canaries. Richard. Next thing you know, they'll be parking their husbands over here. He's so well housebroken. Hello, Sam. This is Jim Anderson. Fine. Say, Sam, about the game tomorrow night, would you mind playing over here? Well, Helen Phillips has a cold, and George said... What? Oh, the usual crowd. Jim Hathaway, Ed Davis, Hector. Say, wait a minute. Maybe Hector won't be here. Oh, Elizabeth's going home to her mother's, and... Hold on, Sam. I'll ask her. Elizabeth?
Yes, Jim?
I'll be right with you, Sam. Elizabeth, is Hector going with you?
To my mother's? Heavens, no. This is going to be a vacation.
Oh, well, then it's all right to count on him for the poker game tomorrow.
Well, I wouldn't count on Hector for anything. He hasn't been home one night since he got that Betsy Ross candy account.
Keeping him pretty busy, huh?
Well, night and day. I don't think he even knows I'm leaving.
Well, I'll mention it to him next time I see him.
Thank you, dear. You're so sweet.
Oh, you just say that because it's true. Hello, Sam. Sorry to keep you waiting. No, Elizabeth's going alone, but we'd better not count on Hector. Well, he's got this new deal with Betsy Ross, and... Oh, no, it's been going on for some time. Well, don't worry about it, Sam. We'll get somebody. Okay, see you tomorrow. 8 o'clock over here. Right. Good night, Sam. Say, Elizabeth, where are you going?
I'm going home. Do you have any objections?
Of course not, but...
Leave her alone, Jim. She's got all her packing to do.
No, I don't think I'll ever get it finished.
What time does your train leave?
9 o'clock.
Well, if Hector can't take you to the station...
Well, he'd better take me to the station. Betsy Ross or no Betsy Ross.
Don't worry about Richard, dear. We'll take extra special care of him. Won't we, Jim?
Sure.
See that he gets a lettuce leaf every day, and be careful that he doesn't get his feet wet.
We'll be careful, dear.
I'll give him a rub down every night.
Jim.
Bye.
Goodbye, Elizabeth. Have a wonderful time.
Thank you.
Give my regards to Broadway.
Jim Anderson, when you decide to act silly...
Mom!
Telling Elizabeth you'd give Richard a rub down.
Well, what did she want me to do? Take him for a walk around the block?
Hey, Mom, where'd the canary come from?
We're minding it for Mrs. Smith.
Too bad about the divorce, isn't it?
What divorce?
Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Bud, how many times have I talked to you about carrying tales?
I'm not carrying tales. I just said it was too bad about the divorce. That's all I said.
I knew it.
Honey.
I knew Elizabeth wasn't running off to her mother's for no reason at all.
Good grief, Margaret. Just because a 15-year-old boy comes in with a wild story...
It isn't a wild story, Dad. Stevie Long said his mother said she even saw the broken dishes.
What broken dishes?
The ones Mrs. Smith threw at Mr. Smith.
Jim, how horrible.
I don't believe it. Why, she was just here. Wouldn't she have said something?
I think she did. Don't you remember? She said you couldn't count on Hector for anything. And then she complained about being left alone.
But Hector was working. She knew that.
Did she? That's the question.
Honey, you've known Hector as long as I have. Does he look like the sort to... Well, does he?
Mommy, isn't it awful?
Good grief.
We're in here, Angel.
Mommy, do you know what I just heard Mrs. Phillips tell Mrs. Hathaway?
Helen Phillips. Now, there's a great authority for you.
Jim, please.
She couldn't tell the right time if she had Big Ben sticking out of her ear.
Jim!
Why, I wouldn't believe anything she said if... What'd she say, Kathy?
Well... Jim, she's only a child, and this whole thing...
But she already knows. Whatever it is she knows. Don't you, Kit?
I guess so.
All right. What did Mrs. Phillips say?
Well, she said that somebody told her that Mr. Smith was running around with Dolly Madison.
Kathy!
Holy cow.
Kathy, go up to bed.
But you told me to tell you.
Who's running around with Dolly Madison?
Abraham Lincoln.
Oh.
Margaret, where are you going?
I'm going to call Elizabeth Smith.
Well, wait a minute. Let's talk it over first.
There isn't anything to talk over. I'm not going to let two wonderful people like Hector and Elizabeth do anything foolish.
Of course not, but...
A beautiful home. A wonderful son like Billy. It's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
Say, I've got an idea. Let's have them over for dinner.
But, Jim...
You call Elizabeth, I'll call Hector, and Betty can call Billy.
What good will that do?
Don't you see? It might make all the difference in the world. We'll show them how a really happy family can and should operate.
Well...
Where are we going to get the happy family?
We're the happy family.
Oh.
You know, it might work at that.
Can I play too?
We're all going to play. We're going to put the Smith family back together again if we have to use glue.
If we can just convince them... Oh, dear.
What's the matter now?
We're having lamb chops. And if the Smiths are coming, there won't be half enough. Bud, you'll have to run down to the market.
It's Kathy's turn.
I'm only a little girl, and I can't carry a big, heavy package.
This is meat. We can't afford a big, heavy package.
Dad, anytime anybody has to go anyplace...
Stop arguing, Bud. You can both go.
Holy cow.
Gee whiz.
And look, both of you, no matter who it is, you're not to say one word about the Smiths to anyone. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Daddy.
After all, we don't want to start a lot of gossip, do we?
Has Hector Smith done his wife wrong? Can the Andersons believe the rumors they've heard? Well, that's the trouble with gossip. You can never be certain. But about some things you can always be sure. Take coffee, for instance. When it comes to truly good coffee, rich, satisfying coffee with a flavor you enjoy cup after cup, you can count on Maxwell House coffee every time. And you know, that's exactly what most folks do. Yes, more people buy and enjoy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand at any price. The reason, of course, is flavor. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor you get in no other coffee, only Maxwell House. Know why? Well, coffee grows all over the world in countless grades and varieties. But on the mile-high mountain plateaus of Latin America, there grow a few select extra flavorful varieties. And it is these that first and foremost are chosen for Maxwell House. For example, fancy Manizales coffees are selected for fragrant mellowness, superb Medellins for extra richness, choice Bucaramangas coffees for fine, full body. And only Maxwell House knows how to blend these superb vintage coffees in exactly the right proportions to create that world-famous good to the last drop flavor. No other coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no other coffee is made like Maxwell House. You'll see what I mean the very first time you pour a fragrant, flavorful cup of our Maxwell House coffee. It's the one coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The dinner hour is close at hand in the white frame house on Maple Street, and a most inviting meal has been prepared for the Smiths. Lamb chops and succulent garden peas, snowy white potatoes with islands of yellow butter, and an oven full of Margaret's delicious biscuits. And that isn't all. The Andersons have made some other preparations as well, like this.
Daddy, a car just drove up.
Let me see.
It's Mr. Smith, but he's alone.
I know. The others will be along later. Now, do you kids remember what I told you?
Yes, Daddy.
All right. As soon as he rings the bell...
Jim, don't you think you're overdoing this a little?
Of course not. We've got to look like a happy family, don't we?
I suppose so.
And what looks happier than a group of bright-eyed children? All right. Places, everybody.
I don't think I can stand this.
Now, look, Margaret.
Let me know when Elizabeth gets here. I'm going back to the kitchen.
That's the trouble with this world. There are too many cynics.
Hey, that's pretty good. Kitchen, cynics, get it?
Answer the door.
Well, I thought it was pretty good. Mom said...
I said answer the door.
That's what I'm doing. Fine sense of humor this family has.
All right, girls, remember, look happy.
Greetings, Mr. Smith. Welcome to our happy home.
Don't the Andersons live here?
Sure, I'm Bud, remember?
Well, the face is familiar, but I can't place the voice. Oh, hiya, Jim.
Well, my old friend Hector Smith. What a wonderful surprise.
Didn't you invite me to dinner?
Of course.
Then what's the big surprise?
I mean, we're glad you could make it. Aren't we, girls?
Yes, Daddy. We certainly are.
What are they supposed to be, Meredith Wilson's talking people?
They're just my happy little girls. Aren't you, girls?
Yes, Daddy.
I'm happy, too.
Hey, you know, I'm beginning to think, have I got all my clothes on?
Naturally.
Then why is everybody staring at me?
We didn't mean to stare at you, Mr. Smith.
We're just happy.
I think I'll go home.
Wait a minute. Let's go into the den. We'll be more comfortable.
Okay.
Would you like us to come, too, Dad?
That won't be necessary, Bud. You and the girls can stay here.
And be happy.
I'll call you when dinner's ready, Father.
I'll call you too, Daddy.
We'll all call you.
Well, thank you very much.
What's the matter, Jim? The kid's playing too hard or something?
I don't think so. Why?
I was just wondering. Say, Elizabeth isn't here yet, is she?
No, not yet. Sit down, Hector.
Oh, thanks. Oh, boy, does that feel good.
You know, I was saying to Margaret just the other day...
I should have had my brains examined when I took that Betsy Ross account. It's murder.
Yes. I was saying to Margaret just the other day...
You know, I haven't had a night off in weeks.
You know, Hector, I was saying to Margaret...
Father?
Betty, Mr. Smith and I...
But this'll only take a second, Father, dear. Would you like me to bring you your slippers?
No, thank you, Betty. I'm quite comfortable.
Well, if you need anything, just call.
All right, dear.
Goodbye.
What's the matter with her?
Nothing. She just, You know, Hector, Marriage is like an ocean liner. You run into all kinds of weather.
Daddy!
Kathy, I'm trying to talk to Mr. Smith.
I know, Daddy. Would you like me to bring you a pillow or something?
Why?
So you'll be more comfortable.
Oh, well, I'm quite comfortable as I am, kitten, but thank you just the same.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Jim, what's going on around here?
Why, not a thing. What were we talking about?
We weren't talking about anything. Hey, don't those kids ever leave you alone?
Sure. Oh, I know. Hector, you'll find as you sail your ship on the troubled sea of matrimony...
It's enough to drive a guy nuts.
Heck, will you please let me finish?
Oh, well, go ahead.
All right. Now I don't remember what I was saying.
You were talking about boats.
Oh, that's right. You see, Hector, marriage is like a boat.
I know. They can both make you sick.
Look, if you'd rather make jokes...
Say, Dad.
Good grief. What is it, Bud?
Would you like me to run down to the drugstore or mow the lawn or anything?
What for?
I don't know.
Bud, excuse me a minute, will you, Heck? I have to fix something in the hall.
Okay. While you're at it, why don't you tell the kids about boats and things?
Bud, how do you expect me to accomplish anything if you keep running in and out of the den?
I wasn't running in and out of the den.
Is it working, Father?
And you're another one.
What?
Every time I open my mouth, one of you sticks his head in.
Do we sound happy enough, Daddy?
You sound like the swing shift in a boiler factory.
But you said...
I said we had to make Mr. Smith lonesome for his family.
Did we?
We sure did. I think he's leaving for Siberia in the morning.
For a vacation?
Yes.
Oh!
I don't know why it is, but any time I ask you kids to do anything...
We were only trying to help, Father.
Well, you did a great job.
You're welcome.
Next time I stick my neck out... Oh, hello, Elizabeth.
Where is he? Where is that worm?
Why, Elizabeth.
After I gave him the best years of my life. The best years of my life, I know.
Why don't you kids go into the kitchen?
We'll have to do stuff.
Go ahead and stop arguing.
Come on, Bud.
Holy cow.
Gee whiz, just when it gets interesting.
Now, look, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth! I thought I heard... Sweetheart, what's the matter?
Keep away from me. Don't you dare touch me.
What?
Hector, why don't we all sit down and talk it over?
Talk what over?
People staring at me, sympathizing with me.
For what? What did you do?
What did I do?
Look, Hector, this whole thing...
What thing? I don't know what you're talking about.
Won't do you any good, Hector Smith. I know all about that woman on Madison Avenue.
What woman on Madison Avenue?
Barbara Fritchie.
Sweetheart, I don't know any Barbara Fritchie, do I, Jim?
Of course not. It's Dolly Madison.
My pal. Look, Elizabeth, I don't know what this is all about. All I know is Jim called me at the office.
Stay away from me. Don't even come near me.
Jim, do you know what she's talking about?
I don't like to say anything, Hector, but after all, well, you had to expect something like this, didn't you?
You mean this comes with the dinner?
20 years. 20 long years. And he throws me away like an old glove.
Now I think I'm going nuts. Nothing makes any sense.
Now, wait a minute, both of you. This is the sort of thing a lot of married people have to go through.
What is?
A period of readjustment, of getting things straightened out. After all, Hector's in that dangerous age, aren't you, Hec?
Oh, I'm a real dangerous fella.
Elizabeth, you poor angel.
Oh, Margaret! What am I going to do?
There. Everything's going to be all right.
Jim, be a good guy, huh? What did I do?
Heck, you don't have to pretend with me.
I don't, huh?
Of course not.
You're with me in spite of everything, huh?
In spite of everything.
Okay, but tell me one thing. What did I do?
Well, if you want it like that. Excuse me.
Now, let me see. I was sitting in my office and the phone rang. Then I said, hello. And he said, would you like to come over for dinner? And then I said, sure. And he said...
Where is he?
Where's my father?
He's right here, Billy.
Oh, my boy. My poor fatherless boy.
Fatherless? Hey, what happened to me?
Billy, you poor thing. Isn't it awful?
I don't know. We've got to be fair. We've got to let him tell his side of the story. Don't we, Mr. Anderson?
That seems reasonable.
All right. We're listening, Father. Go ahead with your story.
Okay. There were these two Irishmen, Pat and...
Let's not make a mockery of it.
Of what? I'll handle this, Mother. After all, I'm the man of the family. Father, all these nights that you were supposed to be working at the office...
Suppose? What do you mean, suppose?
Hector, it's all over the neighborhood. It won't do you any good to deny it.
Deny what? About you and Molly Pitcher.
Who?
Now look, Heck.
It isn't any use, Jim. If he won't even confess...
How can I confess I haven't done anything?
Heck, why don't you make a clean breast of it?
Of what?
Then Elizabeth can forgive you and you can start life all over again.
I don't want to start life all over again. I'm having enough trouble the way it is.
Father, won't you please tell us the truth? Who is Molly Pitcher?
I don't know.
I do.
Kathy.
What are you kids doing back there?
They were eavesdropping.
Bud, aren't you ashamed?
All right, Bud, come on out. You too, Kathy.
Hiya, Dad. How's every little old thing?
We weren't hiding, Daddy.
Oh, gosh, no. The curtain just got in the way. Sort of.
Well, we'll go into that later. Now, what's this about Molly Pitcher?
We're studying about her in school. She carried water for the soldiers.
And she shot off a cannon.
In the Revolution.
That's fine, but that isn't... Wait a minute.
Poor Billy.
Betty, be quiet and leave Billy's hand alone.
Oh, I don't mind, Mrs. Anderson.
What a bunch of fools.
Who?
All of us. Don't you see what happened? Molly Pitcher and Barbara Fritchie and Dolly Madison.
Sounds like an all-American harem.
Hector.
Somebody started a rumor about Betsy Ross, and it twisted and turned all out of shape. You see, I've been telling you kids for years not to believe the wild stories you hear.
You mean somebody's been talking about me?
Hector, have you really been working every night?
Of course I've been working every night. What do you suppose Betsy Ross pays me for?
And there wasn't anybody else?
Elizabeth, you know I wouldn't look at anybody else. Not even sideways.
Oh, Hector, I'm so ashamed.
Me too.
I think we're all a little ashamed, aren't we?
I am. I'm awful ashamed.
I'm just hungry.
Oh, dear, I forgot all about the lamb chops. Everybody go into the dining room, and I'll be right with you.
Come on, Betty.
Say, Jim.
Yes, Harry.
Who do you suppose could have started it? All that talk about me, I mean.
I don't know. But if I ever do find out, so help me, I'll wring his scrawny little neck.
That's my pal.
Yes, sir.
You know, there are few pleasures that give so much satisfaction day in and day out as truly good coffee. And throughout the country, that means our Maxwell House. The coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand. Why? Because of flavor, rich, tempting flavor that just naturally makes the world look rosier somehow. You'll see first time you try a fragrant, heartwarmingly good cup of our Maxwell House coffee. After that first satisfying sip, you'll know why America loves Maxwell House best. Then just count all the truly good cups you get from each pound. You'll agree it's Maxwell House for value, too. So at your grocer's, look for the big white cup and drop on the familiar blue tin of Maxwell House. Take home the one coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The dinner is over, and the Smiths, solidly reunited, have wended their homeward way. But the evening at the Andersons isn't quite over, nor is the gossip.
Like this.
Dad.
I'm in here, Bud.
Dad, there's a Mr. Workman wants to see you.
Workman? Oh, he's that friend of Mr. Gribble's. Be right with you, Mr. Workman.
Not at all. Not at all.
Bud, tell your mother we'll probably need some more coffee.
You bet, Dad.
Well, Mr. Workman, how are you?
Mr. Anderson, I do hope you won't resent this intrusion.
Intrusion? Why, this is a pleasure. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
Well, sir, as head of the Springfield branch of the State Historical Society, I should like your advice on a matter of great importance.
Naturally. Anything I can do.
I was sure you'd feel that way. Well, sir, you know Hector Smith, don't you?
Of course.
Well, sir, I've been trying to find the source of a very authentic rumor.
About Heck?
Exactly. Do you know that Hector Smith is a direct descendant of Martha Washington?
Oh, no.
Boy, I'm happy. Got a new love.
Good looking?
Beautiful. Gorgeous cherry red.
Lips?
Heck no. I'm talking about cherry Jell-O. Fruit rich and delicious.
My favorite flavor is strawberry.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All 6 Jell-O flavors are delicious and so easy to fix.
Easy on the grocery bill, too.
Yup, thrifty to buy, easy to make. Jell-O for red letter desserts.
So off to the cupboard you go and reach for Jell-O.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Boggy and the Maxwell House Orchestra. In our cast were Ted Donaldson as Bud, Gene Vanderpyle, Rhoda Williams, Norma Jean Nilsson, Herb Vigran, Irene Tedrow, Sam Edwards, Alan Harris, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James.
Join Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, tonight on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Likely as not, you've all heard and read a lot about margarine lately. You see, margarine is a wholesome spread for bread our government recommends in our National Nutrition Program. But if you haven't tried margarine for the last few years, you'll certainly be pleasantly surprised when you taste Parquet margarine, the delicious vegetable margarine that's made by Kraft. Parquet margarine is made to the same high standards of flavor and quality as Kraft's other famous food products. Parquet's flavor is so delicate and appetizing you'll be proud to use it as a spread for bread, a flavor shortening for baking, and for pan frying, too. Just try it once and see if you don't agree that Parquet margarine's delightful, satisfying flavor is just bound to please. And another thing, Parquet margarine provides important nutritional elements, vitamin A, and food energy we need every day. So don't just ask your food dealer for margarine, ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's join our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who has been carrying on a feud recently with the Water Department. 2 weeks ago, he got up a petition complaining about the water pressure. But all the action he got out of Commissioner Clanahan was a large hole dug in his front yard, which has been there ever since. This morning, we find him at the barber shop where he's gone to carry his fight to the people, while Floyd takes a little off the sides.
Yes, sir. I told him, Clanahan, I'll give you exactly 24 hours. I said, either you get that hole fixed up, I said, or I don't pay my water bill.
That's telling him. What did he say?
He said, you don't pay your bill, and I'll turn off your water.
That's telling him. What did you say?
I said, the pressure's so low now that I wouldn't know the difference. I said, go ahead and turn it off.
That's telling him. What did he do then?
He turned it off.
Yeah, that'll fix him.
Yeah, but what am I going to do for water?
Oh, come in, Mr. Peavy. You're next.
Oh, I see you're busy, Floyd. I can come
Oh,
back.
no. I'm just finishing up with Mr. Gildersleeve here. Won't be a minute. Sit down. Take a load off your feet.
Well, good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy. How's the drug business?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's been a little slow. But then it always was. I guess I can't complain.
Well, that cold spell we had last week must have boomed things for you.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
Well, there were a lot of colds. People all over town coughing and sneezing.
Yes, there were. And we did have a little flurry in cold remedies, but then the soda fountain fell off.
Well, things are bad all over.
Yeah, what's the use? Government's going to take everything we make over $25,000 a year anyway. Now, I'm not going to kill myself.
Yes.
Would you like a little something on it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
What do you got, Floyd?
Oh, you know, Wild Root, Lucky Tiger, Ed Penard's. Got them all. I got a new one, too. Roses of Picardy.
Roses of Picardy. That sounds nice.
Yeah, smell it.
Give me a little of that.
I put some on Mr. Peavy the other day, and he had a lot of nice comment on it, didn't you, Mr. Peavy?
Well, now, I wouldn't say that. The time you put that on me, Mrs. Peavy made me sleep in the guest room.
You might have told me before he got it on me, Peavy.
Gentlemen. Oh, morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge Hooker.
Hello, Floyd. Mr. Peavy. Well, Gildy, I suppose you're feeling pretty good.
Pretty good about what?
About Clanahan.
The way I feel about Clanahan, I could be arrested.
But don't tell me you haven't heard.
Heard what?
Clanahan's quit.
He quit?
Yep. He turned in his resignation last night. So the town is now without a water commissioner.
It was without a water commissioner before Clanahan quit, too.
You're right, Gildy, and you deserve all the credit for getting rid of it.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, yes, you do. You got up the petition. Of course, I outlined it.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Oh, yes, I did. But I don't want any credit for that.
No, I can see that.
I signed it, remember?
So did I.
We all did. But our friend Gildersleeve here is the one who circulated it. He gets the credit. Of course, you know who they're talking about for water commissioner now, don't you, Gildy?
No, who?
Oh, come on, don't be modest.
What do you mean?
Use your head, Gildy. Who is the obvious man for the job? Why, of course. It isn't official yet, so I wouldn't say anything about it, but the town council's meeting tomorrow afternoon, and they tell me it's just a formality.
But, Judge, I don't even know that I'd want the job. I mean, I haven't even thought about it. I mean, Floyd, get this thing off of me.
Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you going to...
I haven't got time. Here's $1. Keep the change. Where's my coat?
What's your hurry, Commissioner?
Holy smokes. He never tipped me more than 15 cents before.
You know, some people will believe anything.
What do you mean, Judge?
Yep. You can fool some of the people some of the time, and you can fool some of the people all of the time. But Gildersleeve fools himself.
You mean Mr. Gildersleeve isn't going to be water commissioner?
Well, don't tell me you fell for it too, Peavy.
Yeah. Some people will believe anything.
But I think Mr. Gildersleeve would make a very good commissioner.
What's that got to do with it? This is politics. What do you think Clanahan resigned for?
Well, he has his coal business and the hay, grain, and feed.
And the hardware and half his brother's plumbing business.
Yes, and he also has a son-in-law that he's sick of supporting.
Yeah, Harry Holdsapple.
You watch. Day after tomorrow, Harry Holdsapple will be water commissioner.
Marjorie! Leroy!
What is it, Uncle Mort? What is it?
Nothing, my dear. It's nothing, really.
But you've been running.
Not particularly. Be calm, my dear.
I am calm. What is it?
Sit down.
You better sit down, too.
Oh, I'm quite all right. I think I will sit down, though. Now, tell me, my dear, what have you been doing with yourself all morning?
Uncle Mort, what is it?
Oh, that. Well, Marjorie, I have a little piece of news for you. You and Leroy, where is he?
Oh, he'll be back in a minute. Now, what's the news?
Well, it isn't official yet, but Judge Hooker says it's practically in the bag.
What? What is?
Marjorie, how would you like it if your old uncle were commissioner of the waterworks?
Commissioner? You mean...
Uh-huh.
Wonderful. Uncle Mort, that's wonderful. It's wonderful.
It's not as wonderful as all that.
Oh, yes, it is, and you deserve it. You did the whole thing yourself. Oh, Uncle Mort, I'm so proud of you.
Well, public service has its compensations, I see.
Leroy, come here, quick.
What's up, Marge? Oh, you back, Unc?
Leroy, Uncle Mort's going to be water commissioner.
Yeah.
Well, Leroy, did you hear me? Uncle Mort's going to be water commissioner.
What does it pay? Leroy.
I haven't the faintest idea what it pays, young man, and furthermore, I don't care. I've been asked to serve the community, and I intend to serve it to the best of my ability. I wonder what it does pay.
Miss Marjorie.
Oh, Bertie, come here.
I'm coming. Yes?
Bertie, guess what?
Oh, I'm no good at guessing.
Uncle Mort's going to be water commissioner.
My goodness. If I'd known that, I'd have baked a cake.
Well, it's not too late yet, Bertie.
Oh, you're going to have to do a lot of things, Bertie. When you answer the phone, you're going to have to say, Commissioner Gildersleeve's house.
Excuse me, Miss Marjorie. Resident.
Oh, resident.
Yeah.
And we must see that the laundry puts more starch in his collar.
Hey, wait a minute. I can't stand stiff collars.
That makes no difference. You're an important man now, and you've got to dress the part. You can't wear that baggy old suit another day.
But this is my best suit.
It's your only suit.
Well, I can't wear more than one suit at a time.
I know, but you shouldn't have to go to bed every time you have it pressed. You're going to be a busy man.
You're right there, my dear.
You don't want people saying, there goes Mr. Gildersleeve, the worst-dressed water commissioner in town.
No, but the well-dressed man today isn't the man with pleats in his pants. It's the man with shiny elbows.
In another few weeks, you aren't even going to have elbows. I think you ought to go out and buy a new suit, Uncle Mort.
Well, maybe you're right, my dear, but it'll have to be for the duration.
And another thing, you ought to have a decent photograph taken for the indicator vindicator.
Oh, what would they want with a photograph of me? Do you think I ought to have a profile or a full face?
How about a panorama, Unc?
Very good, Leroy, very good. A little fresh, but we're overlooking things today.
Oh, come on, Uncle Mort. We've got a million things to do. Let's get started.
Wait a minute. There's one thing first. Remember, all of you, this is not official yet. So not a word to anybody. Bertie?
Oh, not a word.
Marjorie?
Not a word.
Not a word.
It's okay.
Now, just slip this jacket on for size. Will you, Commissioner?
Commissioner? Oh, well, of course, that isn't for publication yet. This isn't the kind of suit I had in mind. I thought maybe something like a cutaway. Something more official.
No, I'm sorry, but cutaways are out. Government regulation.
Nobody wears cutaways anymore anyway, Uncle Mort.
The young lady's right. I personally wouldn't be caught dead in one.
Yes, well, how about something double-breasted, huh? Dark blue, maybe, with a pinstripe.
Oh, I'm sorry, but double-breasteds are out, too. The regulations.
Oh. Well, just run me up a nice loincloth. Oh, wait a minute. There's a nice piece of material. I like that one. Let me try that one on.
Uncle Mort, that's yours. That's the one you wore in here.
Is it? I always did like this suit. I think I'll stick to it. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye, Commissioner.
Look pleasant, please, Commissioner.
Commissioner. Well, I'm getting kind of used to it.
Look this way, please. No, a little more the other way. No, now a little more this way.
Uncle Mort, you're looking cross-eyed.
How can I help it? I'm looking 6 different ways at once.
We must try to be a little patient. Now raise your chin just a teensy bit.
Chin? Which one?
That's better. Now hold it like that while I fix this light.
Hurry up, will you? My nose is itching.
There. Now give me a nice big smile.
Never mind the smile. Take your picture.
Hold it. Oh, it's a beauty. You'll want a dozen for your friends. Thank you, Commissioner.
Oh, Uncle Mort, there's something else you ought to have.
What?
There in the window.
In the window? What would I do with a girdle? Don't answer that.
Oh, not that window. This one. See? The briefcase.
I don't need a briefcase.
Oh, but you will. You're going to have lots of important papers.
Say, I guess that's right, Marjorie. I'd better... good morning, Mrs. Ransom.
Oh, Mr.
Gildersleeve, what a small world. Why, only this morning I was trying to call you.
Oh, were you indeed?
Yes. Hello, Marjorie. Hello. I was planning to invite you to dinner tonight. I'm having fried chicken.
Oh, my. I'd love to, Mrs. Ransom. I'd love to. But unfortunately, my time is not my own these days.
I'm having candied yams.
Oh, brother. No, I'm sorry, Leela. Pressure of official business, you know.
Oh. Well, I think I'll just run in here for a minute, Uncle Mort. Will you excuse me, Mrs. Ransom?
Certainly, darling.
I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
Well, Throckmorton, if you're so frightfully busy, I guess you shouldn't be wasting your time with me.
Oh, Leela, you don't understand. There's something I want to tell you, but I can't just yet.
Well, you can always confide in me, Throckmorton.
Oh, thank you, Leela. It has to do with a matter that's been uppermost in my mind for the last few weeks.
Well, I can't imagine what you're talking about, Throckmorton.
Well, I can tell you this much. An important decision is going to be made tomorrow that may affect my whole future.
I can't imagine what that would be.
Well, I'll give you a little hint. Think of water.
Water?
Uh-huh. Lots and lots of water. Thousands of gallons a minute. Do you begin to understand?
I think I do. Will you and I be there?
You and I? Where?
Niagara Falls.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. If you're up on your nutrition ABCs, you know how important vitamin A and food energy are. Yes, we all need food energy and vitamin A. They're both mighty essential to good nutrition. So you'll be glad to know that an economical source of both these food elements is delicious Parquet margarine, the wholesome spread for bread that's made by Kraft. Yes, Parquet margarine is one of the very best energy foods you can serve. And throughout the year, every pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A, making it one of the most reliable year-round food sources of this important vitamin. Besides, in flavor and texture, Parquet is entirely different from old-time margarines. You'll agree after one try that Parquet is the margarine that tastes so deliciously good. So tomorrow, sure, ask your food dealer for a pound or two of Parquet. Parkay. Parquet margarine, the nourishing, economical spread for bread made by Kraft. And now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. After a sleepless night and a morning spent at the library reading up on waterworks, he approaches the eve of his expected triumph in a spirit of humble dedication to service. With the special meeting of the town council only an hour off, he's preparing a statement for the Indicator Vindicator.
Read that back to me, will you, my dear? That last.
When interviewed, Mr. Gildersleeve said, "This honor comes to me as a complete surprise."
Yes. But I am prepared to say at this time that I propose to give to this community...
Yes?
What was I going to give it? Oh, yes. A clean administration, clean management, and clean...
Clean water.
Clean water. Yeah. Have you got that, Marjorie?
Yes, go ahead.
After a preliminary survey, I feel that I can say, without fear of contradiction, that no city, town, village, or hamlet, from Maine to California, can boast of finer, healthier, more nutritious tap water than Summerfield's. Let's keep it that way.
Good. Now, we've got to hurry this down there if we want to catch the paper before it goes to press.
I'll take it. I'll go on my bicycle. Give it to me.
Oh, wait till I address the envelope.
Don't forget to put the photograph in. Here. Which one do you like best?
They're all terrible.
I don't know. I don't think this one is bad.
It looks like Victor Mature with a mustache.
Well, perhaps there is a resemblance. I can't help that.
Hurry up and pick one, Unc. I've just about got time to get down there.
Oh, dear, I can't decide. I think it's between this one of me pounding my fist and the one where I'm pouring a glass of water. Maybe that's better for Water Commissioner, that little tie up there.
Too bad he didn't get you in the bathtub. Let's have it.
Remember, Leroy, see that it gets to the editor. Don't give it to anybody else. Insist on giving it to Mr. Powers.
Okay, Unc. Oh, sorry, Judge.
Where's the fire? Anybody home?
Oh, yes. Come in, Judge.
Hello, Gildy. When are you going to get around to taking your screens off?
Gosh, I don't know, Judge. I've been pretty busy here lately. I guess I'm going to be a lot busier.
Doing what?
Well, water commissioner's no part-time job, you know.
Oh. As a matter of fact, Gildy, I wanted to speak to you about that.
Huh?
I wouldn't say too much about that if I were you.
Oh, I'm keeping it quiet. But I wanted you to know, Horace, that I'm grateful to you for what you did.
We all are, Judge.
Wait a minute now. I didn't do anything.
Oh, I know. You'll deny it, you old son of a gun. But somebody put in a good word for me with the town council, or I wouldn't have got this appointment.
Gildy.
All I want to say is, Judge, I hope I'll get a chance to do as much for you sometime.
It was sweet of you, Judge. It really was.
Oh, no.
Yes. We've had a lot of scraps together, Horace. But when you come right down to it, well, I'd go to bat for you any time, and I know you would for me. You've proved that.
I wish you'd listen to me, both of you.
Just a minute. I'd like to show you something first. A little statement I got up for the Indicator Vindicator. You know, a sort of a speech of acceptance. I sent it down there with my photograph.
Oh, my goodness.
Did you make a carbon copy of that, Marjorie? I'd like to show it to the judge.
Oh, I'm sorry, but Leroy took the only copy down there.
You haven't sent it to the paper already.
Why, of course. I would make tomorrow's edition at the same time as the announcement.
You got to stop him.
Why?
Yes, why?
I don't know how to say this, Gildy. I blame myself. I really do. But I wouldn't count on that appointment too much, old man.
Why not?
Because you don't stand a chance of getting it.
But you said yourself.
Why, you told him, Judge.
I know, and I could bite my tongue off for doing it, but I never thought you'd take it that seriously, Gildy.
You mean the whole thing was nothing but a joke?
I'm afraid that's about the size of it, Marjorie.
But I can't believe it. You wouldn't deliberately...
Gildy, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Well, if you'll excuse me, I guess I'll get at those screens. Excuse me.
Judge Hooker?
Don't say it, Marjorie.
You can't do that to my uncle.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I'm a mean old man, and I hate myself. Believe me, I wouldn't have done this. I wouldn't have had it happen for the world.
Well, you're going to do something about it. Have you got your car here?
Right outside.
We've got to stop Leroy before he gets to the paper with that statement, or the whole town will be laughing.
All right, come on.
Can't you go any faster, Judge?
I'm going 35. We're almost there. Right down the block.
There's Leroy.
Ooh, my rubber.
Leroy! Oh, we're too late. I know we are. Did you deliver it, Leroy?
Yeah, sure. Give it to Mr. Powers himself.
Oh, dear.
Why, what's up?
Well, I can't explain now. I haven't got time, but hurry home, Leroy. Uncle Mort needs you. Judge, you wait right here.
Marjorie, where are you going?
I'm going in to see the editor.
I'll come with you.
No, you won't. You've done enough.
All right, Marjorie. Just as you said.
Where's Mr. Powers' office, please? Right straight ahead.
Well, come in.
You're Mr. Powers, aren't you?
That's right.
I'm Mr. Gildersleeve's niece. And go ahead and laugh.
Well, now, sit down. Take it easy.
Oh, I know it all seems very funny to you. Have you read it?
Yes, I've read it.
Well, I won't try to explain how it happened, Mr. Powers. It was a mistake, and I guess it seems pretty silly to you. But my uncle doesn't know very much about newspapers, and neither do I. He was just trying to do the right thing. You see, somebody told him he was going to be appointed water commissioner.
Well, I thought nobody wanted it but Harry Holtzapfel.
Harry Holtzapfel. That's just what's wrong with this town. It's full of Harry Holtzappels. There aren't enough people in it like Uncle Mort. They're all trying to figure what they can get out of it instead of what they can put into it.
Maybe you're right.
And I'll tell you this about my uncle. He's a good guy, and he really would make the best water commissioner Summerfield ever had. Because it means a lot to him, and the town does, and he's interested in it, and he studies about it, and he just...
Now, wait a minute.
And another thing. Do you know he got up a petition all by himself?
I know all about that. Gildersleeve's a good man.
Of course he is. And I'll tell you something else
Now,
about
wait, young lady. You don't want to tell me. You want to tell the town council.
Oh, I just wish I could.
Well, they're meeting over at Town Hall right now.
But they'd never let me in.
Well, they'll let me in. Power of the press. Well, come on, I'll get my hat.
Leroy, when I think of the countless errands I've sent you on, and how few of them you managed to complete successfully. Why did you have to deliver the goods this time?
Gosh, I only did what you told me.
I know, but you ought to warn me when you're going to do things like that. Oh, how can I face these people? How can I face Mrs. Ransom? How can I even face Peavy? What am I going to do?
Well, you could always join the Foreign Legion.
This is no time for quips and sallies, young man.
Well, you asked me.
Yeah, but I know what I could do. I could join the Army.
Are you kidding?
Not a bit. Service of my country, the uniform, they couldn't laugh at that.
No, I couldn't.
By George, I'll do it. I look like $1 million in that uniform in 1917.
You look like $10 million now, Unc.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Lieutenant.
Oh, sorry. Is this where you join the Army?
Well, that depends. Is this for yourself or for a friend?
Myself. I want to enlist for immediate duty overseas.
Oh, want to see the world, huh? Why don't you try the Navy?
Lieutenant?
I'm a captain.
Pardon me. I've been recommended to the Navy, Captain. I'd like to join up.
I see. How tall are you, mister?
5 feet 8.5.
And your weight?
230.
Gross or net?
That's in my shorts.
Who recommended you to the Navy, mister?
The Army.
Oh, they did, eh? Well, why don't you go tell it to the Marines?
Oh, General?
I'm just a sergeant, Bud. What's on your mind?
I'm thinking of joining the Marine Corps. I want to see some active service.
What gave you that idea?
Well, it's a long story. My nephew suggested the Army, but the Army suggested the Navy, and the Navy suggested the Marines.
I see.
How about it? Do you think you could consider me?
I'm afraid not, Bud, but I'll tell you what we will do.
What?
We'll consider the nephew.
Oh!
How'd you come out, Unc? Not so good, huh?
5F.
What's that?
Flat feet, fat, flabby, and 44.
Oh, well, you don't want to feel badly about it. I tried.
Yeah. You know, Leroy, I don't suppose any man ever thinks of himself as old, even when he's 80. But I realize it today for the first time. I'm old.
Oh, you're not old, Dunk. You've got a lot of good mileage left yet.
They don't want men like me, Leroy. It's the 18 and 19-year-olds. They've got the courage and the pep and the endurance. It's a young man's war in a young man's world. I ought to turn myself in for scrap.
Oh, now don't talk like that, Unc. I know. How would you like to go to the movies? There's a swell bill at the Majestic.
No, what's playing?
Eagle Squadron and the Battle of Midway.
You go, Leroy.
I don't want to go, Unc. I'd rather stay here with you.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I made some of that special coffee cake you like. Could I give you some?
No, not just now. Thank you, Bertie.
It's hot right out of the oven.
You might leave it, Bertie. Perhaps Leroy would like a piece.
No, thanks.
Leroy, what's the matter with your uncle? What's the matter with you?
Nothing, Bertie. Everything's fine.
I don't know what's come over everybody in this house. They ain't sell no coffee cake. You know what I think, Mr. Gildersleeve?
What?
I think you're worrying too much. I think it's that waterworks. You ought to give it up.
Bertie. Bertie, go bake a cake.
Doggone, I don't know. Things are sure different around here. They ain't the same.
Oh, there's Marjorie.
Leroy, don't say anything to her about the Army.
Okay.
Uncle Mort.
In here, my dear.
This way, Mr. Powers. Uncle Mort, you know Mr. Powers of the Indicator.
Oh, yes.
I just came over to congratulate you, Commissioner.
Yeah, Commissioner.
And to thank you for that little statement you sent us.
Oh, that.
I don't think Uncle Mort understands.
We've just come from the town.
You tell him.
We've just been to the meeting of the town council, and I'm delighted to report that your appointment went through without a single dissenting vote.
You mean that I'm...
He's water commissioner? Yes! Uncle Mort, I'm so glad.
Water commissioner. Commissioner of the waterworks. I don't mind telling you, Mr. Powers, this means a lot to me.
It means a lot to Summerfield. And I want you to know that the indicator is back of you 100%.
Oh, thank you. Have some coffee cake. Have a glass of water.
Well, don't care if I do.
Water, Commissioner. Wait till Judge Hooker hears about this. The old goat. He wasn't so far wrong at that. You know, he said I was the obvious man for the job.
Oh, you were?
Well, you think so, too?
Certainly. The only other candidate had just been drafted.
You've had a pretty big day. I really think you ought to go to bed now.
You're right, my dear. I guess I'll take my book to bed with me.
What is that book anyway, Unc?
The Lives of the Presidents.
The Lives of the Presidents? What are you reading that for?
I just wanted to confirm an impression. I have a distinct recollection that in 1874, William McKinley was water commissioner of Buffalo. Good night, everybody.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Frank Bingman speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
What could be more satisfying for the main dish of an autumn meal than that hearty old favorite, macaroni and cheese? Yes, tender macaroni drenched in cheese goodness. It's filling, nutritious, and easy to make if you use Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 different uses. You see, Pabstet is just right for cooked cheese dishes because it melts so smoothly and blends right in with other foods. Pabstet is equally useful for sandwiches and snacks because it slices and spreads so easily. And besides being full of luscious cheese goodness, Pabstet helps provide important food values for your meals. Food energy, milk protein, the milk minerals, calcium and phosphorus, vitamin A, Pabstet has them all. You'll find hundreds of ways to use Pabstet for nourishing, time-saving meals. So serve it often. Your food dealer has it in the handy round, flat package. Just ask for Pabstet, Pabst-ETT. Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
From Hollywood, starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian, Red Skelton.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and 903, Rod.
903 to you, Red.
Yes. Your line, go ahead.
All right. How are things, Red? You were late getting here tonight.
Yeah, I know. David Forrester said to me, he said, Skelton, you get in my hair. I did and got lost. He's getting to look more like a 30-cent cedar mop every week. He's got enough hair for the first 3 violinists there. Well, what's new, Rod. Of course, you'll never hear it on this program.
Oh, nothing new, Red, but I'd like to say that was a swell party you had at your home Sunday night.
Yeah.
When are you going to have another one?
Just as soon as I can find another apartment.
But why? I didn't think it was a rough house party.
Well, the landlord got kind of mad.
Why, everyone was rather quiet, all except one old geezer who had a few too many. But I threw him out.
That was the landlord.
Oh, and I want to apologize for spilling that red beer on the carpet.
Oh, that's okay. I managed to squeeze it back in the bottle.
Well, it sure was a lot of fun playing those games, especially that one where everyone leaves the room and one person has to find them all.
Yeah, but the next time they play that game and I'm it, Palm Springs is out of bounds.
See, I liked your new I Doed It game best of all. It was a lot of fun the way everybody had a wooden mouse on a string and one fellow tried to catch him in a trap. What I can't understand is how you won so many times.
Maybe because I'm the only one who knew the rules. I cheated a little myself. I got myself all hopped up on that catnip before the game,
Oh, hello, Red.
Oh, how are you, Anita?
You know, Rod, I'll bet Red's I Doed It game will become very popular. Why, it might even replace Spin the Bottle.
Oh, Anita, it was nothing like Spin the Bottle.
Well, gee, I thought it was. Every time he caught the mouse, I had to kiss Red.
Fred, you didn't tell me about those rules. I thought when a person lost, he had to pay a penny.
Well, I'm not money mad, old man. Greedy people. David Forrester and his orchestra now play Temptation. And now lovely Anita Ellis will sing Somewhere in the Night.
Somewhere in a dream I find him here by my side. Then when I awake, my dream drifts out with the tide. My lonely heart keeps saying to me, no, this doesn't seem right. There must be someone, somewhere in the
Thank you very much, Anita. Tonight, as we open Volume 2 of the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, we find a story that concerns people who are lost. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living, write your congressman. Chapter 3 is entitled The Lost Tourist. It's quite a common thing to get lost while driving through strange country, and this is the story of Willie Lump Lump. Wife is here, Alkalite is home.
Billy, you're home early.
Yeah.
Did you miss your bus?
Yeah, I wouldn't pull close enough to the gutter so I could crawl on.
Oh, you've been at it again.
I have not. The guy down at the corner's been spiking them good humors again.
There's a reason for being home early. Now, what happened at the office?
I don't know. I was asleep.
Well, I've got a feeling that you've been fired. I knew it would happen. I've told you a million times.
Shut up! You're a windy old bird, ain't you?
Willie, if you talked to me like that when we were engaged, I would never have married you.
It's a fine time to tell me, huh?
Oh, I was an idiot when I married you.
And I might add, you've held your own.
Well, what are you doing home so early?
Well, the boss gave me 2 weeks off with pay.
What have you got on him that he do that for you?
I helped him bury his nagging wife under a big wet rock. He just got sick of looking at me, I guess. He says, disappear for a couple weeks. I'm just going to lazy around the house.
Well, I want to go someplace.
Yeah.
Well, do you hear me? I want to go someplace.
Well, don't look at me. I ain't going to say it.
Well, Billy, I have the most wonderful plans. I want to go to New York.
Good. Now give me a chance to see the Brooklyn Bridge.
What do you want to see that old thing?
Oh, I like to look over my property every once in a while.
I wonder if we'll be able to get reservations.
I tell you, you pack. I'll phone the Bulldog bus line.
The Bulldog bus line?
Yeah, sort of a mongrel greyhound. You know? Hey, why don't we drive to New York? Then we won't have to have any reservations at all, huh?
Okay, I'll start getting packed while you get the car ready.
Okay. Well, we're off.
Willie, come back here.
Well, I tried.
You almost left me behind, you idiot.
I sure am. I should have left earlier. Come on, get in.
Oh, now what's wrong with the car?
Oh, it's probably the carburetor all clogged up with pedestrians again. Hey, hold still there! Hey, I'll look under the hood to see what's wrong with it. Hey, what happened?
I turned the key and stepped on the starter.
Oh, well, if you're going to do things the easy way. Well, we're off.
Oh, isn't it beautiful along the ocean here? Oh, smell that fresh air.
Yeah, you should breathe through your nose, though.
Why?
So you keep your big mouth closed.
Willie, don't don't you think we should stop someplace for the night? I'm getting awfully tired.
Well, there should be a town along here anyway.
Well, don't you know where we are?
I always know where we are.
All right, then, where are we?
We're lost. I only had a map around here.
Map? Well, there's one here. Oh, dear, now what did we do with that road map?
What's that you're holding in front of your face?
I am not holding anything in front of my face.
That's what I was afraid of.
You used to say I was the prettiest girl on the block.
Well, can I help it if you lived in an ugly neighborhood?
There's an old lady waiting for a bus. Maybe she could help us.
Okay. Oh, that sweet old lady. You're always so nice. Pardon me, madam.
Get away, you messer! Here, police! Get away from me, you bum! It's getting so the streets aren't safe for a poor, defenseless woman. Now get going, bum!
Really? Did you find out anything?
Yeah, I found out that dear old lady was a troublemaker. Boy, the trouble some people will go through to start trouble, you know.
Willie, we've got to find out where we are.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we're coming to a sign. Can you read it?
I think so. I used the touch system, of course. Well, we're really lost. I know that much.
Lost? Willie, I'm scared. Just hold me in your arms and look into my eyes.
Why, you want to scare me too, huh? Well, it'll be daylight in a couple of minutes, then we'll
Willie,
be
look
all
over there. I'd swear that this is the third time we've passed that farmer standing in front of that barn. Let's stop and ask him where we are.
Look, if we don't know where we are, how would a hick like that know, huh?
Willie, I insist that you stop and ask that farmer where we are.
Okay,
Well, howdy.
Yeah, howdy. How do you get to New York?
I don't. I always stay here.
Yeah. I've heard people are funny, but you're hilarious. Can you tell me what road we're on?
This ain't no road.
It ain't?
No, it's the Santa Anita racetrack, and this is your 200th lap.
Now our lovely Anita Ellis will sing Someone to Watch Over Me by George Gershwin.
There's a saying old says that love is blind. Still I'm often told, seek and ye shall find. So I'm going to seek a certain lad I've had in mind. Looking everywhere, haven't found him yet. He's the big affair I cannot forget. Only man I ever think of with regret. There's a somebody I'm longing to see. I hope that he turns out to be someone to watch over me. I'm a little lamb who's lost in the wood. I know I could always be good to one who'll watch over me. Although he may not be the man some girls think of as handsome, to my heart he carries the key. Won't you tell him, please, to put on some speed? Follow my lead. Oh, how I need someone to watch over me.
now David Forrester and his orchestra play Two Guitars. Chapter 9 is entitled A Child Lost, Trouble Found. Sometimes children get lost, but if they've been taught that the policemen are their friend, they usually show up again about bedtime. And this is the story of Junior, the mean little kid.
Junior, where are you? Where are you? Well, I guess he can't hear me. I suppose it's all right to take the cookies out now.
Cookies?
Where have you been?
Up in the bathroom shaving.
Junior, don't you know a razor is dangerous?
Oh, I wouldn't use the razor. Only the blade. Only the blade.
You're kidding me.
You just keep laughing, kiddo. This ain't a red tie I'm wearing.
What have you got to shave?
You fur coat.
What?
Well, now, I didn't hurt it. I lathered it good first, you know.
Junior, why are you so destructive?
Oh, it's just second nature by now. First nature, too, I guess.
What am I going to do with you?
I don't know. But if I worry you, I'm not going to worry you no more because I'm going to turn over a new leaf.
And if you don't keep your promise?
I know. You turn me over. I know.
Now, how would you like to get Grandma a glass of water?
Okay. I'm going to get some water. I'm going to get some water. I'm turning on the faucet. I'm turning on the faucet. I'm filling up the glass. I'm filling up. I'm running back. I'm running back. I'm running back. You can figure the rest out for yourself.
Oh, honestly, I'm sorry the stork ever delivered such a grandson.
No, hey, Grandma, let me ask you something. Does the stork deliver all kinds of little babies?
Yes.
Baby alligators, baby elephants, baby camels, baby skunks?
Yes.
Well, you didn't do so bad with the grandson deal after all.
Say, what you doing with the hairbrush? What you gonna do?
I am going to punish you for breaking that mirror.
No, I broke the glass. Now I broke the glass. You don't love me, that's what. See, you just want to beat me because I didn't touch the mirror. You did it with the glass.
Oh, it's no use, Junior. You can't talk your way out of this.
Okay. I got something to tell you. I better tell you now, because I'm going to be crying so hard later I won't have the chance, see. You're one of the sweetest little ladies in the world. The nicest grandma in the whole world, you know. And I've done something wrong. I broke something. I need to be punished. But I want you to know I've already learned my lesson before you even whip me. Go ahead.
Oh, do you really think that?
Yes, I do. Go on, knock me head off. Go ahead.
Well, all right then, run and play.
Boy, they sure fall for that wolf talk, don't they? Hey, Grandma, can I listen to the radio?
Oh, yes, dear. Tune in Mary Jane, the small town girl program.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see if she finds happiness with her new 7th husband.
Yeah. You know, I just love these daytime serial programs. They're so humane, you know.
Market. And don't forget to ask for Martha Washington's pound box of candy.
Oh.
A wonderful present to square yourself with your wife or sweetheart.
How about Grandma?
Now, here's your last-minute news reporter.
No, boy, a pound box of candy. I'm glad I only listened to the radio commercials, boy. I didn't know that. I was going to get some of that from my grandma, and I won't tell her about it. I'm going to surprise her, and then eat it myself. I'm going to get me hat and coat.
Junior, what are you dressing for?
Well, I can't run around in me birthday clothes.
Where are you going?
Huh? It's a secret.
Now tell me what it is.
Oh, no, it's a secret. Oh, no.
Now you tell me what's going on in your mind.
I got a date with George Washington's wife.
She's been dead for 150 years.
Well, we wasn't going to talk very much, you know. If you must know, I was just going outside for some fresh air.
Well, all right, but stay close to the house.
Okay.
Now, let's see that you look all right.
Now, inspections. Always inspections. No, mine not. Let me see your ears. Let me see this. Let me see your clothes. Can't you forget that you was a whack in the Rough Riders?
Go on and behave yourself. But stay close to the house.
Okay.
Oh, here it is, 6 o'clock, and Junior isn't home yet. Oh, good. Is that you, Pat?
Yes. I've been to 7 places, and I can't find him.
Well, wipe the foam off your chin and sit down. I'm going to call the police. It's the only thing left to do.
Boy, I wish I knew where that candy store is. I better get back home because it's getting kind of dark. Now, let's see. Which way did I come? From the north? No. Or from the south? No. From the east? No. The west? No, that's wrong, too. Well, I didn't drop here. Oh, goodness, I am lost. Where's the policeman? I am lost.
Well, son, why are you crying?
Why don't you pay attention? Left alone with me, you know.
Well, where do you live?
I live with my grandma.
Where's your mother?
She's back east looking up my birth certificate, see if there's any loopholes in it.
Well, do you know the name of the street?
No, but my grandma does.
What's your name?
Junior.
Is that the only name you have?
Well, the kids, they used to call me Junior, see, but the kids call me Butch. And the other day I had my first fight, now they call me Junior again.
Well, where do you live?
Well, you want to know me hideout, huh? Well, you'll never make me squeal, copper. You'll have to give me the 3rd degree, you will.
Do you have any identification?
Yes, a birthmark.
Birthmark?
Yeah, you want to see it? Look, skull and crossbones.
Well, come on, get in the squad car. I'll take you down to headquarters.
Oh, good. Oh, look, a Tommy gun. Boy, I hit the jackpot this time. Is it loaded? Well, that answers that question, doesn't it?
You better get in the front seat where I can keep an eye on you.
Oh.
Are you scared?
No, not me. I'm going to sit back and enjoy this because I got a feeling I ain't going to be able to sit down for a long time. Boy, that's fun, huh?
Well, here we are at headquarters. Could I have my hat back now?
Yeah. Can I keep your badge?
Yes, if you'll reach in my pocket and get the keys to these handcuffs.
You know, you're a good driver, you is. It's hard to drive a car when your hands are clamped to your ankles like that, you know.
Come on in.
Yes. Now, hey, why don't you put me in a cell where the more desperate criminals are?
Yeah?
I'll give them something to be desperate about, boy.
Oh, why did you have to get lost on my beat?
I don't know. Hey, I've never been in a police station before.
Well, what have you got there? Any calls about a kid like this lost?
Yes, we've had a call from a boy who fits this description.
Oh.
Yeah, well, call him and tell him to come and get him.
Yeah, make them come and get me, because it would scare them to death if you drove up in front of that house.
Really? Why?
Well, because it would scare all the customers away, and then that meat down the cellar would spoil.
You sell meat from your cellar?
Sure. Would you use some hot pork chops or steak or something? I can fix it up for you.
You mean your grandmother sells meat?
Well, we don't give it away in times like these, you know.
Hold the squad. I think we've hit a black market.
Now, let me explain first. Now, you just keep a big mouth shut, see? Oh, Grandma, I got lost. I went out to get you a present.
Junior, oh, my poor darling, are you all right?
It depends on what you're going to do to me.
Cassie, you're scared to death. Why, you're as white as a ghost.
No, I ain't scared. He made me wash me face. A new way with soap, you know.
Okay, lady, how do we get to your cellar?
We don't have a cellar.
Now, don't give us that line. The kid told us all about it.
Yeah.
What did you tell them, Junior?
Well, I said you had a lot of meat in the cellar.
But why?
Because I figured it would save time in getting me home. The other way, you would have to come and get me, you know.
Oh, you thought so.
Yeah. Oh, no, you hit me. Oh, no. You broke me leg. You broke me
Oh, it was really no trouble at all. I'm sorry if I got you in Dutch, son.
It's okay. Oh, you broke me leg. You broke me leg.
Well, if I've broken your leg, I guess I'll have to shoot you.
Yes, you... Oh, well, I guess I can manage to hobble upstairs.
Remember, we'll all be back with you next Tuesday. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Gigi Pearson, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Marcelli's orchestra, Kathleen Wells, those two harmoniacs, Ronnie and Van, and starring that ambulating Ananias, that humbug of the highways, that meretricious motorist, Fibber McGee, with his constant companion and severest critic, Molly. Well, what are you doing, Fibber? Will you stop rattling that script in this microphone?
This ain't a script. It's a road map.
A road map?
Yes. You see, this here map shows Route 42 and Route 16. Molly wants us to take Route 42, but I claim that 16 is more smoother, more straighter, more faster, more...
Mr. McGee, come back here.
I guess you take 42.
Well, 42 or Route 16. Marcelli and his men find it all smooth sailing when assisted by those surf-riding serfs from the surface stations, Dustoff and Brightsky.
like ships at sea will merrily breeze along, without a head smooth sailing. Smooth sailing, when the breeze may blow, we'll merrily roll along. Never mind about the weather, let it rain or let it shine. In time that we're together, it's all a true time. One hit smooth sailing, smooth sailing. On a happy tide, we'll merrily ride along.
Now we find Fibber and Molly McGee chugging down Route 42.
McGee, do you hear that? You mean that number 3 cylinder? I know. I told that fellow back there to adjust the plug to the thickness of a dime, but he must use 2 nickels. I mind the time. I don't mean a nickel and I don't mean a dime. I mean a copper, huh? Listen, would you? Don't look back. You will go through a red light, will you, McGee?
Shucks, I tell you, that light wasn't lit, Molly.
Yes, and my Uncle Tim wears a collar, but he's no heart. I tell you, McGee, we're due for something here.
All right. Over there, you.
Here it is, McGee, and I didn't even have time to hang out the Notre Dame pennant.
Don't worry, Molly. I'll handle this. Good evening, Sergeant. Nice, cool evening, ain't it?
Yeah. But it'll be warmer any minute. Or maybe the cooler for you. Now, what's the idea of passing the red light back there, huh? What's your name? What's your license number? Where you going? Where's your city sticker? What's the idea, huh?
Answer them one at a time, McGee, starting with the red light. Remember?
Listen, officer. Don't get flipped. My name's McGee, and I'm president of the ITCIOTUS&T, Local 82, which means the International Tourist Camp Inspectors of the United States and Canada. Right. I know some pretty big men around here.
Fine. The judge is 6'3". Now follow me and no bunkie business, you hear?
Oh, yeah.
My. It's awful hot driving in July, ain't it, McGee?
July? This here's April.
Sure. In the 90 days, it'll be July.
Oh, no. Oh, Molly, ain't that serious? I tell you, that red light wasn't lit, and I'll plead this case till the cows come home.
Listen well to the judge's gavel, McGee. It's the only knock that ain't a boost.
Silence in the court. Officer, what's the man charged with?
Passing up a red light at the junction, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the light wasn't lit.
Silence.
That don't make any difference, Your Honor. That light ain't working right. But it's a red light, and he should have stopped her.
That light ought to be fixed, Schwartz.
Schwartz, is it? And me wasting me sweet Irish miles on a guy named Schwartz.
Quiet. Quiet, madam. What's your name, defendant?
McGee. Fibber McGee, Your Honor. One of the old Nebraska McGees. One of the oldest and most respectable...
All right, never mind.
Huh?
I realize that it's difficult to see that light at the junction. Nevertheless, we must impose caution on all motorists. And it is obvious that it is a red light, lit or not. Now, what have you to say, McGraw?
McGee, it is. And I got this here to say.
I'm a law-abiding citizen, and that there red light wasn't lit. If it had been lit, I'd have knew it was a red light. But a red light that ain't lit ain't a red light. On account of because a light that ain't lit ain't a light. And if it's got to be lit to be a red light that ain't lit, then it ain't a red light. If a red light is the kind of a light a red light ought to be, it'd be a lit light, not a dead light. A dead red light ain't no more a red light than a lit light is a dead light. And I claims that any time my headlight sees a dead light, red light or no red light, and I ride right by the light, I'm in my right. Come on, Molly.
Well, Fibber, what are you doing back here? The last time I saw you were before a justice of the peace.
Yeah, but you see, me and Molly decided there wasn't no justice.
Oh, we're going to sing a piece.
No rattler could rip her, no python could nip her, for she was the last word in class. Sweet Flossie Farmer, the lovely snake charmer who fell for a snake in the grass. She shunned all the geezers on the flying trapezes and let all the acrobats pass. Ah, but sweet Flossie Farmer, the lovely snake charmer went boom for a snake in the grass. Take it away, Molly.
He didn't care for his ride, not the yada-da-da, sing brother.
Nice voice.
He didn't care for his hippopotamuses, yada-da-da, whoop.
That's the stuff, Molly. She flittered and fluttered at each word he uttered. The scoundrel had plenty of brass.
He did that.
But when they started kissing, the snake started hissing.
For he put a snake in the grass.
No boa constrictor has slapped her or kicked her. She had them all doped up with gas. But sweet Flossie Farmer, the lovely snake charmer, was doped by a snake in the grass. Why, even the dwarfs and the giants cried out their defiance. They saw through her lover like glass.
They did that.
Ah, but sweet Flossie Farmer, the lovely snake charmer, was nursed for a snake in the grass. Tear into it, Molly.
He didn't care for his tea, lionesses, yada-da-da, sing ding-dong. He didn't
Come on now, Molly, the old smock now.
Yada-da-da, sing.
That's the stuff. He swore she'd obey him, her salary pay him. The snakes overheard the poor lad. And it isn't surprising. They filled him with poison, for he was a snake in the grass.
Oh, thank you, folks. A bright song with a bright finish. And listen, listeners, here's the way to protect the bright finish on your car from the ultraviolet rays of the sun now that the hot summer days are coming in.
Excuse me, Mr. Carwax.
Not Carwax. My name is Wilcox, Harlow Wilcox.
Oh, yeah. Well, anyhow, I don't think you're giving folks the right picture on the Johnston's auto wax.
Oh, I see. I suppose you could do it much better.
Oh, ain't got the slightest doubt of it, my boy. I'd make a kind of a story out of it, like this. Once upon a time, maybe I better have a stand player. Mr. Marshmallow.
Mark Shelley.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Folks, once upon a time, there was two kids, Violet and Ray. You get it? Violet, Ray? They don't get it, Molly.
It ain't funny, McGee.
Well, sir, there was never a dull moment with Violet and Ray. They improved each shining hour, you might say, eating the finish off in cars. So one Sunday morning, Violet says to Ray, Ray, she says, I'm just hungry to spoil the finish onto a nice, shiny car. Now, there's a bright, gleaming job down there. Come on, let's ruin it. Hooray, says okay, says Ray. And down they come, right onto the nice, shiny car. But 'twasn't no use. After 10 hours, they give up. Why, shucks, says Violet to Ray, we ain't making no impression. Ain't we got any personality anymore? And Ray just laughs. Look, says he to Violet, this here car's got Johnson's auto wax onto it. That's what makes it so bright. That's why we ain't getting nowhere spoiling it. That's what you get, Violet, says Ray, for picking out this nice, shiny car. What you mean, that's what I get, says Violet? And Ray just laughs and says, for being so ultra, Violet, he says. Fanfare.
Thank you, Fibber. Thank you. That was terrible.
Huh?
That was splendid.
Well, I'm glad to help you out anytime, my boy.
Well, well, you certainly spoiled my story, Fibber, so I'm going to ask Marcelli to give me time to think while he finds rhythm in the rain.
Rhythm of the raindrops, along the streets of Seattle, I walk between the raindrops. I love the rhythm of the rain. I met you underneath the raindrops. I was a lucky fellow, for underneath the raindrops we shared the same umbrella, and underneath the raindrops we learned the rhythm of the rain. Just like the rain can shower each flower is you. I await the hour. How about the one in the new? So anytime you see the raindrops and hear the pitter-patter come out beneath the raindrops, and we can love and chatter with it beneath the raindrops, you'll love the rhythm of the rain.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now that I've considered it, that story that Fibber McGee told you about Violet and Ray wasn't such a fairy tale as it sounded. Johnson's Auto Wax does protect your car so that the ultraviolet rays of the sun cannot destroy the finish. Wax actually saves the finish of your car against the onslaughts of sun, rain, and road film. Now, before you wax your car, of course, you'll want to take off all the old grease and dirt that's been collecting on it. The simple way to get that dirty film off is to use Johnson's Auto Cleaner. The easiest cleaner you ever used, and it positively will not hurt the finish. Johnson's Auto Cleaner will make your car bright as new, and Johnson's Auto Wax will keep it that way. Keep it so beautiful the neighbors will actually believe you have a new car. Drive into a service station and tell them to make your car shine like it did the day it was first driven out of the showroom. They can do it in short order with Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner. Or if you prefer, you can easily wax your own car. Thousands of owners are doing it. Just ask your regular dealer or service station for Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner. And your dealer, by the way, will give you free a can of fine quality auto enamel for touching up worn or rusty spots on your car. But more about this free offer later. In the meantime, I'd like to present Miss Kathleen Wells. And personally, ladies and gentlemen, I think the S is on the wrong end of that name because she certainly is swell. Miss Kathleen Wells. Miss Wells is going to sing. Well, what do you want, Fibber?
Oh, not you, boy.
I get it.
Hi there, Stu. What you going to sing for me?
If the moon turns green, Fibber.
If the moon turns green, huh? Well, you ought to know if it does, you know. You're a kind of a heavenly body yourself.
Fibber, McGee, come with me.
Go on and turn it green, too.
The moon turns green, and shadows get up and walk around. Clouds come tumbling to the ground. I wouldn't be surprised. Or didn't you fall in love with me? If the stars turn blue, and willows that we begin to sing, winter changes into spring, I wouldn't raise my eyes. Or didn't you fall in love with me? I thought I was foolish to think of romance with someone so charming as you. Thought I was hoping without any chance, but every hope came true. If the moon turns green and rivers begin to flow upstream, and this is all a crazy dream, I wouldn't be surprised. 'Cause anything can happen if you can fall in love with me. Oh, I believe in miracles. Honestly, I do. Wonder I get miracles about that certain miracle that gave me you. Oh, I thought I was foolish to think of romance with someone as charming as you. Thought I was hoping without any chance, but every hope came true. If the moon turns green and rivers begin to flow upstream, and this is all a crazy dream, I wouldn't be surprised. 'Cause anything can happen, dear, if you can fall in love with me.
Jelly, with the help of a vocal triangle, finds that love is just around the corner. find Fibber and Molly still chugging along and pulling into a filling station. Good evening, sir. Gasoline?
Sure, fill it up halfway.
Yes, sir. Need any oil?
Do I need oil, Molly?
I don't know, McGee. Where do you sleep?
No oil. Nice little station you got here, son.
Yep, but I'm building onto it next month so I can handle washing and waxing.
Been in business long?
Oh, ever since I got out of the Army.
Don't tell me you was in the Army.
Sure.
What division?
The Rainbow. Why?
Well, they had a swell record, boy. I was into the intelligence myself.
The what, McGee?
The intelligence.
The what?
The infantry. That is at first, and then I was into the cavalry and the Navy and the Foreign Legion. By jing, boy, there's a great outfit, the Foreign Legion. You know, the Foreign Legion is the toughest, hardest-boiled bunch of fellas in the world. Most of us went into it to forget. Just forget.
Well, what were you forgetting, sir?
I forgot.
You forgot what, McGee?
I forgot what I went in to forget. That's why I re-enlisted. See if I could remember what I joined up the first time to forget.
What was that, an army or a memory course, McGee?
I'll never forget one thing, though.
What was that, sir?
Ermintrude.
Aha! Apparently.
Well, in a way. Ermintrude was a camel.
Oh.
A girl camel. You see, I was assigned to the 3rd camel course.
4, McGee.
These was camels, not apples. Ermintrude was a racing camel I had. Real sweet-tempered camel, as camels go.
And did she go?
No, but I did.
Oh, so you left the Foreign Legion?
Yes. And the hardest thing I ever done was to part with old Ermintrude.
Oh, my.
Many's the time we used to ride over the desert together in the gloaming. Many's the time I'd get off to get a drink at the well into the hot sand. Then I'd put my foot onto Ermintrude's knee and say, Wasamula. And up she raised me into the saddle. Yes, sir. As I says, the hardest thing I ever done into my life was to leave Ermintrude. I'll never forget how her lips kind of quivered when I says goodbye. I got a big lump into my own throat.
He swallowed his tobacco.
No, sir. 'Twas emotion.
Oh.
Well, sir, I left the Legion. Too many foreigners into it. But years later, I was here in New York one fall day, and I went in to get me an overcoat.
In a restaurant?
No. In a clothing store. How do you do, Mr. McGee? Says Kurt, real respectful. I was well known in New York in them days.
And still he was respectful?
Well, what happened then, sir?
Well, I'm coming to it. I want overcoat, I says to the feller. Okay, says he, reaching over to the rack. Here's a snappy number in camel's hair, says he. And I looks her over. And will you believe it, son? Right square smack dab into the middle of the shoulder was a little oblong patch of white hair. It was Ermintrude. Yes, sir. It was Ermintrude back with her old master again. Shucks, I busted down.
Oh, gee, that must have been a great moment.
Sure. Why didn't you re-enlist to forget that, McGee?
It was too late. Ermintrude was overcoat by then.
Oh.
Well, sir, I bought the coat. Yes, sir. I bought Ermintrude, and I wore her for years. It was an expensive coat, and I busted me, but nothing was too good for Ermintrude. Now, sir, every time it got cold, I could feel Ermintrude wrap herself around me real close. Trying to snuggle up confections-like. She was like that, Ernie was. How much gas put in, boy?
5 gallons.
Oh, give her another 2 quarts. Might as well have enough. No, never mind. I don't want to crowd the tank. How much I owe you?
91 cents. Thank you. Oh, by the way, whatever became of Ermintrude?
Oh, dear. That was the sad part of it all. One day I got caught in the revolving door, tore Ermintrude's arm off. There was nothing else to do. So I went out and shot the coat.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to tell you about a free offer.
Yep, next week, folks, we're going to give to everybody listening a new car. Any make you ask for.
Yes.
All you got to do... Hey, quit pushing me, Harpo.
Not Harpo. My name is Harlow.
Well, quit pushing anyhow.
Well, Fibber, McGee is just a little bit wrong, folks. We're not giving away any free cars, but with every purchase of Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner, we are giving away a 40-cent can of Johnson's Touch-Up Enamel. There's a brush right with the can, and it's a cinch to touch up any little scratches or broken places in the finish on your fenders or the body of the car. Now, there's a special introductory price of 98 cents for both Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner, and you can get the can of Touch-Up Enamel free. Better go to your regular wax dealer or service station right away with your 98 cents and ask for Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner. Then, clean and wax your car the first chance you get and surprise your family with a car that looks like new. Don't forget, next week at this time, you have a bright and shining date with Johnson's Auto Wax and Fibber, McGee, and Molly. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Special today, pig pickle feet. Archie speaking, Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, must be 3 or 4 customers here already. You hear that, Duffy? You're in business again. Listen, Duffy, you picked out a very bad time to call up. Yeah, we're just going to go on the air for a broadcast. Now, wait a minute, Duffy. Don't get all excited. It ain't costing a cent. No, the network's doing it for prestige. Well, now, Duffy, I can't brandy words with you now. We're just going on the air, I'm telling you. Goodbye, Duffy. I'll see you later.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mel Allen. Forecast invites you to join us for a decidedly informal evening at Duffy's Tavern, where anyone under the sun is likely to drop in any time to talk things over with Archie. Almost anyone may drop in tonight. Now, people we're sure will be around, however, are Gertrude Neeson, Colonel Stoopnagel, Larry Adler, and John Kirby's orchestra. And now I turn you over to that past master of ceremonies, Archie.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the voice of Duffy's Tavern speaking, formerly Duffy's Bar and Grill, and still owned by the same proprietorship. And we take great pride in presenting them great musicians, John Kirby and his high schoolians. They offer their own version of Royal Garden Blues. You will note that in the second chorus, the piccolo player hits a note so high that it can only be heard by a dog. Mr. Kirby. Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. The special today, pig's pickle feet. Oh, hello, boss. Hey, how'd you like Kirby's band? They what? Duffy, they do not. Oh, I see what you mean. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What is it, Archie?
It's Duffy, Mr. Kirby. He says he thinks your band is great. All right, Duffy, I know. I can't tell a guy that, though. You don't understand artists, Duffy. You know, they're much more insensible than you and me. You gotta tolerate them. But Duffy, you haven't liked nothing since Chauncey Olcott cracked up on Mother McCrae. You live in a graveyard full of Irish tenants. Wait a minute, Duffy. Gertrude Neeson, the new floor show just walked in. What? All right, I'll tell her. I'll speak to you later. Good evening, Miss Neeson.
Hi, Archie.
Say, Miss Neeson, I hate to, I hate to bury sleeping dogs, but Duffy has been complaining about you.
Oh, what's old Novocaine brain squawking about now?
Well, he claims you insulted his best customer, Mr. Feldever K. Beldorf. Was you out to dinner with Beldorf last night?
Yes, and I'll never go out with that crumb again.
Huh?
You know what happened? He asked me to go out to dinner last night, so I go with him. Well, you know how I never like a strange man to pay for my meals.
Yeah, I know.
So I said to him, Mr. Beldorf, I insist that this dinner should be Dutch. But he said he absolutely wouldn't hear of it.
Well, that's nice.
He said I had to pay for him, too.
That's Beldorf, so what did you do?
Oh, I did what any lady would do. I broke a plate over his head.
What else could you do?
Well, frankly, as man to man, do you think that breaking a plate of soup over a guy's head should be construed as an insult?
No, but Beldorf's a little hypersensitive. Don't like those things. I'll explain it to Duffy, though. By the way, Duffy ain't never heard them golden tones of yours, Miss Neeson. You know, I've told him about you being a great star of the movies and the radio, and when I mentioned that you have been on the stage, he said he had one request.
Look, Archie, even to please Duffy, I will not recite Casey at the bat.
Well, all right, then. But would you mind rendering the customers with a song?
All right, I'll do something especially for Mr. Duffy. Does he rumba?
An amusing question, Miss Neeson. Proceed ahead.
Bailar con la rumba, mi negra, Marina de Rosa.
Is a little knowledge quite good? Maybe it won't help you, but it should. You cannot travel unless you know how to say yes. That inspirational, so sensational, oh sensational, yes. In Spain they say, si, si. In France they say, oui, oui. Every little Dutch girl says, ja, ja. Every little Russian says, da, da. Well, sweetheart, tell me why. No matter how I try, you listen to my plea, won't say yes in any language to me. Why don't you say, si, si? All the monkeys in the tree, they don't have to say, si, si. All they do is wag their little tail. That's a little gag that never fails. But, sweetheart, tell me why. No matter how I try, you won't listen to my plea. You won't say yes in any language to me. Why don't you say, si, si? Any language to me, why don't you say, Sissy? Or maybe you say, baby, why don't you say, Sissy?
Excuse me. Good evening. Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Today's special pig's pickle feast. Ozzie speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, it's you again, Duffy. Say, Duffy, do I have to say that poem you made up every time I answer the phone? All right, I'll say it. Only we're going to be in trouble when the special is corned beef hash. Say, by the way, what did you think of Gertrude Neeson singing? What? Well, gee, Duffy, some people like her. What? A little more pizzicato. All right, I'll tell her. He says you should have sang louder, Miss Neeson.
Let me have that phone. So, you didn't like my singing, Mr. Duffy. And you're the greatest living authority on Irish tenors. You call what you're doing living? Oh, so your wife says a girl who sings like I do would smoke cigarettes. Listen, you crummy old broken-down barfly, you miserable no-good four-flushing... What? Yes, you can call me Gertrude. And furthermore, lame brain, if I had the wings of an angel, I'd beat your brains out with them. Goodbye.
Hello, Duffy. What's new? Duffy, you and your Irish tenors. Wait a minute, Dave. Colonel Stoopnagel just come in there. Good evening, Colonel.
Hard evening, Screechy.
Oh, how are you tonight, Colonel?
Oh, I'm in pretty good shape for the shape I'm in. That is, considering my shape.
Well, that's pretty good. Have a cigar, Colonel?
Yes, I have.
Thanks. I'll be right with you, Colonel. Have a seat. Hello, Duffy. The Colonel's got a look in his eye like a $3 porterhouse. If I play my cards right, maybe I can sell him a slice off of that Kansas City steer you've been saving for inflation. Well, listen, Duffy, that steer ain't getting no younger. Okay, see you later. Well, Colonel, you sure are a sight to give a person sore eyes. Here, let me take your hat and shotgun. Bento wedding?
Huh?
Bento wedding?
No, Archie, I've been hunting ducks.
Hey, Nimrod, would you mind not pointing that shotgun at my head? I just had my hair done.
Pardon me, madam, but you don't have to be afraid of this fowling piece, unless you happen to be a duck.
Well, she don't happen to be no duck, Colonel. She happens to be a canary. Colonel Stoopnagel, this is Chanteuse, Miss Gertrude Neeson.
How do you do? I'm sure.
Well, I haven't seen you in a long time. You're putting on quite a front stoop, Nagel.
Better give me that foul piece, Colonel, and I'll put it out of harm's way.
Hey, careful of that, Archie. That's no ordinary shotgun.
It ain't, huh?
It's what I call a sawed-on shotgun.
Oh.
You will also observe that it's made with one barrel on top of the other instead of side by side. It's for shooting ducks who happen to be riding piggyback.
That's certainly a very clever blundering bust, Colonel.
A blundering bust. Oh, yes. And here's another startling feature about it. One barrel is loaded with bullets, and the other barrel is loaded with nothing.
Loaded with nothing? Why is that?
Well, the loaded one's for shooting ducks, and the unloaded one is for not shooting innocent bystanders.
Oh.
Say, Archie, how about that steak for the Colonel?
Oh, yeah, thanks for reminding me. I say, Colonel, we got a steak here we've been saving especially for you.
Archie, now you're talking. After that duck hunt, I could eat a horse.
Colonel, you have place and order. Next, that saddle steak for Colonel Stoopnagel.
Want me to ride it in, boss?
No, just slap it on the rump and hold the kitchen door open. It'll walk it. Oh, good evening, Officer Clancy. What'll it be? The usual absence frappe?
Never mind that. Who belongs to the blue sedan parked outside, next to the fire hydrant?
Well, what's wrong with that? It's my own fire hydrant.
Now, listen, you.
Now, you listen, Clancy. You're supposed to be a friend of Duffy. Why do you always come in here annoying the customers?
You listen here, Archie, and don't be giving me no back talk. You keep your customers obeying the law, or I'll close you up.
Well, you can't close us up. We ain't got a license.
Yeah, but I know. Well, don't let it happen again.
Okay, Clancy. Holy smoke, Colonel. If he ever finds out we really got a license, we're going to be in trouble.
Well, don't worry, Archie. I've got a pull with the mayor. I can arrange to have your license revoked.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much, Miss Mason.
Oh, nothing at all.
Say, Archie.
Yes, Colonel.
Could I interest you in this thing here that I've just invented?
Well, what is it, Colonel? To me, it looks just like a door.
A door it is. It's a bathroom door that you don't have to wait outside of.
You don't have to wait outside of it. Well, why is that, Colonel?
Because it opens into a closet.
Gosh, Colonel, you sure have got a furtive mind. I'll bet you'd have a million suggestions how to improve this place.
Well, I have one idea you might use, Archie. I've just invented a brand new drink. It's made by brewing malt and yeast and hops together, and the result is a tangy, golden liquid with a frothy head on it.
But, Colonel, we got that here. That's beer.
That's odd. That's what I call mine.
Now, wait a minute, Colonel. Beer was invented more than 2,000 years ago.
Really? It seems like only yesterday.
Say, Colonel, have you ever tried your hand at inventing an Irish tenor?
Why?
Well, Duffy says either I either get an Irish tenor or I'm fired.
My boy, never despair. I, Colonel Lemuel Q. Stoopnagel, am an Irish tenor.
A reaper. We're saved. Oh, but wait a minute. Duffy only likes Irish tenors.
Ah, sure, me old mother was a queen of the queens of County Down. Ah, she was indeed. Indeed, she was. Ah. Oh, well, I remember me mother and I.
Colonel.
Over in the cold.
Hey, Colonel.
South door walker.
Hey, Colonel. Colonel, can you sing with a kind of a catch in your voice, maybe?
Listen, Archie, when you hear me sing My Wild Irish Rose, you'll hear the lakes of Killarney. You'll hear the Shannon River flowing softly down to the sea. You'll hear the lilt of Irish laughter, the salt of Irish tears, the beat of brave Irish hearts, and the wail of the Irish banshee. Oh, she was indeed! Indeed, she was! Ah! Hear what I mean, Archie?
Yeah, that's just what I'm afraid of. If it ain't done right, Duffy will be on that phone quicker than Jack Robinson and tear the roof off me.
Ah, don't worry about a thing, Archie. This will be magnificent. To the pipes, Mr. Kirby. My wild Irish rose.
Colonel, I think you better stop.
You may look at.
Hello? This is Finnegan's Pharmacy. This is Finnegan, the pharmacist speaking. All right, Duffy, don't get so excited. All right, well, he stopped, didn't he? What? Oh, Duffy. Well, that ain't possible. No, Duffy, it is not possible. All right.
Hey, what was that, Archie?
It's nothing. We had a request, that's all.
Well, I'm always glad to oblige. What was the request?
Never mind. You couldn't do it.
Say, Archie. Say, Archie.
Yeah?
Look who just came in. You know Larry Adler, the harmonica player.
Why, sure. How are you, Mr. Adler? Glad to see you.
Hello, Archie. Nice seeing you again.
Say, Archie, you know Larry Adler happens to be the finest harmonica player in the world. You think Duffy would like a sample of his talent?
Ah, that Duffy don't want guys with talent. He wants Irish tenors.
Well, Archie, if it'll help at all, I know a million Irish tunes. Ah.
Hey, Mr. Adler. Do you know Danny Boy? Duffy always liked that one.
Ah, sure, me boy. Oh, I know it 12.
Okay. Well, let's take a chance on Mr. Adler. But, Mr. Allen, when you announce him, you know, there's no use confusing Duffy about the man's name. You know what I mean.
Yeah. I get it, Archie. I get it. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Boy, played on the harmonica by the world's greatest harmonica virtuoso, Larry O'Adler.
I wonder if that could be Duffy. Hello? You liked him? You really did, huh, Duffy? Oh, that's swell. Sure you can hear him on records. Yeah, you're right, Duffy. Nothing like an Irish harmonica player. What? Buy a drink for the house. Are you sure this is Duffy? Well, all right, Duffy, that's fine. Okay. Folks, Duffy's buying a drink for everybody. Did you hear that, Nick?
I heard it, but I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. And by the way, Nick, Duffy says close up the free lunch until the thing blows over.
Yeah, boss. That's more like Duffy. Here you are, folks. Drink hearty. It's on Duffy.
Well, you can quote me as being astounded.
Hey, don't often get Duffy in such a monogamous mood. Well, here goes.
Needle beer. Seems like old times. Which reminds me, Archie, whatever became of your old friend Two-Top Gruskin?
Two-Top Gruskin? What is it?
It isn't a net. It's a guy. He's a two-headed baseball pitcher. He can watch first base and third base at the same time.
You say he had two heads?
Certainly had two heads, Miss Neeson. What's so strange about Two-Top having two heads?
Oh, there's nothing strange about it. But Two-Top Gruskin.
Well, his real name is Athos and Porthos Gruskin. But they nicknamed him Two-Top, I suppose, on account of him having two heads.
Very original.
Yeah, what did become of Two-Top?
Oh, he got married.
Happily?
Well, as he always shakes his head when you ask him, is he happily married? Yes and no.
Well, why is that, Archie?
Well, it all started the night that Two-Top's wife, whose maiden name was Inez Harrigan before she was married, the night that she met Two-Top at the Dollar Beer Rack at Masquerade Ball down here at Duffy's Bar and Grill. You know, the old place.
Oh, yeah.
Duffy announces that first prize for the best masquerade costume is going to be a free drink on the house, which, as you know, is a very rare offer from Duffy, outside of on St. Patrick's Day. Whatsoever, let's not digress. Anyway, the masquerade gets rolling, and there's terrific competition for the free drink when all of a sudden in comes the big piece of resistance himself. He comes in. Two-Top Gruskin himself. He comes as a pair of bookends.
As a pair of bookends?
Yeah, with a book between his two heads. A book his mother gave him. A little book his mother gave him called My Son, My Son.
I get it, boss. I get it. She knew him like a book, eh, boss?
Hey, that's good, Nick. But let's not have no more of that. Well, anyway, when midnight comes, the judges give the first prize to the bookends. And when he takes off his mask, everybody is amazed to see that the winner is Two-Top. That's how he met Inez. When he takes his mask off, she gives him a quick glance, and then she turns around again and gives him another glance to confirm the first glance. And right away, it was love at first sight. And she says to me later, I don't know, Archie, there was just something different about him. Says, I guess it's that he was so tall, blonde, and brunette. Well, Two-Top falls for Inez, too, and it ain't 10 minutes before he's playing I Love You Truly on a harmonica and kissing her at the same time. So, finally, he proposes marriages to her.
Bigamy, huh?
Yeah. So Inez says, okay, Two-Top, after all, twice a loaf is better than none. Hello, Duffy. You changed your mind. You've been thinking it over and you don't like Adler. But, Duffy, no, you can't take back free drinks after people have drank the drinks. No, it's neither practical nor ethnical. But listen, Duffy, will you forget Chauncey old card? I'm in the middle of a story. Yeah, I'll call you back later. That's Duffy, no restraint. Well, anyway, as I was saying, Two-Top is so happy about Inez marrying him that he quick goes over to the bar to celebrate. So Duffy puts first prize to drink on a house down in front of him. But Harold, the bartender, says, don't you think it's pretty cheap, Duffy, giving a two-headed guy just one drink? So Duffy says, okay, I'll be a sport. I'll give the other head to chase it.
Sounds a bit parsimonious, Archie.
Oh, yes, well, fella. Well, Two-Top takes the drink, see? But it seems he takes it with the head that he inherited from his father's side of the family. And the first thing you know, he can't stop drinking. Well, the head that's drinking the chases tries to control him, but it's no use. So finally, the sober head winks at Duffy and says, better slip my Mickey, Duffy. Well, then the trouble really starts. Duffy, who's a little nearsighted, makes a mistake, and he puts the Mickey into the chaser. Well, in no time, both the Two-Top's heads is out like light. Well, with this, Inez gets mad and she hollers, you're drunk. So as one man, Two-Top comes two, or rather he comes four, and he says, who's drunk? So she says, you are. You on the left. Says, come on, Porthos, I'll marry you, but I never want to see that other face again. And that's why, Colonel, to this day, if you ask Two-Top, is he a happy married man, he always nods one head yes and shakes the other head no.
Archie, that's a wonderful story. You're a natural-born raconteur.
Thanks, I think. But I'll be a natural-born corpse if I don't get an Irish tenor for Duffy.
Say, Archie.
Oh, are you here again, Clancy?
Yes, it was the last time I tell you to get that car away from the fire hydrant.
Oh, Clancy, don't Clancy, do you by any chance know any Irish tenors?
Sure, and I'm an Irish tenor myself.
Clancy Olcott.
What's that, Miss Neeson?
Clancy Olcott. If you can make an O-Adler out of an Adler, why can't Clancy be Clancy Olcott?
But Olcott's dead.
Does Duffy know that?
Well, probably not. He still insists that John L. Sullivan is the heavyweight champion of the world.
You see what I mean, Archie?
Eureka, Miss Neeson. I think you've given me the mucus of an idea. Clancy, do you know when Irish eyes are smiling?
Certainly.
Well, what are we waiting for? Give me that microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Duffy's Tavern takes great pride and pleasure in presenting, at the exclusive request of Mr. Duffy himself, that celebrated Irish tenor, Ozzie Olcott.
When Irish eyes are smiling, sure it's like a morning spring. In the lilt of Irish laughter, you can hear the angels sing. When Irish hearts are happy, all this world seems bright and gay. And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they steal your heart away.
Hello, Duffy. You liked it, huh? Well, it's about time you heaped an encomium at me. What? Ah, Duffy. What do you know? He's crying. Always cries when he hears an Irish tenor. Ah, now, Duffy, please. Well, stop, Duffy, stop. Of course we all love you, Duffy. Everybody loves you. Ah, the world ain't against you.
For the love of Mike Duffy, it ain't true. I tell you, we love you like I was our own son.
And that will give you a rough idea of what Duffy's Tavern will be like when and if it reaches the air regularly. Tonight's program, like each forecast show, is intended as a sample broadcast, an illustration of what you may expect of Duffy's Tavern if it eventually becomes a weekly radio feature. If you want to hear more from Archie, from Gertrude Neeson, from John Kirby's orchestra, and from the never audible but always active Duffy himself, write to CBS and tell us so. Your applause will help to make Duffy's Tavern a weekly broadcast feature.
Next week, Forecast will present a full-hour show from Hollywood, a large-scale musical variety program called Of Stars and States. The cast, headed by John Bowles, will include Virginia Vale, Nan Gray, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Governor Leo Daniel of Texas. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Room clock. I say room clock. Good morning, Sir John. Good morning, indeed. Anything gone wrong, Sir John? Gone wrong? Young man, I was born right here in London. I've been living here at the Savoy Hotel for 15 years. Now, would you mind telling me since when it has become the custom for guests to roller skate up and down the halls at 3 o'clock in the morning? I'm most awfully sorry, Sir John. We don't know what to do with that Gracie Allen. A bit balmy, you know. We've taken away her bicycle. Oh, dear. Are you there? Room clerk speaking. Yes? Who? Miss Gracie Allen? Yes. Oh, you're leaving for America this afternoon. Very well. I'll send a boy right up for your luggage. Thank you. Bellboy.
Yes, sir.
Go up to Miss Allen's room, 320, and get her luggage. She's leaving for America.
Oh, room clock. Get one of the other bellboys to go up.
Hey?
Every time I go up to her room, she gets angry because I won't give her a tip.
Oh, go on, boy, and hurry.
Oh.
She's really leaving for America? Mr. Sinelli. Yes? That girl with the skates. That Gracie Allen. She's leaving for America. Oh, Miss Douglas.
Yes?
That bonny Gracie Allen is leaving for America.
Oh, Cynthia, darling. Yes? That crazy Gracie Allen is leaving for America.
Oh, I'm awfully glad.
Lord. Don't say she's just coming out of the lift now.
Gracie, before we left home, I told you were the silliest girl in America, but I want to apologize.
Oh, you don't love us anymore.
Now that I've traveled all over Europe, I've changed my mind. You're not the silliest girl in America. You are the silliest girl in the whole world.
Oh, Dodgy Podgy, I bet you tell that to all the girls.
White Owl Cigars present... Well, Gracie, here we are at the dock. Here, you pay the cabbie and I'll take care of the luggage. Porter!
Yes, sir?
Will you get those bags and follow me?
Yes, sir. The cab fare will be 3 and 6pence, please, miss.
Here's a 20-pound note.
A 20-pound note, miss. Haven't you got any small change?
Oh, yeah, here's some small change, too.
Oh, thank you, miss.
Thank you.
Gracie, come on.
Oh, wait a minute, George. I just want to take one more look at my native land.
Your native land. You were born and raised in America.
Oh, yeah, isn't America wonderful? They raise meat, and they raise corn, and they raise wheat, and oh, hooray for America! There's something about a soldier.
Come on, follow the porter.
Walk this way, miss.
Gracie, why are you limping?
Well, I've got to limp. The porter said walk this way, and this is the way the porter walks. Hippity-hop, hippity-hop.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. I'm the London Times. I like a statement. What do you think of the British Empire?
Empire? Well, we don't know, mister. We haven't seen any of your baseball games, but maybe George...
Gracie, the man means empire, not umpire.
Well, that isn't my fault if he has an impediment in his speech.
Oh, you see, Miss Allen, we don't play baseball here in England. Our big game is cricket.
Well, I'm certainly glad we didn't go big game hunting.
Big game hunting?
Now, Maggie's shooting a little cricket with a great big gun.
Listen, the kind of cricket...
Yeah, I know. You don't even need a great big gun to shoot a cricket. You just lie in the thicket and you see a cricket and you're cricket.
Goodbye and good luck.
Oh, tip-tip, chitty-o, toodaloo, 23 skidoo, and you you said something when you said Dixie. Hey, hey.
Gracie, it's a matter of days before you finish up in a nut factory.
Oh, Judge, how much are they paying an hour now?
20 cents.
Oh, there's another silly man. He's hiring all aboard. And we know they're not all aboard because we're not on the boat yet. Oh, look, George. Look at that big train pulling that automobile up over the water. Well, they certainly do things backward here in England. Now, in America, we put the water in the automobile. And here they put the automobile in the water.
Gracie, they're not putting the automobile in the water.
Oh, no?
They're putting it on the boat. Somebody is taking their automobile to America.
Well, that certainly is ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Well, yeah, that certainly is ridiculous. Imagine trying to drive an automobile to America. Oh, you wouldn't catch me driving a car across the ocean unless I was sure the tires didn't leak. And then another
Well, all right, don't worry about it. If you did drive an automobile across the ocean, about every mile, you would probably find a service station.
Oh, well, I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is there's no hot dog stand.
Hot dog stand?
Yeah, my dog Herman loves hot dogs. And I love my dog Herman. And, George, if you love somebody and that somebody loves hot dogs, you'll drive farther for a hot dog than you would for a service station. Or would you?
Gracie, your dog Herman is not with us.
Oh, well, then let's take a boat.
Yeah, let's take the boat.
Sorry, madam, but you'll have to hurry because this boat goes to America in 5 minutes.
Oh, now that's what I call speed. A big boat like this going to America in 5 minutes. That's a fast.
Come on, Gracie, there's the whistle.
Well, all I can say is it's a pretty terrible whistle. I can't even tell what food it's whistling.
Gracie, it's whistling for passengers.
Well, that's a funny way to get passengers. Why don't they advertise in the newspapers like the other steamship lines? Let them keep on whistling for passengers that way, and they'll finish up by selling peanuts. You said it.
I said it. I didn't say anything.
Well, then talk a little louder. I can hardly hear you.
Come on, hurry up and run up the gangplank. Oh, boy, well, we finally made it. Gracie, look, they're taking in the gangplank. I guess everybody is aboard.
Oh, well, then I better tell the captain, huh? Hey, Captain, all aboard!
Quiet. Quiet. Well, Gracie, now we're safe on board. Let me have my money back.
What money?
What money? I gave you 40 pounds to hold for me.
Oh, yes. Well, I gave the taxi driver 20 pounds. I've got 20 pounds left.
20 pounds?
Yeah.
Gracie, 20 pounds is $100. You gave the taxi driver $100.
Yeah, and some change, too.
Change, too. Gracie, while you're at it, why don't you throw the other $100 overboard?
Oh, well, George, I think it's a silly thing to do, but it's your money, so here goes. Whee!
Someplace, there must be someone who could do something to stop the silly chatter that goes on for days and days and Gracie, isn't this a perfect night to be walking around on deck?
Oh, yes, George. A beautiful boat, a full moon, and the stars, and the calm of the ocean. Oh, I could get romantic if I only had somebody to miss. And really, George, there's nobody in the world I'd rather miss than you.
Thanks. It's little things like that that make me the happiest boy in the world.
Oh, Georgie, will you do me a favor? As we're walking around the deck, will you take deep breaths for my daddy?
Take deep breaths for your daddy?
Yes, because the doctor said Daddy needs the sea air. It'll do him a world of good, but he couldn't afford to take this big trip, you know.
Well, all right. If you'll just keep quiet, I'll take deep breaths for your daddy.
But you'll have to walk slower. You know, Daddy can't walk fast.
But, Gracie, supposing I get seasick.
Well, and you can do that for my brother. It'll do him a world of good.
I hope so.
Good evening. We're both headed for America. See you again next time round the deck.
Yes.
Oh, she's awfully silly. We're both headed for America, and she's walking in one direction, and we're walking in another.
Gracie, I'm still taking deep breaths for your daddy.
Oh, thanks, Pop. You're looking better already.
Gracie, why don't you walk along the edge of the boat? You might get sleepy and drop off, I hope.
Oh, a moonlight night and these compliments. If I didn't know you, I'd think you were a gigolo. Georgie, would you like to kiss my little hand, madame?
A little later.
Oh, say, mister, stop pushing that little poodle around on a wooden leash.
Gracie, that's a sailor. He's mopping the deck. That's not a poodle.
Oh, I mean the poodle of water that he's pushing around.
Oh, well.
Good evening, sir.
Kind of busy, eh, sailor?
Oui, monsieur. I will be working all night tonight. I will probably use up 4 or 5 mops.
Say, sailor, I know a mop you won't use up. That's Mae West mop.
Mae West mop?
Yeah, why don't you come up and see me sometime?
Come on, Gracie.
Oh, that certainly was an old-fashioned sailor. He wore bell-bottom pants.
Gracie, do me a favor and do very little talking. Here comes the captain of the ship.
Oh, where? Oh, do I need... I'm dying to meet him. You know, I heard somebody say today the captain was forward. And with a forward captain and a moonlight night, he might kiss my little hand, madame, huh?
Well, good evening, Mr. Burns. Good evening, Miss Allen.
Good evening.
Hello, Captain. You've certainly got a lovely boat.
Oh, but yes, the Ile de France is a fine boat.
Oh, looky, the Ile de France have puppies.
Puppies?
They're hanging alongside of the rail. And their ears are sticking out.
Gracie, those are not puppies. Those are lifeboats.
Oh, Miss Allen, those are not ears. They are oars. There are 24 oars in every boat.
Well, that's nothing. There's 24 hours in every day, and I'm not worrying about that either.
Yeah, Gracie, excepting February, which has 28.
Oh, that was very funny, George. Go ahead, Captain. Now it's your turn to talk.
Look, Captain, don't mind her. The moon has been beating down on her head for the last 2 hours.
Oh?
Say, Captain, what is that way out there? A sailboat?
No. That is an iceberg.
Look at how high the thing is rising.
Oh, I heard that on the radio, the rise of the iceberg. Hey, Molly, how is Mrs. Blue?
Quiet. Come on, Captain. Well, come on, Gracie. Captain, we'll see you later.
No. If you do not mind, I'd like to walk right along with you. I do not want to miss a word of this.
8 o'clock and all is well.
Oh, George, there's big foolish talk. He says the 8 o'clock and all is well.
No, Miss Allen, he means all is well on the boat.
Oh, Captain, he's wrong. All are well on the
All
boat.
right, Gracie. All are well on the boat.
All are not well on the boat. I don't feel so well, and nobody can tell me that fellow who 8 o'clock feels good either. And, Captain, you look kind of sick yourself.
Gracie.
Well, after that, I think we all need a little drink. Let us go into the bar. Some of the passengers are having a little entertainment.
Oh,
is that good?
I wonder who's kissing her now.
Wait a minute. Here's the captain. Speak. Although I cannot make a speech, but I will tell you, I have George Burns and Gracie Allen with me. And I saw them a few days ago at the Palladium in London, and if you coax them, maybe they will sing a song.
Thank you very much. Say, boys, do you know Yankee Doodle Blues?
Boys, play the middle part loud, because that's where George always goes flat.
Say, here's a word I want to say.
I'm not as good as Tom.
Say, have you ever been away?
Oh, Central Rudy Valley.
Have you ever missed the hero USA?
Gone to Rudy Valley.
When you get that itching in your shoes,
You better try a cough drop.
go to any other land you choose
Keep singing Dixie.
and see how quick you get those Yankee Doodle Blues. I'm singing, there's no land as grand as my land, from California to Manhattan Isle, north, south, that sunny skyline. Oh, I love every mile. They're playing Yankee Doodle, that melody that keeps ringing in my ears. Yankee Doodle, that's the melody, makes you stand right up and cheer. Homecoming, USA. I'll say I love you, make me lose those Yankee Doodle Blues.
They say that Europe is wonderful with all that ancient junk. Well, it's not as good as Kokomo, and Kokomo is the bunk. I couldn't see old London, it was covered by a fog. I had to move from Paris, cause I couldn't meet a fog. From there I went to Old Cologne and started on the round. But Old Cologne don't smell as sweet and pretty as it sounds. A Russian Bolsheviki tried to get my eyes down. And then I wore my welcome out for sliding on me out.
Hello, Miss Liberty, I'll say you're fair.
And then the customer officer said to me, what do you declare? I answered,
Yankee Doodle. That melody keeps on ringing in my ears. Yankee Doodle. That's the melody, makes you stand right up and cheer. Homecoming.
USA's nice day, I'll always say, I wish my brother was here. I love you. Make me lose those Yankee Doodle blues. Make me lose those Yankee Doodle blues.
The next time you want a really fine smoke, try a vintage cigar, a vintage white.
Joe.
Well, that's what happened, Joey. I've been calling Joe for 10 minutes. George, now you call Joe.
Listen.
Joe! Hey, miss, put the hat. Push that man with the umbrella.
Gracie, is that the fella down there, the tall fella?
Yeah.
The one with the fat doors?
Yeah. Hey, miss.
Well, all right, Gracie, I'll call him. Joe! Hey, Joe! Gracie, did you send Joe a cable telling him that we arrived today?
No. Hey, Joe!
Well, wait a minute. Well, then how do you know he's Joe?
I don't know.
Well, what are we hollering about?
Oh, I don't know, but everybody else is hollering, and I thought if we didn't holler, it would be embarrassing. Don't you think so? Hey, Joe!
Quiet. Quiet. Well, there's the gangplank. Well, come on, Gracie, let's get off. Just follow me. Just push through the south. Just hold on to my coat here. Well, here we are. Do you see our trunks anyplace?
Pardon me, miss. I'm the United States Customs, ma'am. Are you ready to unpack your trunks?
Well, I never heard such a silly question in my life. I'm not going to unpack until I get home.
Miss, I have to look through your trunk. What's your name?
Well, look through my trunk?
Yes, Gracie. Tell him your name. He looks through your trunk and sees what's in it.
Well, my trunk is locked, but if he can look through my trunk and see what's in it, he certainly ought to be able to guess my name.
Listen.
Oh, that's a good trick, mister. And if you can do it, then I'll show you the one with 2 decks of cards.
Gracie, why don't you do a trick where you stick your little blue hat in the neck of a bottle and don't take it off?
Oh, well, that's one of my old tricks.
Miss, I'd like to see what you brought back from Europe.
Well, you don't have to bother. I didn't bring back anything for you.
Huh?
Imagine that, George. I never met that man in my life, and he thinks I brought him back a present from Europe.
Gracie,
That's
the
all
government only allows you $100.
Oh, well, then why doesn't he give it to me and let me go?
Look, miss, did you buy any gowns from Paris?
Well, of course, several of them.
May I see them, please?
Oh, I know you'll love just one of them. It's a black lace with a low back, sort of a dance frock. But I wouldn't think of letting you see me in until I get my hair fixed. Have you got a mirror around?
See, the officer isn't interested in seeing how you look in the gowns. All he wants to see are the gowns.
Oh, well, it certainly takes all kinds of people to make a world. Can you imagine a big man like that interested in gowns?
Miss, did you bring back any perfume?
See, what did I tell you, Judge? He even likes perfume.
Gracie, there's a heavy duty on French perfumes, and if you brought any back, you'll have to pay a tax on it.
Oh, well, in that case, I didn't bring any.
Well, I'm sorry to say, miss, but I smell Christmas night.
What did he say, George?
He said he smells Christmas night.
Well, if I were in his place, I wouldn't brag about it.
Gracie.
Uh-huh. I see you're wearing a mink coat. Miss, where did that mink come from?
Where did that mink come from? Little mink. Where does the plush coat come from? Little plushes.
Officer, we just located Miss Ellen's trunk. We found it under the war.
Under the what?
War!
Well, you don't have to bark at me. Just talk. I understand you. Why don't you say something to him, George?
Will you keep quiet?
Oh, thanks, my hero.
Now, Miss Allen, if you just open your trunk, I'll get you out in no time.
Oh, well, George, this fellow's even better than Houdini. Houdini could only get you out of the trunk when you were in it. But this fellow says he'll open my trunk and get me out in no time, and I'm not even in it. Or am I?
Gracie, will you shut your mouth and open your trunk?
All right, now let's see. Where did I put the key? Oh, it isn't in my bag. It isn't in my pocket. Oh, I know where it is. But, George, you'll have to go and get it for me.
All right. Are you sure you know where it is?
I know just where I put it.
Well, Gracie, where did you leave it?
In the left-hand bureau drawer in that hotel in Paris.
In Paris?
Yeah.
Somewhere, someplace, there must be someone who can do something to stop the silly chatter that goes on for
Next Wednesday at the same time, the makers of Vintage White Owl cigars will bring you another adventure of Gracie with Bobby Dolan and his White Owl Orchestra and George Burns and Gracie Allen. And in the meantime, look for the vintage mark on the box. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny with Johnny Green and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo from the picture To Beat the Band.
man who can certainly turn a phrase, as my grandmother used to put it, Mr. E.F. Ruth of New York. Listen to what he says about Jell-O. The 6 delicious flavors stand out in front like a bolt of lightning on a dark and cloudy night. I can honestly and truthfully say that there is no other dessert on the market today that can live up to Jell-O's fine quality and delicious flavor. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ruth. And the reason why you and millions of others prefer Jell-O is because Jell-O has found a way to capture extra-rich fruit flavor. Flavor you don't get in any other gelatin dessert. For there's only one Jell-O, and only Jell-O has this delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. So look for the big red letters on the package. They spell Jell-O. And now we bring to you the cheerleader of this program, Jack Benny. Oh, Mary, where's Jack?
He's downstairs getting a shave. I guess he'll be up soon.
Say, Barber, what's the name of that song?
I think you call him Osola Mia.
What does that mean in English?
Osola Mia.
I see. That's a nice haircut, Pasquale. Now, give me a quick shave. I've got to get upstairs and broadcast. Just once over.
You want just a shave or a first-class shave?
I only want to bleed in one or two places.
Well, I do a good job. Say, you know George Bernard Shaw?
Yes.
I always shave him.
Well, he certainly doesn't look it. Hurry up, will you?
It's a nice day. You think it's going to rain, not me.
Yeah, make it snappy, will you, please? Hey, Barber, you got soap in my eye.
No charge for that. Say, you like a pizza ball?
Pizza ball? I never heard of that.
You grab the ball, 22 men jump on your neck, you lose.
Oh, you mean football? Yes, I like it. I think Alabama has a great team this year.
Pretty good, but I like Ohio State and Carnegie Touch.
Hey, wait a minute. You mean Carnegie Tech?
T-E-C-H, Touch.
Hey, Pasquale, you like it, the Princetowne and a Coronel?
Hey, let me do the dialect, please. I understand how.
Yeah, please hurry up. I've got to get upstairs there.
All right, I'll shave you now. Give me your face.
Ooh.
How do you like the razor?
Very good. A piece of my lip is on it.
That's all right. You got a plenty of lip left.
Good thing you're not shaving Chevalier.
He's next. Say, how do you like it the way Joe Louse beat Max Baer?
Hurry up, will you, Pasquale? I have work to do.
Shoes. Hey, you want a hot towel?
Well, does a hot towel do you any good?
No, but it make you hot.
Well, I don't want it.
You try it for no like or no pay.
Hey, what's that?
That's a towel getting a hot.
Oh.
You want a face massage? I make you look just like a Shirley Temp.
I don't want to look like Shirley Temp. I want to look like Jacobin. I don't want a hot towel.
Say, Jack, you better hurry. You want it upstairs.
I'll be right up, Mary. I'm getting a permanent shave.
What's your hair doing on the floor, Jack?
I just got a haircut. How do you like it, Mary?
Gee, I thought you were wearing a beret.
Listen, this is a late-style round haircut.
It's nice, Jack. Looks like a Leavenworth special.
Yeah?
Hey, let us go to please. Hey, boss, you want a vibration?
You mean a vibrator?
Sure, it's only take 1 minute and make you feel good.
All right, but make it snappy, will you? Oh, hey, wait a minute, will you?
Oh, Jack.
What?
Boy, your teeth are on the floor.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Well, boss, that's the finish. You want to talk about powder?
No.
Oh, you don't want to smell good, eh?
I smell all right.
Come on, Jack. You've got to go to work.
Hey, boss, what kind of work do you do?
I'm on the radio, and I broadcast all over America.
Well, you can thank all Italian people.
Why?
Because Marconi discovered the radio and Columbus discovered America.
Hey, wait a minute. Listen, wait.
He's right, Jack. Let's get out of here.
Hey, what program you got?
Jell-O.
Oh, I like the jelly with the 60 delicious flavors. I like it the guy what says raspberry, strawberry, cherryberry, orange, lemon, and limeberry.
Well, how much do I owe you, Pasquale?
Hey, let me see. One haircut, shampoo, hair tonic, shave, heart towel, and vibration. 20 cents.
20 cents. What?
Oh, pay him, Jack. That's what you get for coming to these gyp joints.
Mamma mia, che stupido padrone non senza
That was a Johnny Greener playing Anything Goes Up. I mean, that was Johnny Green playing Anything Goes from the production of the same name.
Say, Jack, you're a little late, aren't you?
Yes, Don. I stopped over at the barber's for our first routine of talk.
Oh, was he a good barber?
Yes, our audience laughed at us. Oh, hello, Johnny.
Hello, Jack. I didn't recognize you. You look clean tonight.
Well, I just came from the barber shop. Got a shave and a trim.
You got a pretty close haircut there, didn't you?
Yeah.
His head looks like an airport.
Mary, don't discourage our listening audience. I mean, after all, they've just seen me as a lover in my latest picture. It's in the air. And they think I look the same up here, so don't disillusion them.
I won't. What's disillusion, Jack?
Well, Mary, on the air, you see, your listeners can't see you. All they can do is visualize, you see?
Oh, I get it. What does visualize mean?
Well, Mary, look, visualize means that they draw a mental picture of the activity up here, which enables them to conjure up the kaleidoscopic procedure. What are you laughing at?
That's the funniest haircut I've ever seen.
Forget it, will you?
Oh, Johnny, what does visualize mean?
I don't know. I just handle the music here.
Oh, just a juggler of crescendos, eh?
Say, Don, do you know any big words?
Oh, just words like strawberry, raspberry, Jell-O.
And now, wait a minute, Don. Jell-O isn't such a large word.
No, but it's the largest selling gelatin dessert in the world, and every day millions of people eat it.
Well, I thought we'd drag that in by the heels gracefully, didn't you, Don? Huh?
Yes, it didn't sound a bit obvious.
No. Mary, answer the door.
Why don't he knock?
Every program is doing that now. Come in.
Hello.
I'd like to see Mr. Benny, please.
There he is, standing over there.
Thank you. I'm Kenny Baker.
Oh, Jack, what does Kenny Baker mean?
It's a man's name.
Oh. Come in.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Baker?
How do you do?
You know, I've been expecting you. You're the new singer, aren't you?
What was that?
I say you're the new singer, aren't you?
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Baker,
thank you.
No, wait a minute. Just relax. I mean, don't be nervous. Tell me, what kind of a voice have you?
I'm a tenor singer. I'm sorry.
Well, don't worry about it. Just take it easy. Step right over here to the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Be careful there. You tripped over a chair.
I guess I'm a little nervous.
You have nothing to worry about. Now, I want you to meet the members of our little company. This is Johnny Green. Johnny, this is Kenny Baker.
Hello, Mr. Baker.
How do you do? I'm sure.
Nervous, I guess.
Same to you, no doubt.
And this is our announcer, Don Wilson.
How are you, Mr. Baker?
It's a thrill.
And well, he'll get over it, I guess. And this is Mary Livingston.
Hello, Toots.
Gee whiz.
Well, Kenny, how about giving us a little song? Now, I want you to feel right at home and be at ease. Remember, this is one big happy family, depending on options, of course. Now, what are you going to sing?
If you don't mind, I'll sing The Rose in Her Hair from the motion picture Broadway Gondolier.
I don't mind. Sing, Kenny.
Okay, Benny.
Love is a rose, and it grows like a rose. I found a rose nestled in someone's hair. Sweet was the rose, and never a maid was so fair. In her eyes there was moonlight, and a rose in her hair. In my arms there was no one, so I just put her there. On her lips was a promise. In my heart was a prayer. When I finally went, I went home with a scent of a rose in her hair. I went home with a scent of a rose in a
That was Rose in Her Hair, sung by Kenny Baker. You have a very sweet voice, Kenny. It's funny, I haven't met you before. What brought you out to Hollywood?
Oh, nothing. Just making a picture, if you don't mind.
Well, that's nice. Yes. Now, you're making a picture, eh?
Yes, anything to kill time.
Well, it is a diversion, yeah.
What's a diversion, Jack?
Quiet, Mary.
That's what I thought.
You know, young man, the only difficulty we may have on this program is, well, You see, your name is Kenny, and mine is Benny. I mean, that might be confusing.
Well, couldn't you change yours?
Yes, I don't mind. You can call me Stoopnagel from now on.
All right. You call me Bud.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm glad to have you with us.
Thanks. Gosh.
Oh, Stoopnagel, here's a letter for you.
Yeah? A letter?
Yes, I think it's fan mail.
Well, you're just in time, Mary. I think we were running out of jokes. And let's see, this is from Miss Flora Fenchel, Lake Forest, Illinois. It says, Dear Mr. Benny, I thought it was hard to get into pictures until I saw you in Broadway Melody, and it's in the air. I have a job here, but I'm sick of it and would like to try pictures. I have 2 arms and legs, just like Constance Bennett. I eat steak and potatoes like Katharine Hepburn, and I sleep with my eyes closed like Kay Francis. So what am I waiting for? Is it really hard to get into pictures? P.S. I just won a beauty contest in Atlantic City, if that will help. Well, Miss Penchel, that's what this program is on the air for, to give advice to people like you.
And also to sell Jell-O.
Yes. And so, ladies and gentlemen, after Johnny Green's next number, we will take you direct to the Metro Paramount Studios and show you how stars are born and pictures are made. After all, what's the use of being in Hollywood if we can't help? Play, Director Green. From Top Hat with cameraman Green at the piano, sound by his orchestra, and gowns by Adrian. And now for our play of the film industry, which we call Open Up That Goldwyn Gate. The first scene takes place in the office of the president of the Parafox Studio. Curtain. Music, John.
Hello, Parafox Studio. You want Ricardo Cortez? We're all out of those. How about a nice Corona? Oh, you mean the actor. I'll put him right on.
Good morning, Miss Glutz.
Good morning, Mr. Parasite.
Get me Director Roy Del Ruth right away.
He's in Arizona making China seas.
Oh. Where's Mr. Reisner?
He's in China making 50 million Frenchmen.
Well, I don't want to see anyone today. I'll be busy in conference.
When will the conference be over?
Never. I'm always in conference. I'm always busy. I was born busy and I'll die busy. Get me Eugene O. Wilson, quick.
The boss wants Eugene O. Wilson.
Paging Eugene O. Wilson.
Eugene O. Wilson.
Eugene O. Wilson.
Eugene O. Wilson. Out to lunch.
Out to lunch. He's out to lunch.
Out to lunch.
Out to lunch.
He's out to lunch.
So I gather. Well, when he gets back, tell him I want to see him. Miss Glutz, look up the reports on our pictures. What did earaches of 1935 do in Philadelphia yesterday?
$83,000.50.
And what did Nutty Marietta do?
She went out to lunch.
I mean the business in Boston. We got to make bigger and better pictures. We need more stars. We need new faces.
Did you send for me?
Yes, Eugene. What this company needs is bigger and better stories. What have you written in the last half hour?
I just wrote a story on my way upstairs. The scene is laid in India.
India? That's colossal. India. We'll get 10,000 elephants, 50,000 Maharajas.
Don't you want to hear the story?
No, India's enough. The idea's terrific. India. Miss Glutz, order 10,000 elephants.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Grady. The boss wants 10,000 elephants. Yes, they go right to work. Tell them to bring their trunks.
Pardon me, who do I see here? I just won a beauty contest in Atlantic City.
What'd you do with it?
Don't get fresh. I have a contract to appear in pictures with this company.
So you won a beauty contest, eh? Can you act?
No, but I certainly am beautiful. Ain't I got the cute kissers?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, what's Loretta Young got that I haven't got?
You'll never know. Wait a minute. Mr. Paradise, the girl who won the Atlantic City Beauty Contest is here.
I want elephants. The picture's in India. Get me elephants.
I'm sorry, miss. He just wants elephants.
Well, what'll I do?
Eat some peanuts. Maybe you'll fool him.
But I won a beauty contest.
You'll have to see Mr. Green down the hall. He's in charge of the beauties.
Thank you.
What a snoot.
Say, Eugene.
Yes?
I just read your scenario, and it's great. But look, does this picture have to be in India? Can it be some other place?
Oh, it really doesn't matter. Make it Arabia.
Arabia! Arabia! Stupendous! Miss Glutz.
Yes, Mr. Parachute?
Cancel those elephants. Get me 20,000 camels, 40,000 sheep, 50,000 deserts.
Hello, Mr. Grady. Cancel the elephants. Order 20,000 camels. Yes, camels. You know, a horse with a wart on his back.
Come in. What is it, miss?
Are you Mr. Green?
Yes?
Well, I just won a beauty contest in Atlantic City.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, aren't you a little bow-legged?
Yes, but you should have seen the other girls.
Well, you'll have to see Mr. Lemaire in the annex.
Where is that?
Walk through that brick wall and turn to the right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes. I'll tell him. Oh, Mr. Paradise, they're all out of camels.
What? No camels? Say, Eugene, does this picture have to be in Arabia?
No, it could be played in Spain.
Spain! Dynamic! Sunny Spain! What an idea! Spain will get 30,000 bulls, 50,000 toreadors, 1 million castanets. Miss Glutz.
Yes, I know. Hello, police headquarters. Send over some bulls. We're in Spain now. Come in.
Pardon me. Is Mr. Parachute in?
Yes, who are you?
I'm a thespian.
I'm sorry, but he wants bulls right now.
I say, I'm an actor. People tell me I'm a second Jack Benny.
We don't even want the first one.
Oh, yes, but I'm a student of Shakespeare. I've played both Hamlet and Macbeth.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Mr. Paraffine, there's a man out here who says he's played Hamlet and Macbeth.
Oh, a parlay, yeah? Well, hire him. Give him $1,000 a week and throw him out. Have those bulls come in yet?
No.
We're holding up production. Say, Eugene, does this picture have to be in Spain?
No, it could be done in Russia.
Russia! What a thought! Russia. We'll get 20,000 beers, 50,000 Volgas. This has got to be a super picture. Miss Glutz, get Russia on the phone.
Operator, get me Rubinoff. 2 ho, ho, ho.
Come in.
Is this Mr. Lemaire?
Yes. What can I do for you, miss?
I just won Atlantic City at a beauty contest.
What?
I won a beauty contest in Atlantic City.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, aren't you a little old?
I wasn't when I first came in here.
Well, I'm sorry, miss, but you'll have to see Mr. Van Dyke.
Nurse. Hello? Yes? Yes, I'll tell him. Oh, good morning, Mr. Astaire. How do you feel today? I'm glad to hear it. Come in.
What is the course of this? I want to see Mr. Parachute.
He's not in right now.
I see a shadow in the window.
Well, if you want to speak to a shadow, all right.
Miss Gluff, did those deers get in here yet?
No.
Oh, hello, Pasquale. What are you doing here?
I want to go on a moving a pitch.
A moving a pitch. Say, Eugene, I've got it. Why can't this picture be in Italy? Colossal. That's it, Italy. Miss Gluck.
I know. Mr. Grady ordered 10,000 miles of spaghetti.
Say, boss. Boss, I got a better idea. Why can't this picture take place in the United States?
United States? Terrific. I never thought of that.
Why don't you make it New Jersey?
New Jersey. That's the place. Miss Gluck, get me 10,000 mosquitoes.
20,000 Jersey cows.
And 30,000 Jersey sweaters.
What an idea. Hooray! Come in.
I just won a beauty contest in Atlantic City.
Atlantic City, colossal. Miss Gluck, get 10,000 miles of boardwalk. 20,000 ocean waves. 30,000. Hey, what's this? What's this?
Here's the elephants you ordered.
Elephants? Miss Gluck, I thought I told you to cancel those elephants.
You can't.
Why not?
You sent for those elephants, and an elephant never forgets.
And the Jell-O eater never forgets. Once you eat Jell-O, you will always remember that extra rich, fresh fruit flavor.
Miss Gluck, get Mr. Green on the piano.
What'll I say?
Play, John.
Well, folks, next Tuesday is Election Day, and we have a candidate who will be endorsed by all parties. The candidate is Jell-O, and it's always a winner. What's more, Jell-O has dozens of winning combinations. Here's one of them. A bang-up salad idea that will go over big even with the men. It's a tasty mixture of crisp shredded cabbage and diced up pineapple inside a lovely clear mold of lemon Jell-O. Tastes grand with a tangy sort of flavor that's got real come-on. Jell-O tastes twice as good as ever before. Use it for salads as well as desserts, and you'll find it's twice as useful. So vote a straight Jell-O ticket when you go to your grocer's. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Just be sure to insist on genuine Jell-O.
The last number of the 6th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Oh, Jack.
What?
What are we going to do with these elephants?
I don't know. I'm going home now. Get me 50,000 taxis, 100,000 streetcars.
Good night, folks.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Teal for a beautiful smile. The Life of Riley for laughs. Teal, T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it. T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice brings you The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember
friends, for beautiful smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal, and just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, in the life of Riley. Well, it seems the newest interest in the life of Chester A. Riley is a stray dog that our hero brought home with him. Right now, Riley and his four-legged friend are having a cozy chat in the dining room of the Riley's California bungalow.
That boy, pal. Come on, boy. Take it easy, pal. That's a good boy. Are you enjoying your dinner, pal? That's a good boy, pal. Oh, wait a minute, pal. That there lamb chop bone is empty. Here's a fresh empty bone.
Oh, Pop. Don't let Mom catch you feeding that dog at the table.
Oh, watching you eat, pup, gives me an appetite. Here, wash the chop down with some of this noodle soup. That's a good boy. Go ahead.
Noodle soup, Daddy. Why don't you feed him dog biscuits?
Babs, how can you say that? What do you think this dog is, an animal?
Oh, Riley, if you finished your lamb chops, I'll serve the... Riley, you gave him to the dog. Oh.
Oh, well, I couldn't help it, Dumpling. There he was, licking his chops, watching me licking my chops.
Well, he is a sweet dog, Riley. But must he make his home on our living room couch? Yes, Daddy, he's full of fleas.
He's loaded with them, Pop.
Well, all right. Suppose he has one or two fleas. There's a terrible housing shortage, and even a flea has to have a place to live.
I don't think that's very funny. Anyway, that dog can't stay on the couch because we'll need it for Sidney Monahan.
Sidney Monahan?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Sidney phoned this afternoon. He just got into town.
What does that four-flusher want here?
Well, he sells insurance now, and he's in town for a day, and he can't get a hotel room, so naturally I told him if he doesn't get a place by tonight, he can stay here.
Naturally? What's so natural about it? Just because he was your boyfriend before I married you?
Well, he's your friend, too.
Well, that was a different kind of friendship. I never went dancing with him, and he never tried to kiss me.
Oh, but, Daddy, we have to be hospitable. Sidney's only going to be an overnight guest.
Yeah, I know that, Leach. You start out as an overnight guest and wind up as a deduction on my income tax. Besides, I don't like the way he's always telling your mother she's beautiful and calling her Peggy Pie.
Why, Riley, you're still jealous of Sidney.
I am not jealous.
Oh, yes, you are, Pop.
Why should I be jealous? Has he got more money than I have? Is he better looking than I am? Has he got more brains than I have? All right, so I'm jealous. That's him. That's Monahan. Come in, Monahan.
Well. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Monahan.
Knew it was me, eh, Riley? Recognized the old Monahan door knock.
Yeah, I recognize it. Are you still doing it with your head?
Same old Riley. Same old obnoxious personality.
Save it, Monahan. You can't win me with flattery.
Peggy Pie. You mind my telling you you're just as beautiful as ever?
Yeah, you bet I do.
Well, Riley didn't ask you. Go on, Sidney. What were you saying?
Peggy Pie, if I didn't know you, I'd take you for Bab's sister.
Oh.
And Riley, if I didn't know you, I'd take you for Peg's father.
I know just how you feel, pal. Too bad you ain't got no teeth. But one more crack like that and you have my permission to gum him.
Behave yourself.
Say, Riley, what kind of a dog is that?
Well, Pop says he's 1/2 terrier, 1/2 Airedale, 1/4 collie, and 1/8 spaniel.
Yeah, and from there on he runs down into 16ths.
Well, if he was mine, I'd do something about his fleas.
We've been trying to get Daddy to get rid of the fleas.
Oh, yes, we keep telling him.
All right, so he's got fleas. But in this life, everybody's got to have something to annoy him. He's got fleas, and I've got Monahan.
fine dinner, Riley. You've got a wonderful little woman there. You know, a girl like Peg deserves the best.
Yeah, you're right, Monahan. But she's satisfied with me.
Riley, did you ever stop to think what would happen to Peg and the children if anything should, happen to you?
Now, wait a minute, Monahan. You ain't selling me no insurance.
Okay. Frankly, I wouldn't dream of selling you insurance.
Why not? What's the matter with me? Ain't I a good prospect?
Oh, yes, you certainly are. A man with your responsibilities should carry at least...
You're wasting your time, Monahan. I'm loaded with insurance.
You are?
Yeah.
Well, exactly how much are you covered for?
Plenty. If I went today, Peg would have 400 smackers. Whole cash.
400?
Yes.
Why, a decent funeral would cost at least 600.
600? That's fantastic. If Peg spends that much money, she'll hear from me. Anyway, I ain't worried. I lived all my life so far without dying, and I ain't starting now.
Just the same, Riley. Do you realize that you're risking disaster every time you cross the street?
Well, sure, but I don't expect to live in Los Angeles all my life. Anyway, my case is different. Peg'd be such a young and beautiful widow. She's a cinch to marry again.
Granted, but she'd still be a widow with 2 children. You know, single men, they hesitate getting involved. Unless, of course, the widow has a little something laid aside.
You know, Monahan, I never thought of that. But you're right. Say, how much do you think her second husband would want?
Well, you ought to carry at least $2,500.
And that would satisfy him, huh? It ought to. It's more than I got when I married her. But I'm a sport. Let him have the $2,500.
Fine, Riley, fine. I've got the perfect policy for you right here. Now, if you'll just sign it and hand over the $50...
Quick, give me that pen, Monahan. I'm signing this before you try to back out. Now, there, I signed it. Boy, all my worries are over now.
And get this, Riley. Yeah? In case you meet with a fatal accident, the company pays the widow double, $5,000. Isn't that good?
For just a fatal accident?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's wonderful. Her second husband will kiss me for that.
Oh, another thing. Yeah? In case your accident is not fatal, you still collect. Of course, not as much as if it were fatal.
Oh, that don't worry me. If I ever have an accident, it'll be fatal. I'm lucky that way.
Mr. Riley.
Well, if it ain't Waldo Binney. How's my little friend and neighbor, eh?
Oh, my aching back.
Why, what's the matter, Waldo? Did your wife hit you with a hockey stick again?
Oh, no, she used a bat. It's the baseball season, you know.
Poor Waldo. Waldo, how long have you been married to your wife?
Well, I'm 45. I was married at 30. Oh, I should say about 200 years.
Oh, I'm a lucky husband, Waldo. I got a wonderful wife. Why, only today I took out a life insurance policy for her sake.
Well, she ought to be very thankful.
Well, Sidney Monahan's the one she really ought to thank. He sold me the policy.
Sidney Monahan?
Yeah.
Your wife's old boyfriend?
Yeah. Swell guy, Sidney. And between you and me, I think he's still a little crazy about Peg.
Mr. Riley. Yeah. Is there a clause in the policy that says the company pays twice as much if you have a fatal accident?
Yeah. Yeah, how did you guess? Good old Sidney, he insisted on my having that.
He insisted, did he?
Yeah.
Mr. Riley, did you ever see a movie called Double Indemnity?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a swell picture. Well, wasn't that great where the insurance agent, Fred McMurray, and Barbara Stanwyck murder her husband and make it look like an accident, and then they collect the... Waldo, you don't mean my Peg would... No, not my Peg. She wouldn't.
Oh, of course not. She's completely innocent. But I'm sure that Monahan wouldn't mind marrying your widow if she had $5,000.
Yeah, that's what Monahan said the second husband would want. But Waldo, this is murder. Are you sure?
Well, I can't be 100% sure. But if I were you, I'd rather be me.
No, Waldo, you're making a big mistake. Monahan could never take my place with Peg. He ain't got no culture. He don't talk no good English. And he ain't got my loveliness.
But, Mr. Riley...
And in the second place, there's my kids. They never accept him for a father.
Why, don't they like him?
No, he don't know how to handle children, but I do. I got a real childish mind. Now, Waldo, now, you're all wrong. After all, let's be fair to Monahan.
All right, let's be fair. Let's assume that Monahan is absolutely innocent.
Right.
Until we prove that he murdered you.
Right. Nothing could be fairer than that.
Now, Peggy Pie, you're sure Riley won't mind my wearing this new suit of his.
Why, of course not, Sidney. And you know it fits you perfect.
Well, my suit won't be back from the cleaners till Monday, and I do want to make a good impression on that prospect I'm seeing tonight. Lots of money in it for me.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, Dumplin'.
Oh, there's Riley now.
Oh, Peg.
Hello,
Monahan.
dear.
Hi, Riley.
Say, where'd you get the new... Hey, ain't that my suit?
Well, yes, dear. Sidney's is at the tailor, so I knew you wouldn't mind if he wore yours for tonight.
Yeah, thanks a million, Riley. Beautiful suit. Wish I had one like it.
Well, why don't you try buying one, Monahan? Only $26.50.
Well, say, that's cheap. I'll go out tomorrow and pick a... No, I think I'll wait a little while.
Wait? But they'll never be cheaper than they are now.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then, what are you waiting for?
Well, I'm a little short on cash now, but I expect to get hold of some money real soon.
You do, huh?
Yes, sir. If things work out, little Sidney is going to make a killing.
But Sidney, you...
Isn't that nice, Riley? Well, you might wish Sidney luck.
Yeah, good luck, Sidney, with the killing.
Well, thanks, Riley. Say, I can't get over how nice your suit fits me. Why, I bet I could wear all your clothes.
Well, I ain't betting.
Hello, Mother. Hello, dear. Say, Daddy, I need some money.
Babs, that's Monahan you're talking to. I'm over here.
Oh, well, in that suit, I thought it was you.
Well, that's the first time an old bachelor like me was ever called Daddy. And you know, I like it. Say it again, Babs.
Oh, I need some money, Daddy.
Sure thing, daughter. Here's $1 from your daddy.
Oh, well, gee, thanks, Mr. Monahan. Say, you wouldn't make such a bad father after all.
Babs, give Monahan back that $1. If you want $1, ask your present father.
All right, Daddy.
Here's a quarter.
Well, come on, everybody. Supper's ready. Come on, sit down, everybody.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, Riley, will you please...
Wait a minute. Monahan, why are you sitting at the head of the table?
Oh, I'm sorry, Riley. I just slipped into your place by accident.
Accident? Well, that better be the last accident that happens in this house.
Riley, don't get so excited.
I'm not excited, but get this straight, Monahan. I don't mind you wearing my clothes and moving in on us and eating here free. But if you ever sit at the head of this table, it'll be over my dead body.
Teal has just brought you the first act of the life of Riley, and we'll return to Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. You know that only Teal, of all the leading dentifrices, protects your teeth from ugly gum-line cavities? Well, here's why. Out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums. And when gums recede, parts of your teeth are exposed which are 25 times softer than tooth enamel. Now, those softer parts are easily damaged by the daily use of toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives. So the chances are 8 in 10 you are risking those ground-in cavities daily, unless the dentifrice you use contains no such abrasives. Only Teal, the modern liquid dentifrice, cleans teeth without abrasives. cleans with a patented ingredient, protects teeth from gum-line cavities as no other leading dentifrice can. The Teal Way takes 1 extra minute a week to make teeth look their best safely. Just follow directions on the package. Remember, large family-sized Teal saves money. T-E-E-L, Teal, the tangy, refreshing liquid dentifrice. And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, Chester A. Riley has the mistaken idea he's going to be murdered. It all began when Sidney Monahan, an old flame of Mrs. Riley, sold Riley a life insurance policy with a double indemnity clause. Now, poor Riley suspects that Monahan is planning to do away with him and then try to marry his widow for the insurance money. Right now, we find Sidney plotting murder, but not Riley's, of course.
But, Peggy Pie, I'm telling you, you're wasting your time with that insect spray. There's only one thing that'll get rid of that dog's fleas. Chloroform.
Chloroform, Sidney?
Mm-hmm. Just dab some on this pup's coat, and those fleas will disappear. Perfectly harmless.
Well, I'll try anything, but where can I get the chloroform?
Oh, I'll take care of that. I'll get some.
Oh, all right, Sidney. But for heaven's sake, let's keep this a secret. Riley'd be furious if anybody touched his precious dog.
Is the coast clear, Riley?
Yeah, the house is empty, Waldo.
Good. Now we can search his room and get some evidence against that vicious monster.
Waldo, I think we're wrong. This guy Monahan's really a sweet monster. Deep down, he's the kind of fellow that wouldn't harm a flea.
Mr. Riley, you can't afford to take chances. Look, isn't that Monahan's briefcase there?
Yeah.
Let's search it for the weapon.
Waldo, we can't open that. If Monahan found out, he wouldn't like it.
Mr. Riley, this man plans to murder you.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to create any bad feeling between us. Look, Waldo, I tell you got Monahan wrong. He's really crazy about me.
Well, nothing much in his briefcase. Just some papers. Some pipe cleaners. Box of aspirin. Bottle of chloroform. A box of pencils.
You see, I told you he wouldn't find any... chloroform.
Yes, chloroform. That's what he's going to use.
Chloroform? No, he mustn't. I can't stand the smell of chloroform.
It's an old method. He chloroforms you, throws you on the railroad tracks to make it look like an accident, and tries to marry your beneficiary.
No, Monahan wouldn't do that.
Why not? Fred McMurray did it.
Oh, Waldo, protect me.
Mr. Riley, your hours are numbered.
Yeah. Oh, why wasn't I smart? Why didn't I take out a policy where if I get murdered, I'm the beneficiary?
Oh, there, Riley. Wait for me.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, it's you, Digger. That's all I need now.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Digger, what are you doing around here?
Oh, I've just come from a meeting of my club, the UPUS.
UPUS?
Yes, the Undertakers and Pallbearers Uplift Society. A fine organization. Our motto is work, don't shirk. That's why whenever I see a man lying down, I go right after him.
Digger, I'm in terrible trouble. Did you ever feel as if the ground was slipping out from under you?
No, but I've seen dozens of similar cases. What's distressing you, Riley?
Well, there's a guy, Sidney Monahan, and he likes my wife.
I know how you feel. When I first started in my profession, the driver of my business vehicle made goo-goo eyes at my wife.
Huh? What happened?
Oh, I scared the life out of him. I said, see here, you cad. if you don't cease making eyes at my wife, you'll stop being the driver of my vehicle and become its passenger.
Well, my case is worse, Digger. This guy Monahan saw a movie once, and it gave him an idea, see?
Yes, movies are very stimulating. I go to them regularly. Ah, the cinema. Boris Karloff strangling Peter Lorre. Boris Karloff carving Bela Lugosi. Boris Karloff torturing Sidney Greenstreet. I adore Boris. He's so gay.
Digger, this Monahan wants to murder me and then try and marry Peg for my insurance. I hope she turns him down. Boy, will I laugh.
Murder? Oh, no, Riley.
He's going to chloroform me, and then he'll pick me up and throw me on a railroad track.
Nonsense, Riley. You're too heavy. From years of experience, I'd say that it would take at least 6 men to carry you.
But, Digger, I saw the chloroform, I tell you.
You did?
Yes.
Oh, then you must act, Riley. Confront this fiend and expose him to the world.
You're right. That's what I'll do. My head's made up. Will you come with me, Digger?
Certainly, Riley. I'm the last man to ever let a friend down. Let's double on.
Come on in, Digger. There's a light in the kitchen. I'm going in there and face him with my face.
Good. That should frighten him.
Come on.
Well, here it is.
Shh, that's Monahan.
Yes, sir, Peggy. Enough chloroform in this bottle to kill a million.
Digger, you hear? Chloroform. I told you he would... Wait a minute. Who's he talking to? He can't be talking to... No, it can't be.
Do you think we ought to do it tonight, Sidney?
It is. Oh, Peg.
Oh, why wait? It's got to be done sometime.
Digger, my Peg, he's talked her into it.
Oh, Riley, it's a good thing I came along. I think you're going to need me.
Sidney, you don't think Riley suspects what we're up to?
Nah, he never knows what's going on. Well, we could hit him over the head with a lead pipe and he wouldn't know what had happened.
No, use the chloroform.
Well, all right, let's get it over with.
Okay, but it'll be easier if we wait until the dog's asleep.
Calling me a dog. That's going too far.
Oh, Riley, you heard us.
Peg, tell me it ain't true. The chloroform, you weren't going to use it?
Well, I might as well confess. Yes, I was, Riley.
No, Monahan put you up to this.
Now, don't blame Sidney. It was all my idea.
Now, look, Riley, I was just trying to do Peg a favor.
I know why you were doing it. Give me back that check.
What check?
The check I gave him for the insurance. Give it to me.
But, Riley...
Give me that check.
All right. Here it is.
There. See? I'm tearing it up in 1,000 pieces. There.
Riley, have you gone crazy?
Murder me for my money, will you? Chloroform me, huh?
Chloroform you? Oh, Riley, listen, be sensible.
I'm through being sensible. Monahan, I'm going to give you the beating of my life. Take that! Oh, my wrist. I broke my wrist. He's got a cast iron head.
Riley, you hit the doorknob.
Oh, my wrist. I'll get you yet, you murderer.
Oh, no one's trying to murder you, Riley. We got the chloroform just to get rid of the fleas.
I resent that. You know very well I ain't got no fleas.
The dog's fleas.
The dog... How? You mean... Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Didn't Sidney buy the chloroform to murder me?
Of course not.
What a revolting development this is.
Oh, Riley. How could you suspect for even 1 second that
Don't yell at me, Dumpling. Not now. My wrist is killing me. It must be broken. Well, I got one consolation. I'm insured against accidents.
Oh, no, you're not, Riley. You just tore up that check for the premium, which automatically cancels the policy.
You mean that I don't get paid for this broken wrist?
Not a cent.
This development is even more revolting than the other revolting development.
We'll be back in half a minute. Why risk cavities at the gum line? Cavities ground in by the daily use of toothpastes or powders containing harsh abrasives. Teal cleans teeth without abrasives, protects teeth from such cavities. Enjoy Teal tonight. T-E-E-L, Teal, the refreshing liquid dentifrice.
Dumplin', please forgive me, will you?
Well, I really shouldn't.
Oh, you ought to be ashamed, Riley.
Yeah, I know. But deep down inside of me, I didn't believe it. I apologize to you and Sidney.
Well, all right, dear. I accept your apology.
Oh, thanks, Dumplin'. I could kiss you.
And Riley, I accept your apology, too.
Oh, Monahan, I could, let's you and me just shake hands, huh?
Procter & Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invites you to be their guests next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix appears by arrangement with Hal Roach. The Life of Riley is produced for Teal by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. The script by Ashmead Scott, Alan Lipscott, and Reuben Shipp. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Junior is Scotty Beckett. Babs is Sharon Douglas. Digger Odell is John Brown. Waldo Binney is Dink Trout. And Sidney Monahan is Lou Merrill. This is Ken Carpenter on behalf of Teal, inviting you to listen again next week. And remember, for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley. And for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully.
It's a washing miracle for silk, nylon, woolen, dishes.
What are you talking about?
Dreft. I'll spell it. D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Yes, ladies, and Dreft spells faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history.
That's true. Take lingerie, for example. Why, Dreft keeps my dainty underthings fresher and brighter than even expensive soap flakes.
Right. You see, Dreft is different from soap. Dreft's rich suds rinse clean and clear. They simply can't leave any sticky deposit the way all soaps do. No wonder Dreft keeps lingerie, stockings, new woolens prettier and brighter far longer than any soap could ever do. With Dreft, there's no soap fading.
Yes, and for washing dishes, Dreft is just unbelievable. Why, Dreft makes my dishes shine even without wiping. Every woman knows how dishes washed with soap dry with a greasy film unless you polish them. Well, my Dreft wash dishes drain dry, bright and sparkling. Even glasses sparkle without touching a towel to them.
Yes, ladies. Decide now to open up this bright new world of beauty for all your nice things. For your fine washables, for your dishes. So get Dreft in the bright green package. Dreft, Procter & Gamble's amazing suds discovery that gives you faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history. That's D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Next time you shop, get Dreft.
Remember, for laughs, it's The Life of Riley every week at this same time. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Listen, Andy, tonight Henry Van Porter is giving a party for ichthyologists. Do you know what that means?
Well, it must mean something, Amos. I'm going to get me a dictionary and see what Mr. Webster say about the thing.
Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. Yes, the makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the star of Take It or Leave It, Phil Baker. Everybody in Harlem who is anybody has been invited to a party being given by Henry Van Porter in honor of Professor Newkirk, an eminent ichthyologist, and his daughter Amanda, who have just arrived from the South. Andy, Amos, and the Kingfish have all received invitations, and at the moment Andy is consulting a dictionary to find out just what an ichthyologist is.
Yeah, what do the dictionary say there, Andy, about ichthyologists? Yeah, read it out loud, Andy.
Well, say he is a scientific student of fishes.
Andy, is you kidding? No, that's what it is, fellas. I remember Henry telling me about this Professor Newkirk. His life's work is just studying fish. And he's the one that Henry's giving the party for, you know.
Well, he can count me out. I ain't going.
Why not, Andy?
Well, I just don't see where a fish peddler's got no place in society.
Oh, listen, fellas, this Professor Newkirk is a big scientist. They got a story in today's paper about him. Here it is right there. Here's the paper.
Well, I ain't going to no party give for him. Now, I know that.
All right, let's see the paper, Emma. There he is. There's a picture of him.
Well, I ain't interested in nothing about a fish man.
Who is the good-looking gal in the picture there with him? That's his daughter, Amanda.
Where?
Here.
What time is the party?
Yes, boys, I think this reception that we're giving for Professor Newkirk will be one of the big social affairs of the season.
Yeah, and the professor sure got a pretty daughter, too. Tell me this, is there going to be a lot of other single men there, Henry?
Yes, Andy, I imagine you'll have quite a bit of competition for the young lady.
Oh, yeah, the wolves is going to be howling.
Yes, and I positively know that the one who will appeal to her most is the type of man that's got the same interests as her and her father.
Yeah, well, I got a tie pin with a fish on it. That might make a hit with her.
Yeah, and the fact that them feet of yours look like flounders, that might be a wedge for you, too, you know.
Well, one thing I'm sure of, it's going to be the man with intelligence in the upper brackets that's going to strike her fancy. Well, boys, I'll see you both at the party tomorrow night, then. I got a lot of things to do. So long, boys.
Yeah, so long, Henry, so long.
See you tomorrow night, Henry. Say, Kingfish, I was just thinking here, what is the best way to show this gal Amanda that I is intelligent?
Well, Andy, that ain't no easy question to answer. Be perfectly frank with you, if that gal is looking for intelligence, after she talked to you for 30 seconds, she's gonna know that you ain't no Professor Weinstein.
Yeah. Well, I guess that I might have...
Oh, how's you there, fellas?
Yeah.
Say, I'm glad I found you here, Andy.
What's the matter, Amos?
I was just downtown in my taxi cab hauling a passenger, and when I got back up here in Harlem, I discovered that the man done left his briefcase in my taxi cab.
Well, why don't you take it back to him?
Yeah, well, it's just that I got another passenger in the cab now, and I can't do it. So, Andy, I was wondering if you would take it down in the subway for me. I sure would appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. I ain't got nothing to do.
Oh, thanks, Andy. I dropped the man off at a house, and here's the number of it. And if you look inside the briefcase, you might find the man's name in there somewhere. I got to run along now, so thanks again, Andy.
So long, son. Okay.
Nice-looking briefcase there, yeah.
Sure is. Let's see who the fella's name is that this belonged to. Here's some papers with a letter on it.
What's that?
Let's see what it say here. Mr. Phil Baker.
Phil Baker?
Yeah.
Say, he's the fella on the radio that's got that Take It or Leave It program.
Yeah, that's right. Ain't he the fella that he asks you your name, and if you know the answer, he gives you $64?
Yeah. Say, look what the letter say here. Listen to this. Dear Mr. Baker, attached to this letter are the various questions and answers for your various categories for this Sunday's broadcast.
Categories? What'd that mean, Kingfish?
Well, that mean, well, look, Andy, a word don't always have to mean something, you know.
Well, why does they stick it in there?
Well, what it do, it kind of gives the sentence class and don't change the meaning of it, you see what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's a good thing, all right.
Oh, yeah, well, just let's read the sentence and leave the word category out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dear Mr. Baker, attached to this letter are the questions and answers for your various for this Sunday's broadcast. You see, it's just as good without the word in there.
Yeah, I like it even better.
Yeah, you got something there. You know, Andy, I bet a lot of the contestants would like to get a hold of these questions and answers for Sunday's broadcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, look here. Number 1, music. With all the questions and answers about music. Look at that.
Sure is.
Number 2, flowers. And there's the questions and answers about them.
Mm-hmm.
And, hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter, Kingfish?
Brother Andy, the thing that is topmost in your mind right now is to get in good with this professor's daughter, ain't it?
That's right.
If I was able to guarantee you that I would make you the head man with this gal and make a little extra money on the side, would you be willing to split that money with me?
I'll say I would.
It's a deal, Brother Andy.
Yeah.
Look here at this next thing. Fish, F-I-S-H, with all the questions and answers, and that's what the professor studies.
Yeah, sure is.
Now, look here. Before we takes this stuff back to Mr. Phil Baker, let's copy down all the questions and answers about fish for this Sunday's broadcast. Then we get you on the program, and of course you know all the answers.
Oh, wait a minute now. Wait a minute, Kingfish. Ain't that cheating?
Cheating?
Yeah.
And we're only learning the answers to the questions, educating ourselves. Would you call going to Harvard for 4 years cheating?
Well, no.
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing, just like going to Harvard, only we're taking a shortcut, that's all.
Kingfish, I'll do it.
Right.
Yeah, here's the place right here, Kingfish.
Yeah, now remember, Andy, when we goes in, don't let Mr. Baker know that we knows who he is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we calls him Mr. Baker, then he'll know that we done open up the briefcase, and he'll figure that we might have done see the questions and answers, and that spoiled everything.
Yeah.
I'll push the bell here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We don't know that he's Phil Baker, and so when we find it out, we act surprised.
That's the idea.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Yeah.
What can I... Oh, my briefcase. Thank goodness.
Yes, here you is, mister.
Come in, fellas. Come in.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Thank
sir.
you. Yes.
Tell me, where'd you find it? I've been going crazy.
Well, you left it in a friend of ours' taxi cab, and he told us where he dropped you off, and we done brung it down here to you.
Yes, sir. And on top of that, we ain't got the faintest idea who you is.
That's right, mister.
And the reason we don't know who he is 'cause we ain't never looked in the briefcase.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, naturally, if we looked in the briefcase, we'd have known you was Phil Baker.
Oh, but you don't know who I am now.
Ain't got the faintest idea.
I know this is a very silly question, but not having looked in the briefcase, how did you know that my name would have been Phil Baker if you had looked in the briefcase?
Well, yeah, that is a silly question, all right.
Yeah, so let's skip that one, if you will, please.
Well, boys, since you don't know my name is Phil Baker, let me introduce myself. My name is Phil Baker.
Not Phil Baker.
I knew that would surprise you.
Oh, I tell you could have knocked us both over with a feather.
Me too.
Yeah.
Boys, since you were nice enough to return this briefcase to me, I'd like to do something for you. Now, let's see. How would $5 be?
Oh, no. We wouldn't accept no money, Mr. Baker. We just done it as a favor to you.
Yeah, I tell you, though, there is one thing you could do. You see, your program is our favorite, and if you could give us a couple of tickets to go see it while we show Priestley.
Why, certainly. I've got some right here. Here's 2 for you. How's that?
Oh, that's great. Yeah, we'll be right down in the first row.
Yeah, and one other thing, Miss Baker, just in case you were looking for a contestant on the night of the program, I'll let you in on a little something here. Mr. Brown here is a genius.
Oh, really? Well, it isn't often that I meet a genius.
Oh, yes. I guess there's only a few of us left.
Mr. Brown on my program, eh? Say, it might not be a bad idea to have another genius on the program.
Say, Amos, don't you think we get into the Van Porter reception too early? Here's the house right here.
Yeah, well, it might be a little early, but that's all right, Andy.
You know, I was so anxious to meet this Professor Newkirk's daughter, Amanda.
I know you is.
And when she find out that I is intelligent and knows all about fish, she gonna fall for me like a ton of brick.
Yeah, well, here we are, son. I'll ring the bell.
Yo, wait a minute. Here, let me put my eyeglasses on here. See, I got the kind that sits on your nose with a black ribbon hanging down.
Say, Andy, what you doing wearing glasses?
Well, you ain't never seen a big scientist without glasses, is you?
Say, they sure high class looking, all right. Ain't them the kind they call pins nails?
Yeah. Well, they is the best kind for men that studies fish. You can see through them, and they hold your nose at the same time.
Well, come in, gentlemen. Come in. Outside of the professor and his daughter, you is the first ones here.
Yeah, well, I'll go over and say hello to your wife, Henry.
All right, Amos. And Andy, I want you to meet the guests of honor.
Yeah, I sure like that.
Oh, Professor Newkirk. Amanda. I want you to meet a very dear friend of mine, Mr. Andrew H. Brown.
How do you do, Mr. Brown?
How do you do?
Oh, I was pleased to make both your acquaintances.
Well, you'll excuse me. I think there's somebody else at the door.
That's quite all right. Well, Professor Newkirk, it's a great pleasure to meet another ichorologist like I is. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Brown. And it goes without saying that I was always happy to meet a ichorologist's daughter, too.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mr. Brown.
Yes, I always loved the study of fish. Truth of the thing is, I hangs around the fish market most of the time. Most of the time? Not on the hot days, of course. I got a big laboratory, too, you know. Thing holds 4 quarts. I got 2 goldfish in it. Amazing, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, I hate to tear myself away, but I think I'll walk out and get a breath of fresh air. Certainly, Professor, certainly.
Well, Mr. Brown, as a noted ichthyologist, I guess you've made quite a few discoveries.
Well, there's one discovery I done made.
And what is that?
You is the prettiest gal I done ever seen.
Why, Mr. Brown. Well, science is certainly making remarkable progress.
Honey, getting down to brass tacks and forgetting to warm up, I want to say that I loves you with all my heart.
Oh, now, Mr. Brown, I can hardly believe that.
Oh, it's the truth. And I ain't never said that to no other professor's daughter in my whole life, neither.
Well, I think you're very nice, too.
Ah, that settled it. How about you having a date with me Sunday night as my guest?
Why, that sounds wonderful. Where will we go?
Well, you and your father just stay in your hotel and listen to me on the radio.
Oh, are you going to be on the radio?
Oh, sure, on the Take It or Leave It program with Phil Baker. And then, of course, after the program, why, I'll come up to your hotel and we'll all go out together. How did that sound?
Oh, it sounds very exciting. You're going on a quiz show. You know, Mr. Brown, there's nothing that I admire more than an alert, well-informed, intelligent man.
You know, honey, I has made the order for you.
Well, tonight, Andy is going to attend the Phil Baker broadcast with a kingfish, while Professor Newkirk and his daughter Amanda listen in. After the little hint they drop, the boys feel certain Mr. Baker will call on Andy to act as one of the contestants. Right now, Andy and the kingfish are in the office, making sure that Andy will not only win the money, but also greatly impress the girl.
Now, Brother Andy, here is all the questions and answers that Mr. Baker going to ask you on his program tonight.
Yeah, I got to memorize them, ain't I?
Now, all you got to do is to memorize the answers in this one thing, ichthyology. That's the category number 3, you see. Forget about the rest of them.
Okay.
Now, take the first question. Here, you see, he usually starts off by asking a silly one. What fish, if it could make a sound, would go meow? Of course, the answer here is catfish. See that?
I wonder if I can remember that.
Yeah, well, you don't have to remember the whole thing. Just catfish is the answer to the first question.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, now on the second one there, the answer is sardine. Now, just remember that. You don't have to know the question.
Yeah, the answer is the important thing, yeah. That's all I got to say up there, huh?
Yeah, well, of course, now, Mr. Baker might ask you a few personal questions, make jokes about them, you know. you know, what your name is and where you live. He might even ask you what you do for a living.
You gonna make a joke about that?
Well, I don't know. That don't give much to get his teeth in to do it there. Anyway, Andy, you spend the rest of the afternoon now memorizing these answers. Then you and me will go down to the broadcasting studio about 9:30.
Yeah, and by then I'll know these answers better than my own name.
Now remember, Andy, right after the broadcast, you got to give me half of the $64 that you're going to win.
Oh, sure.
So as soon as you come off the stage, why, you have the $42 ready for me.
Yeah, I'm going to... Well, wait a minute. Is 42 half of 64?
Well, certainly it is, Andy.
Sure sound like a big half, don't it?
Brother Andy, I want to be fair about this thing. If you like my half better, then you can take it and I'll take the other 42.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Kingfish, I'd rather do it that way.
All right, folks, we're going to be on the air in about 10 minutes, and we still need one more contestant. I'll draw another number. Here we are, number 12. Number 12.
Oh, that's me. That's me.
Why, number 12, step right up here, sir.
Yes,
Thank you.
I'll be glad to, Mr. Baker. Yes, sir, yes.
No, don't climb over the footlights. Just come up those steps on the side.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Kingfish, can I get my feet through here?
Yeah, take off your derby, too, Andy. And look here, remember, category number 3, the answer to the first question is catfish.
I know, Kingfish, I know.
Right up those steps there. That's right. Now, if you'll just sit over there with the other contestants.
Yes, sir.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I say, we'll be on the air in a few minutes.
Let me know when you're ready for me, Mr. Baker.
Oh, yes, I'll be sure and let you know. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be on the air in a few minutes, and we want to give all the people listening in a good show.
Mr. Baker, the $64 I'm going to win, you pay that in cash, don't you?
Say, take it easy there. You might not win it.
Oh, Mr. Baker, can I speak with you a minute over here, please?
Certainly, Charlie. Sit tight, folks. I'll be right back.
Say, Phil, the sponsor insists on changing the categories, inasmuch as the questions and answers were out of your hands for a while.
All right. I didn't think it made any difference, but if that's the way they want it, fine.
Well, here are the new questions and answers.
Well, how about changing the categories on the blackboard?
Well, I'm having the boy do that now before they take the blackboard out on the stage.
Well, I guess there's no harm in making the change. Certainly won't make any difference to anybody. This is Phil Baker following through with Take It or Leave It, and here's our next contestant coming up to the microphone.
Oh, yes, sir, coming up, yes, sir, yes.
I hope you're not nervous.
No, sir, I'm just shaking because I was cold.
All right, let's get started. What is your name?
Catfish.
Your name is Catfish?
No, sir. My name is Andrew H. Brown.
All right, tell me, Mr. Brown, have you selected a category? Just look up there on the board, and you can pick any one you want.
Yeah, well, I don't have to look on the board. I take number 3.
Oh, zoology, huh?
Well, it ends with ology. I know that.
All right, I'll ask you the first question.
Catfish.
Wait a minute. I don't know whether it's too important, but I haven't asked you the question yet.
Well, regardless of the question, that's the answer.
Well, all right, you've got $1. And in case the sponsor is listening in, I'll pay this out of my own pocket. Would you like to try for $2?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go for $2. What animal, now virtually extinct, used to roam the plains in the far west?
A sardine.
I hate to see you lose out in the contest so early. Is it possible that you're talking about a sardine on the order of a buffalo?
Yes, sir.
Sort of a water buffalo, huh?
Yes, sir.
That gives
right.
you $2. That's fine. Now, would you like to try it before?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, the third question. Tell me, do you know what an elephant is?
Yes, sir.
For not saying catfish, you get $4. Would you like to try for 8?
Well, could we skip the 8 and get right down to the 64?
Not so fast, my friend. Next question.
This is question number 4, ain't it?
Right. There's a well-known saying about the elephant that you must know. Can you tell me what it is the elephant never does?
Goes up the Columbia River to spawn.
Well, that's not exactly the answer I have down here. But who am I to say you aren't right? You've got $8. By the way, just for my own information, are all your answers going to be about fish?
Well, naturally, that's what category number 3 is all about, ain't it?
Oh, I think I'm beginning to see a light. Well, Mr. Brown, that brings up a question in my mind.
Well, if it's number 5, they breathe through their gills.
Let me see what question number 5 is. How do mother bears recognize their own cubs? And you say they breathe through their gills. The elephants and bears are certainly doing strange things this year, aren't they?
Yes, it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's apparent to everyone that these answers don't fit the questions like a glove. As a matter of fact, this is the first time in the history of Take It or Leave It that anyone has gone through this many questions without even getting on the subject.
Well, can I help it if you don't know the right questions?
Mr. Brown, it's obvious that your chief interest in life is fish.
Yes, sir.
And without going any further, I'm going to declare you a winner.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I hereby award you 64 cans of sardines.
Hello? Hello, Amanda. This is Andy. Yeah, did you hear the broadcast? Oh, you did, huh?
Hey, lay it on there, son. I can hear you now.
Yeah, well, what is that? Yeah, well, but Amanda, you can't do that. Well, I was figuring on me and you having a little sardine supper together. Oh, yeah, but honey, I know, but...
Yeah, she done hung up on you, ain't she, son?
Yeah. Well, Amos, I guess I done missed again.
Yeah? Well, you know, what did she say to you, Andy?
Well, she says she never want to see me again.
Why?
Well, she done heard me on the radio and say that I is stupid and dumb. And by pretending that I was an expert on the science of fishes, she say I was even lying about that, too.
Well, Andy, that's what happens whenever you tries to pretend that you are somebody that you ain't.
Yeah, that's the reason for the whole mess, all right.
Andy, I've done told you all your life that you has got to cut out pretending. You has got to be yourself. No matter how humble a man is, you'll find that people will love you for just being yourself. That's all you got to do. And believe me, Andy, you'll do much better with everything in life.
Yeah, Amos, you're right.
Won't you shake hands with me on it, Andy? Why don't you start today? It ain't too late, Andy. You is a nice enough guy.
Yeah, Amos put it there.
Oh, that's the stuff.
You is right. I was crazy to think that I could make that gal believe that I was a big icarologist. From now on, I ain't gonna make people believe nothing that I ain't and all that stuff. I ain't gonna... wait a minute. Who is this coming in?
Pardon me, but could either of you gentlemen tell me where the Harlem Art Gallery is?
Yeah, I know where it is. What you want to go there for, miss?
Well, I'm an art student, and they're having an exhibit of paintings up there.
There is, huh? Well, now, how about me walking up there with you? It just so happened that I is a great painter myself.
All right, here's Amos and Andy again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we just want to thank you for listening in, and we hope you enjoyed our show.
Thanks for me, too, folks.
Next week, we are going to have as our guest that fine actor of stage and screen, Mr. Raymond Massey. And, as usual, is going to be in trouble up to his neck.
I is? Oh, me.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Good night, folks.
Be sure and be with us next week at this same time, friends. Bill Baker appears through the courtesy of the Evershop Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Dedicated to the strength of the nation. Proudly we hail. Yes, Proudly We Hail, starring Turhan Bey in The Magnificent Rogue, the United States Army and United States Air Force presentation. And now here is our producer, the well-known Hollywood showman, C.P. McGregor.
Thank you, and greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your Theater of Stars, where your favorites from the cinema world gather to star in plays we know you'll enjoy. That international favorite, the very popular Turhan Bey, stars in a bright romance comedy titled The Magnificent Rogue. In just a moment, we'll have the curtain for Act One. But here now is Wendell Niles with a message of importance.
Every American has a right to be proud these days, proud of the men who serve their country in the uniforms of the United States Army and the United States Air Force. Everyone knows the war record back of the armed forces. And we are all duly proud of the victories won and the men who won them. But think a moment. The U.S. Army and the U.S. Air Force always have been and are just as worthy of your pride during peacetime. Remember, the men who serve their country in uniform today are your greatest bulwark for security and peace. And now, once again, our producer.
The curtain rises on Act One of The Magnificent Rogue, starring Turhan Bey as Jacques Courrier. It all happened somewhere in the vicinity of Avenue Montpellier, Paris, where dwelled in various stages of limited circumstances the struggling artists and musicians who made Paris their Mecca. By day, they worked at odd jobs to pay the rent and to keep a loaf of bread and a bottle of wine in their cupboard. By night, they studied, or, weather permitting, strolled with a lover in the Tuileries Gardens. On the evening our story begins, the music of a violin is heard coming from the apartment of Jacques Courrier, a handsome young new arrival at Montpellier. Across the street below, a door opens at the sound of the violin. A lovely blonde girl listens entranced. Then, obeying some uncontrollable impulse, she dashes madly towards the flat from which the music comes.
Oh, I'm too late. Oh, forgive me for breaking in on you.
Not at all. I'm honored.
Oh, it was magnificent.
The music?
Yes, your violin. What is your name?
Jacques Courrier.
Jacques Courrier. Oh, for you, Jacques, I predict a great future.
Oh, the violin attracted you so?
It magnetized me. I had to rush over. Oh, I'm not a forward girl. I have good upbringing.
Of course.
Oh, but the gentleman at the piano.
Oh, forgive me, Piron, my accomplice.
Bonsoir.
Charm indeed.
Oh, what talent he possesses, Monsieur Perron.
Yes, and with the winnings, too.
Well, oh, you must not think that I rushed over.
No, of course not. To hear the violin only.
Oh, what it does to me. Well, I'm interrupting. I shall go home.
You are a beautiful interruption.
I know I shall go home.
I'll see you to the door.
Merci. Good night, Monsieur Perron.
Good night, mademoiselle.
So, you're just a student?
Just that.
But you possess in your playing... Well, you have the control of a master already.
You are too complimentary.
But I know. I'm a student of the violin, too.
Oh?
Yes. Oh, tell me, when may I hear you play again?
Rather, when will you play for me?
Oh, well,
Tomorrow night. Promise me you'll play for me tomorrow night.
All right.
Splendid.
Good night.
Wait. I do not know your name.
Oh, it is an ordinary name. Marie Carpentier.
It is the name of an angel. Good night, Marie.
Good night.
Well, Piron,
What do you think of her?
Oh, she's gorgeous. Isn't she the one?
She is the one I've been mad to meet ever since we moved here 3 days ago.
Well, what did she say when you told her the truth?
When I told her what?
That what she heard was only a phonograph record.
Ah, but I would not tell her that. Disappoint my beautiful Marie. Besides, I'm not so bad. Listen.
Oh, stop! You screech like a devilish piece of chalk on the blackboard.
Oh, now be patient. I've picked up this instrument for the first time only 10 minutes ago.
I warn you. You had better tell her.
No. You don't know romance, Piron. At this point, she's attracted to me for my violin.
What violin?
Now, when she says that she loves me and means it, then I will tell her all.
Why? You introduced me as your accompanist. I am a piano tuner, and I dislike posing as something else.
You are a marvelous accompanist, Piron. Until the young lady realizes my personal charm. Ah, what a beautiful fate. You tune Denoir's piano. Denoir cannot pay. You take his violin for bond, and the violin brings to me the woman I love.
Jacques, the stranger was there again.
Oh, the one with the mustache?
Yes. He is most anxious to see you.
Well, I'm not anxious to see him. If he comes tomorrow while you are here, tweak his mustache, put your foot to the seat of his pants, and say, be off with you. Tell him I'm too busy these days, that I am in love, that I am winning a wife.
Wait until she finds out what you do to gain your bread and wine.
Oh, she will understand.
Not to mention what she will do when she finds out you are unable to even run a scale on the violin.
I will manage by having a good supply of phonograph records.
Yours will still be the fate of an impostor.
Oh, what a lovely fate, then, Piron. Commencing tomorrow. She happens to be a student of violin. I have consented for her to play for me tomorrow night.
You have consented to let her play for you? Mon Dieu, this is the end.
Oh, my Marie, I can hardly wait. Come in, Marie. Come in, my lovely.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Maestro.
Oh, please.
No, I must call you Maestro. Last night you sounded like Isis. This evening I heard you, and you had the unearthly perfection of the Getty.
It is unearthly, mademoiselle. Ask him sometime to make for you on the violin the sound of a squeaky door.
Remarkable sense of humor. Now, Piron, were you not about to leave for some chestnuts? The vendor is on the street below now, waiting to serve only you.
I am leaving.
Oh, poor man. Suffers from lack of imagination. But now, Marie, you have your violin, I see.
Yes. Oh, but I'm really so nervous playing for you. You see, I've only been studying violin 10 years.
Well, my dear, at least you have a foundation.
Yes. Well, you won't be critical then.
How could I be critical of you?
Oh, I'm encouraged now.
You may play for me.
Well, what do you think?
Remarkable.
My tone?
Your eyes.
Oh, but my music.
Oh, that. Marie, my lovely one.
Yes?
You have
Yes.
a considerable degree of talent.
Oh, I'm so pleased. Oh, you have no idea what that means coming from you. Oh, how can I thank you?
Why, you can take my arm and join me for a stroll if you would.
I would.
Well, I regret there is no moon out tonight, but I'm assured of one tomorrow night.
Oh?
And there is to be a carousel in the neighborhood. Would you not accompany me?
Oh, I think I'd love to. You know, it's so encouraging being around you.
It is. I'm glad.
Yes. You see, Madame Francois Cartier discourages me with my violin.
And who is Madame Francois Cartier?
My advisor. She's helpful in guiding me. She says I should give up the violin, get married, and raise a family.
Well, now, actually...
Oh, but you have encouraged me to study. If it takes 50 years, what matter?
Yes, what matter?
By the way, what do you do to keep you in food and wine? Not that it means anything to me, knowing as I do that you're a genius flowering, but Madame Cartier will be interested.
Well, at the moment, I'm following the trade of an interior decorator.
Interior decorator? Oh, my, you're talented. Well, here's my door.
Yes, unfortunately it is.
Good night, Jack.
Oh, one moment. I would like to know one thing.
Yes?
Do you ever think of me apart from my violin?
Oh, can I?
Oh.
You see, Jacques, the violin is my second love.
And your first love?
Well, now, one does not tell a gentleman everything the first night.
Oh, Marie, tell me, is there a chance for me?
Oh, no. So little time has transpired. I will say this, however. Last night, I dreamed of the man I was to marry. We were in our own house, our castle.
Oh, Marie.
We sat before the fireplace. We would hold hands and talk and dream. And then...
And then?
Then we would play violin duets. Good night, Jacques.
Ah, you're back. Oh, what a mad world, Piron. The woman I crave to be my wife must play violin duets.
I said you were headed for trouble.
I will find the answer. Was there anyone here?
Little man with a mustache. I did as instructed.
Well, if the man has a bill, pay it.
With what? Everything we have is spent for phonograph records.
Then ignore him.
But you, my fraudulent friend, what are you going to do in your dilemma?
Very simple. Tomorrow I become a student of the violin. During my lunch hour, I find an instructor.
So, you want to learn to play the violin? Well, you have come to the right man, Professor Lecorne. I have guided the careers of such famous virtuosi as Apfel and Strudel, not to mention Borscht.
I am happy, sir, I've come to you.
Now, I quickly see you have many qualifications for study. You have a fine intellect.
Thank you.
You have the quick muscular response.
Thank you.
You also have the pocketbook, no?
Oh, yes, I can pay you.
Only a formality. You may pay the first 10 lessons in advance. Ah, yes, Jacques Courrier. Under my tutelage, I predict for you a great future.
I have not too great ambitions, Professor Lecorne. I wish merely to play second fiddle, to add a few notes here and there with a degree of authenticity.
A few notes? Bosh! I will have you amazed at your technique in no time at all.
Monsieur Lecorne, if you can accomplish this, you will have the undying gratitude of a man in love.
Pause briefly from our story, The Magnificent Rogue, starring Turhan Bey, to bring you an important message from our government.
Doctors of America, here is a problem that is of vital importance to you. A shortage of physicians, surgeons, and dentists is developing in the armed forces of our country. Doctors, dentists, and allied medical scientists are needed. You can help alleviate this shortage, help maintain the health of our men and women in uniform by serving a tour of active duty in the Army. The Army's extensive facilities for research and modern equipment will be at your disposal. You will have the benefit of techniques developed through years of practice and experimentation. When you put on the uniform as a medical officer in the U.S. Army, you'll be commissioned in a grade commensurate with your age and experience. In addition to your regular pay, you'll receive an additional $100 a month professional pay. Write today to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington 25, D.C., and request a tour of active duty.
The curtain rises on Act Two of The Magnificent Rogue, starring Turhan Bey as Jacques Courrier. Avenue Montpellier, Parisian rendezvous of budding artists and musicians, resounds to the music emanating from Jacques Courrier's apartment as he continues to pose as a student of the violin until he wins the heart of lovely Marie Carpentier. Marie, whose second love is the violin, has not divulged her first love. Jacques has high hopes as he stands before the mirror dressed to take her to the carousel. Piron looks on.
Well, Piron, what do you say? Am I not beautiful?
You have all the appearance of a peacock without inhibition.
I am complimented. Any calls today?
Moustache was here again.
Oh, that pest. Well, I must be off to take my lovely Marie to the carousel.
Has she discovered yet what an impostor you are?
No. And from what Professor Lecorne says of my suitability for violin, I dare say I need not tell her at all. Good night, Bureau.
Good night.
Here we are. A place reserved for us.
Isn't that nice?
Ah, yes. Well, did I not promise you a full moon?
You did.
And there it is.
Yes.
Oh, if I could only express to you how lovely you are by moonlight.
Oh, Jacques.
You do care for me a little?
Yes, Jacques.
A little or very much?
Very much, Jacques.
Oh, Marie, my angel. I have never asked this of any woman before.
Yes, Jacques.
I want you to marry me. Will you be my wife?
I will be your wife.
Kiss me. My wife to be.
Oh, I must tell my advisor, Madame Cartier. Oh, Jacques, think of our future together.
At this moment, I'm unable to think.
Oh, when I think of our future, I hear only music, the music of a violin.
You mean an occasional duet at home, together?
Oh, no, I mean you and the concert stage and the world at your feet. But why are you so quiet?
My dear, I was just thinking how our whole life's responsibility rests upon the shoulders of a certain Professor Lecorne.
Now, once more, please. And remember the hand with the bow in it. You are not shining a window. Please, let me have it again. No. Oh, dear. Well, Jacques?
Yes, Professor?
I am a man who has great regard for the frank.
Yes?
However, and I must speak frankly, I cannot be tortured any further. Let me put it this way. Over in America, my cousin teaches the violin to a distinguished entertainer whose name is also Jacques. Jacques Benet.
Oh, yes, I have heard of him. He's working in one of Dennis Day's radio programs.
That is right. Now, my cousin has suffered great discouragement. After each lesson, he beats his head against the wall for 15 minutes. But compared to you, Jacques, my cousin is working with a protege.
Good day, Professor Lecorne.
Oh, Jacques.
Marie, what are you doing?
I'm waiting for you, darling. I spoke to Madame Cartier. I told her about us. She's such a hard person to please.
Well, how did she respond?
I told her you were an interior decorator now while you study.
Oh, did that please her?
Well, she's a difficult person. Dislikes all musicians. Measures everything by the franc.
Well, if she dislikes musicians so, I would give up the violin.
Oh, no, never. But I have a plan. You will play for her.
Oh, no. No, you know how I'm about playing.
Please. When Madame Cartier would hear you, then she would know how famous you will be.
No. I'm not playing for anyone. Furthermore, strange places distract me.
Oh, then she will come here.
Oh, but I...
Oh, you must, Jacques, for me, for us. Oh, kiss me, Jacques, and say you will. What evening, Jacques?
I suppose... Friday? Why not? One day is as good as the next.
Will you stop pacing up and down?
I can't help it. What am I going to do?
Well, you prepare the stew in which you now find yourself being boiled.
This is not the time to place responsibility for wrong. I must decide. Oh, say, perhaps if I delay the concert for a couple of weeks...
Well...
And then I start to play records that grow progressively worse. Maybe in a couple of weeks I could reverse down to my present state of no talent whatsoever.
No, that would never work. The records are only of the fine artists.
Of course. Well, we will go through with it.
Are you out of your mind?
No, it can be done. And here's how. We will conceal the speaker.
The playback speaker?
Yes. And I know precisely the number I will play. The Nachtwind. The Night Wind. For this number, we can have the lights down very low.
You are insane.
No. You are at the piano. The playback arm next to the bench. Your signal will be, well, Vive la bagatelle. Yes, vive la bagatelle. You put the playing arm down on the record.
But if something should slip up...
Things never slip up, Piron. Now, you will get for me that record, The Nachtwind, played by Swinton Johns, the Swedish violinist. Ha ha ha. We will entertain Madame Cartier. Yes, indeed. Well, come in, Marie.
Hello, darling. This is Madame Cartier.
How do you do, Madame Cartier?
How do you do? My, this is a peanut shell you live in, isn't it?
Well, the apartments are all small here in Montpellier, but the hearts are large.
Isn't it wonderful, Madame Cartier?
I don't know. This does seem rather a tiny place for an interior decorator. Oh, my, it's dark in here.
It's the mood I'm getting for playing. I'm doing The Nachtwind.
You know, young man, you look familiar to me.
I do?
Are you a carpenter? I seem to remember you walking into my house carrying a saw and fixing my door.
Oh, no.
Your face is most familiar now.
Well, I guess we might as well commence the program. My violin, please. Thank you. Well, Piron, vive la bagatelle.
Guillaume is saying vive la bagatelle, hooray for trifles, because he's playing a trifle.
Piron, vive la bagatelle. Piron, what are you doing?
What is it? I don't understand.
It's Piron, turn it off. Turn it off, do you hear me?
I see now. A concealed speaker. Marie, this man is a fraud.
Oh, it cannot be. Jacques, tell me it's not a fraud.
Come in.
Oh, dear. He's a man with a mustache.
Jacques Cartier here.
That is me.
Your bill. 3 months' dues. Unpaid. 30 francs.
Well, here you are, my good man. And now, we're having a private party.
Just a minute. What are the dues for?
Paris local. Plumbers Union.
Now I remember. You were a plumber. You came to my house. You carried the plunger to fix my...
Oh, my Marie. She has fainted.
And it serves her right, consorting with trash. Good night, you.
Oh, my poor Marie. What have I done to you? Piron!
Forgive me, Jacques.
Hand to me that phonograph record.
There you are.
Oh, what stupidity. I asked you to get Swinton Johns. What do you give me? Something that sounds like Spike Jones.
Oh, curse me, I am a fool.
Well, get me a glass of water. No, I don't want to hear what my lovely Marie says when she wakes up.
Oh, you blackguard. Oh, you deceived me.
There, now drink some more water.
It's full of water as the ocean already. Oh, how could you? But you do not even play the violin.
I could not tell you because of my love for you.
And then you tell me you're an interior decorator.
Well, I am. I decorate interiors with faucets.
Oh, it's not funny. I hate myself for even associating with someone who has no talent whatsoever.
No talent, you say?
Is it not true?
I will show you if it is true. Here, from the cupboard, some paper. Now the charcoal. Now I will draw your likeness.
You're an artist?
A magnificent artist. What do you think I do here in Montpellier? There. The contour of your face. The beautiful oval. Now your hair. Like the whisper of angels. Your eyes. The beauty of deep lakes.
Oh.
Your nose. The majesty of gods.
Oh, sure.
And your lips. So soft and lovely. There.
Jacques. Oh, it's brilliant.
Is that a man with no talent whatsoever?
You have the line of Matisse. The composition of Picasso. I can see it. You did draw this, didn't you?
Of course. But you know art.
Yes, Jacques. Art is my first love.
Your first love?
Oh, Jacques, I can see it now. Your drawings on exhibition, the world at your feet.
But I thought I am your first love.
Oh, no.
Oh, but it is all right. So long as I'm always the first you adore. And how could you help but adore me? I am so magnificent.
curtain falls in the final act of The Magnificent Rogue. Our star, Turhan Bey, will return for a curtain call after this timely message from Wendell Niles.
The young men who have earned their wings in the United States Air Force have found a place in this air-minded world. Those wings and an Air Force future may be yours if you can fulfill a few simple requirements. They are, you must be between 20 and 26 and 1/2 years of age, have had 2 years of college, or be able to pass an equivalent examination. And you must be physically fit. These are the requirements for training as an aviation cadet in the United States Air Force. When you have completed the course successfully, you'll have won your pilot's wings and a commission as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force Reserve. Outstanding members of each cadet pilot class receive regular commissions immediately upon graduation, while other men have the opportunity to qualify for regular commissions during their tour of active duty. Get your application at your nearest Air Force base or United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station now. Remember, only the best can be aviation cadets. Now, once again at the microphone, our star, Turhan Bey, and our producer.
Turhan, come out and take a bow for a grand performance. But don't bring your violin.
Why, CP, that was a $20,000 Guarnerius. Didn't you like it?
The violin? Yes. The playing? No.
Oh, but I'm inspired to become one day a great artist.
Suppose you stick to a hobby in which you are great. Photography.
Oh, photography, yes. But I want an art in which I can make a great amount of money.
You won't make it in playing the violin, believe me. Have you ever considered motion pictures?
Oh, but that's my business, CP.
And how's business?
Very good. Columbia has just released my latest picture, Song of India. I've become a very modern Maharaja in a very modern India. No violin, of course.
Then we'll all go and see it. And by the way, I understand you made some excellent photographs in India while you were there.
And in Turkey and in Tibet. But my best pictures were made right here in Southern California during the big snow last January.
We got some fine color shots at the ranch with the snow and the orange trees around the house.
They'll make good Christmas cards, CP.
That's what we wanted them for. We even made some pictures of the large snowflakes, just to prove they're as big as silver dollars.
Oh, well, that's California for you. Even the snowflakes had to be the biggest.
You know, it's a good thing we got the pictures when we did. We may never get another chance. I hope.
That's right. It will probably never snow again out here.
Of course not. Well, Turhan, I want to thank you for joining us again.
Thank you for the invitation. I enjoyed it. And now I think I'll run along and practice my violin. But tell me first who's going to be with you next week.
Next week, Turhan, and ladies and gentlemen, we present one of the greatest dramatic portrayals and stories of the season. Zachary Scott joins us to star in a historical play based upon the interesting life story of Henry Wilson and the establishment of the Congressional Medal of Honor. Here is a documentary play of interest to everyone.
That sounds like a very good story. I'll be listening. Goodbye, CP.
Goodbye, Turhan Bey. Be sure to join us next week, ladies and gentlemen, when we bring you Zachary Scott in Above Their Comrades. Until then, thanks for listening, and cheerio from Hollywood.
Turhan Bey appears with the courtesy of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, which arranges for the appearance of all stars on this program. Script was by Rich Hall with music under the direction of Eddie Scribani. This program is transcribed in Hollywood for release at this time. Wendell Niles speaking.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Out of the funnies into your homes, and we hope your hearts too, the makers of Camel cigarettes bring you Blondie. before we drop over to the Bumstead house to visit Kit Young's famous characters Blondie and Dagwood, a word from the makers of Camel cigarettes. You know, there are several reasons why Camels are called the pleasure cigarettes. They're a slow-burning cigarette, for one thing, and those slow-burning tobaccos in Camels are costlier tobaccos. That means more pleasure in every puff. Camels are milder, easy on your throat, cooler, without the irritating qualities of too fast burning. And because slow burning lets the flavor come through, you get in Camels all the fineness of flavor and aroma that makes Camel cigarettes so different, so unfailingly refreshing. No, sir, you don't get tired of smoking Camels. It's a pleasure to light up a mild, tasty Camel. You know you're going to get smoking pleasure at its best, and extra smoking, too. Recent impartial laboratory tests show that by burning 25% slower than the average of the 15 other of the largest selling brands tested, slower than any of them, Camels give a smoking plus equal to 5 extra smokes per pack. That's extra value in any smoker's language. Extra value and extra pleasure. Yes, penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy. And now it's time to drop in on the Bumsteads for that weekly visit. Tonight we find Blondie at the telephone, listening to what seems to be an unending stream of chatter from her neighbor, Hazel Fuddle. From the depths of his own particular chair, Dagwood also listens. Oh, we might as well listen too.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, you did? Uh-huh. Oh, yes. Of course I've seen it. What paper did you see it in, Hazel? You did? Well, I guess it's in all the papers then. Oh, wait just a minute, Hazel. Dagwood? Yeah? Where's our evening paper? Oh, it's out in the kitchen. Would you mind getting it, dear?
Oh, you mean right now?
Please, dear.
All right. What did Hazel Fuddle see in the paper?
Later, Dagwood. Huh? Do you mind getting it, dear?
No, I'm going. But I didn't see anything much in it.
Hazel? Listen, I sent Dagwood after the paper so I could explain. You see, he hasn't seen that article yet, and I'm not sure how he'll act when he does. You know, the way they mention his name and all. But I'll let you know later. Thanks for calling. Bye. Did you find it, Dagwood?
Yeah. What was Mrs. Fuddle talking about?
Oh, something on the society page.
Society page? There's never any news on that.
Oh, you might be surprised. Look, don't you think it would be nice if you read me the society page while I go on darning your socks?
Well, it's a funny thing to me the way women like to read about society. They don't know any of the people they read about.
Well, you don't know any of those football teams you read about either.
That's different. Football is interesting.
Well, don't you think society people ever do anything interesting?
If they do, it never gets into the papers. Listen to this. Miss Fifi Pax Petty, beautiful debutante daughter of Mrs. Henry de Clancy Pax Petty, with her favorite oldie English sheepdog, champion Honey Boy Highlight of Cloverbrook. Oh, that's under a picture of a homely girl with her feet on what looks like a bale of hay. It goes on to say here, Miss Fifi is an enthusiastic motorist. Oh.
She's one of the younger set. Just came out this year.
Yeah, it came out. Well, with a face like that, she should have stayed in a little longer.
Oh, read some more, Dagwood.
Well, let's see. It says, Mrs. Boring Bangs, popular young matron, is soon to follow the birds southward for an extended stay. Who cares? Dave Boomer again links the names of R.M. Dickey Rankin and Esme Twigg, the former Mrs. K.W.V. Trigg, May's Hornsringer, blah, 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 Miss Nancy this and Mr. Who's It's That. The only name on the whole page here we ever heard of is Mrs. Upham.
Oh, is she mentioned? What's she doing this time?
Same as always, giving some kind of a shindig here. This time it's a fashion show. Oh, can you imagine this? It's a fashion show for men.
What's funny about that? It's for a worthy cause.
Sure, but for men, Blondie. Men don't have fashion shows. That stuff is just for women.
Maybe it's time men did have a fashion show.
No, men don't like to strut around showing off clothes.
Oh, don't they?
No, I bet she doesn't get any real He-Man to be a model for.
What does the article say, Dagwood?
Oh, well, it says it's going to be at the Embassy Hotel. Oh, listen. In an effort to prove that clothes do make the man, and incidentally to swell the coffers of her favorite charity, Mrs. Emily Upham has planned a gala affair for tomorrow evening when male attire will be displayed on living models recruited from the world of business as well as from the ranks of fashion.
Yeah.
An amusing topsy-turvy plan calls for the well-known social lion, Clarence B.G. Capulet, to appear as the man dressed in bad taste. While a much-desired role of the best-dressed man will be filled by a rising young executive, Dagwood Bumstead, who will portray the role... Dagwood Bumstead! Hey, wait a minute! Dagwood Bumstead! That's me.
Isn't that lovely, Dagwood?
What? How do you mean? Wait a minute, this must be a mistake.
Oh, no, dear. The paper has it right.
Oh, how can it be right when I don't know anything about it?
Well, of course, I wasn't sure myself until this afternoon that Mrs. Upham would see things my way.
Your way? Listen, Blondie, did you ask Mrs. Upham to put me on a spot like this? Gosh, do you want me to be kidded out of the office?
I don't think any of Mr. Didder's employees will try to make fun of you, Dagwood. Not with Mrs. Didders on Mrs. Upham's committee.
Well,
he helped me get the well-dressed man's part for you. It's quite an honor, you know.
It is, huh? I mean, is it?
Why, of course, dear. Mrs. Upham could have had a well-known actor or some society sportsman or anybody for that part. But she chose you.
Gosh.
You do wear clothes so well, Dagwood.
Well, I'm not what you'd call a fussy dresser. But I bet if I had the money to spend, I could show some of those social guys.
You're going to show them, Dagwood.
Well, of course, I wouldn't want to let Mrs. Upham down. Not after you and Mrs. Dithers asked her, but...
Oh, it'll be all over before you know it, Dagwood. You just walk across the stage.
I do, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought maybe I could just front her out and maybe stand there a minute, you know.
Well, that'll be all right, too.
Yeah, no use getting all dressed up and then running across the stage before anyone can get to see you. Look, maybe I could come out like this, see? And when I got in the middle of the stage, I could stop and kind of frown and then maybe make believe I was brushing a speck off the sleeve or something. That's how a well-dressed man does.
I think if you just act natural, Dagwood, it would be best. Just smile, and then when they applaud you, well, you might bow a little and then walk off.
Yeah. Oh, maybe I could show them I heard the applause by shaking hands with myself over my head like this. Hi, boys, hi.
Well, I think that's more for a prize fight than a fashion show.
Oh.
So I was thinking that you ought to have a new suit, Dagwood. A real good one. We might go to Gusher Harbor and Craven for it.
They're awfully high, Blondie. Dithers went in there once and it cost him $85 for a plain suit without even a pattern on it.
Well, we won't pay that much, Dagwood, but I bet I'll find something for less that we'll both be proud of.
You, want to come with me to pick it out, Blondie, huh?
Of course, Dagwood.
Oh.
I always have gone with you for your suits ever since we've been married.
Yeah, I know, but...
So let's meet each other outside Gusher Harbor and Craven at your lunch hour tomorrow. So this is what Gusher Harbor and Craven's look like inside. No wonder they're high-priced, Dagwood. Just feel how thick this rug is.
Yeah, but where do they keep the suit? They have to go back out of sight somewhere every time they get one to show you.
I like shopping this way. It's very luxurious.
Yeah. You know, I always wanted a red leather chair like this at home. Say, did you notice this? Free cigarettes and an ashtray by every chair. Pretty classy.
I guess the regular customers have time to loaf around and talk about clothes all day.
Well, I haven't. Oh, gosh, my lunch hour is nearly gone, and they haven't even tried a suit on yet.
Oh, they took your measurements, though.
Yeah, it took 3 fellas to do it. I wonder where they've all gone to now.
Oh, to find something that fits you, I guess.
Yeah, or else look up my bank account and see how much they're asking me for a suit.
Say, these suits on the table have price tags.
Yeah?
Look, on little cards hidden in the pocket. Oh, my, this one says $95.
Oh, okay, come on, let's get out of here, Blondie. Why, down at Charlie's Choice Clothes, you can get the best in the house. With 2 pairs of pants for half that.
Now, don't worry, dear. I told the nice old man we wouldn't go over $75.
Well, did you tell him why I was buying the suit?
Yes, of course. I wanted him to take an interest.
Well, look, Blondie, if any of them ever come back, let me do the talking, will you? I don't think the men who buy in here explain everything to the salesman.
Well, it's just a store after all, Dagwood, even if it is expensive.
Well, I know, but I feel kind of like a schoolboy coming in here with his mother to buy some new corduroy pants or something. I bet when Dithers bought his suit in here, he didn't bring his wife along.
Oh. Don't you want my advice on what to get, Dagwood?
Oh, I don't mind you looking at what I buy, only I want to buy it. I can make up my mind if they'll just show me what I want.
Of course, dear. I won't say a word unless you ask me what I think. Look, here comes last man back with another suit. Oh, it looks lovely, Dagwood. Such a nice gray.
Blondie, let me decide.
Yes, dear.
I must offer you the most profound apologies for my protracted absence, Mr. Bumstead.
Well, it's okay, only...
But of course, at Dasher Harbor, Craven, one comes to feel that the selection of a really proper garment for a gentleman is not a matter lightly undertaken, Miss Pot.
Huh? Well, sure,
And, too, one understands that this purchase is of additional importance since one is to reign for a night as a modern beau brummel.
How much is that suit you got there?
Oh, quite within one's price range, I venture to say. Yet we stand gay in the extreme.
How much?
It is, of course, a creation in which art conceals art to all, save those who know.
How much?
Yet one predicts that it will identify itself as having the indispensable éclat which marks the informal suit destined for stipulated occasions.
How much? What makes you think that?
It so happens that the two-button sack in dove gray, which this model exemplifies so charmingly, is experiencing a notable revival of interest among continental society.
Oh.
May I venture to suggest to slip on the jacket, sir? Oh, thank you.
Oh, dove gray. I'll probably look like a pigeon in this.
Oh, hardly that, sir. Of course, good taste must prevail, and this garment, while just audacious enough to be hailed as a relief from the same old thing, still clings sturdily to the rock-bound foundations of good convention. Don't you think so, Mrs. Bumstead?
I think it looks beautiful on you, Dagwood.
And I quite agree, quite.
Look, I'm buying this suit, and I don't think I like this.
Oh, I'm desolated. It's so truly your suit, Mr. Bumstead. Oh, to be sure, it requires a bit more self-assurance to wear than one's lesser garments. But look in the glass, sir. Now, picture yourself swinging an ebony-headed stick at your side, but jauntily. I see you as a veritable cavalier of the boulevard.
Well, it does fit me pretty good.
Oh, but naturally. It's a point of pride with us here at Dasher Harbor and Craven that each customer to leave our shop must be indefectibly correct in the smallest detail, whether he be poised dizzily upon the very peak of social eminence, or be merely an aspirant for the laurels of the truly well turned out.
Yes. How's that?
Oh, he means they won't sell anyone a suit that isn't right for them.
Oh.
But that is perfect on you, Dagwood.
I quite agree.
I'd take their advice, Dagwood.
Now, listen, I don't want to be rushed into anything.
Well, but I thought you were in a hurry, Dagwood.
I am, too. It's almost 1 o'clock. Well, listen, I guess I won't make up my mind right now. I'm going to look around some more before I buy.
Well, maybe Mr.
Slib, madam.
Oh, thank you. Maybe Mr. Slib would lay the suit aside for you, Dagwood.
One is delighted to oblige.
Well, don't go counting on my buying it now.
But save it for us anyway until tomorrow noon.
As madam wishes.
Well, I may be back or I may not. If I do come back, I'll be alone and I'll be in a hurry. So you better have a lot of stuff for me to look at and then let me make up my own mind what I want to wear, huh?
Certainly, sir. But one ventures to say you will scarcely improve on this selection at the price.
Yeah.
Good day, sir.
Goodbye. Come on, Blondie. Gosh, I'm late already.
Dagwood, you weren't very nice to Mr. Slib.
Well, he bothers me. Too much fancy talk. Look, I'll have to run back to the office.
All right, dear. But don't buy anything until you talk to me again.
Well, I may just look around a little on my way to the bus. I have to go by Charlie's Choice Clothes Store and...
don't go in there, Dagwood.
Oh, no. Just window shop, maybe. So long. No. Look, Charlie, I just stopped to look in the window a minute.
What can you see in the window? It's inside here I got the best stuff, Mr. Bumstead. You know what I just told my partner? What? I said, ain't it lucky we got our fall line already for Mr. Bumstead when he comes in?
You did? Well, gosh, I'm sorry, Charlie, but I've about made up my mind to take a little suit I saw at Dasher Harbor and Craven.
Mr. Bumstead, you must be kidding. You're too smart a fella to pay the prices those robbers asked just for a label.
They have pretty high-class clothes, Charlie.
Oh, high-class, sure, if a fella wants to look like he was a back number, but no snap to them.
No?
Now, in that fashion show, you're supposed to be a man that knows what's the latest fashion. Am I right?
Sure, I'm the well-dressed man.
Oh, style leader, okay. You come to a place where we're even ahead of the style. Now, up at DH&C, what do they show you? Styles that would be all right for your grandfather if you didn't get around much, but not for a young fella with a good figure like you got.
Well,
now listen, it's for you to say I wouldn't try to sell you. But
Now, is this for a little pepper?
Yeah, it looks like mustard to me,
You
Charlie.
see, you know color. Mustard color is right.
Huh?
You know what this is? It's strictly a PM. Now, get a load of that lapel. You
Yeah,
see how
I
it fits to stand up over the shoulder? You
Yeah.
see? And look, a double-breasted vest. That's class. Here, now slip this coat on for size.
Now, wait a minute.
Listen,
Now,
only for size, Mr. Bumstead. I'm not selling you anything until you see what you want. Now, look. Now, isn't that perfect?
Well, these buttons.
All right, them wooden buttons is all wrong. And for no extra charge, I'll put on pearl buttons. Now, don't move. I want the tailor to see you just like that. That's a treat.
Listen, I don't want pearl buttons either.
Listen, but my trade is all wearing buttons this year, Mr. Bumstead. And with me, the customer has got to be right, and the buttons come off.
Yeah, that coat comes off too, Charlie.
What a joker. Now listen. For a man like you, I'm going to break a rule. Now listen.
Right.
You know what's in back of my store?
No.
A case of garments direct from our outlet on 14th Street, New York City. I was saving them for a little later until the style kind of catch up to them. But for you in that fashion show, I'm going to give you only the best.
Well, I haven't got the time to wait for you to open a whole
Oh,
coat.
no. Why waste your time? I got your size perfect. Now, what color did you say they showed you at DH&C?
Well, kind of gray.
Gray. All they know is gray. Now, what color do you like?
I was thinking maybe a brown.
See, the color for the advanced styles is brown.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, is a brown suit that's perfect for you. Now, here's what I'll do. To save you time and money, I'll send that suit home to you, and your troubles are over. I'll even go better. I'll make a bargain for you. Now, listen. I'll be frank with you. If one of my suits is in that fashion show, it's advertising for me. Okay, instead of $50, I'll let you have that suit for, say, $41.98, and you'll sign an agreement where it says you will display the said suit in the show. Right?
Well, okay, I guess. If I'm wearing a suit anyway, I
Sure,
might
of
just as
course,
well.
and I want you to carry a small card with the name Charlie's Choice Clothes on it.
Oh, I'd have to talk that over with my wife.
Now, Mr. Bumstead, you can't kid me. You're a fellow that makes up his own mind.
Oh, sure, but...
Well, and it's already made up, and you know a bargain when you see it.
Well, I haven't that much cash with me.
Yes,
and,
the check is as good as gold.
I don't have my checkbook either.
Is that all? I got blank checks. Come, back into my office. I've got plenty of blank checks, and we'll make out a little contract.
Oh, I thought I ought to look around. Say, did a suit come for me? What's the matter, Blondie?
Dagwood, Bumstead. Did you order this sent home?
Huh? Oh, what is that?
It's a suit they sent from Charlie's Choice Clothes Store.
Oh, that's a little loud, isn't it?
A little loud. Look at it. It looks like a totem pole.
I had no idea that's what Charlie had in mind.
Haven't you even seen this suit before?
No, see, Charlie said it wasn't unpacked yet.
Well, take a look at it now. Here, slip on this coat a minute.
No, I can see it from here.
You could see it from the next gate, but I want you to see yourself in it, just to teach you to stay out of Charlie's place. Come on.
Oh, well, gosh, all right. Oh, it's a little tight in the waist, isn't it?
Oh, is that the waist where it curves in? From the length of the coat, I thought it was your knees.
Oh.
Now, look in the mirror.
No, Blondie. Look, Charlie should have known better than to sell me this.
Dagwood, you didn't pay for that suit.
Well, yeah, in a way I did.
In what way?
For the check?
Well, we'll stop the check and march that terrible thing straight back to Mr. Charlie tomorrow.
No, but listen, you don't know the worst of it. I signed a contract to wear the suit at the fashion show.
Dagwood, you didn't.
Yeah, here's a copy of it. He said I could save about $10 nearly if I'd carry a placard, too.
Let me see that contract.
No, there's no way out of it, I guess.
There's got to be a way out, Dagwood. If Cora Dithers ever sees you at the fashion show in that...
Mrs. Dithers? Oh, gosh, she's on the committee, too. Now I am sunk. If I don't wear this thing, Charlie will sue me, and if I do, Dithers will probably fire me. Hey, Blondie, what am I going to do?
For extra pleasure, for extra value, penny for penny your best cigarette buy is the slow-burning cigarette of costlier tobaccos, Camels. By burning 25% slower than the average of the 15 other of the largest-selling brands tested, slower than any of them, Camels give a smoking plus equal to 5 extra smokes per pack. Yes, there's 5 extra smokes worth of added pleasure. Smokers who live in communities where certain state cigarette taxes are in effect can save the cost of the tax, and in some instances more, through smoking Camels. If you live in a community where there are no added taxes on cigarettes, the savings are all yours. So next time you buy cigarettes, stop and think. Try Camels. It's America's #1 cigarette for value. It's America's #1 cigarette for pleasure. And now on the following day, we find Blondie with fire in her eye giving Charlie, the choice clothes salesman, a little exercise in wit.
But look, Mrs. Bumstead, I got that suit special out of the case.
It looks like you got it out of the Chicago fire. Well, are you going to take it back without trouble or not?
Now, Mrs. Bumstead, a contract is a contract. Read the contract. It says there black on white that your husband has got to wear that suit at the fashion show.
Why, no, Charlie. I did read the contract, and all it says is he has to display it. And also a placard with it that says the suit comes from this store.
What's the difference?
Quite a lot. For the last time, will you tear up the contract?
No, ma'am. I know my rights.
Oh, well, all right. We'll display the suit and the sign.
You will? Good.
Not so good for you, Charlie, because my husband won't wear the suit as the well-dressed man. We'll display it on the man who is dressed in bad taste.
Wait now. Now, you can't do that.
Oh, yes. Read your contract. Not only that, but the sign with it will say, for real bad taste, go to Charlie's where this suit comes from.
But that's holding up my soul to ridicule. I'll sue.
Oh, no, you won't, Charlie. Read the contract again. It not only says we can display the suit and the sign, but that we must do it. Try to sue us for that. The only thing the contract doesn't say is who wears the suit or what the sign must say.
Well, but listen.
No, you try listening for a change, Charlie. I've a proposition.
Bumstead!
What? Oh, hello, Mr. Dithers.
Bumstead, in times past, I've sometimes wondered whether you ought to be allowed to run at large or not. I think I'm about to find out.
Oh, you mean you think I'm not right in my head?
You have a gift for understatement, Bumstead. If what I hear is true, you shouldn't be wasted in a padded cell.
No.
You should be exhibited on the glass.
Oh, I guess you heard about that suit from Charlie.
I've done worse than that. I've seen it.
Oh.
Or one like it. When I passed Charlie's man-trap this morning, I felt a heat wave from the window. I risked one eye to look. Do you know what I saw, Bumstead?
Yeah, I guess it was that suit. It's awful, isn't it?
Awful?
Oh.
Listen, Bumstead, in that suit, an end man in a minstrel show would be overdressed. You couldn't sell that suit for banners to any self-respecting carnival. But that's not the worst, Bumstead.
No?
No.
Oh.
There's a sign on that suit, Bumstead, which claims it'll be worn by the best-dressed man at the fashion show. Now, say it isn't so, Bumstead, and say it quick.
Well, I may get out of it.
You may get out of it.
Yeah.
You've got to get out of it. Just don't wear that suit anywhere.
Well, but what about that contract with Charlie?
Contract?
Yes.
You knew my wife was interested in that fashion show, yet you took money to wear a suit like that.
Oh, no, sir.
What? You mean Charlie wasn't going to pay you for wearing it?
Well, not exactly. He knocked about several dollars off the price.
The price? You mean you paid him to wear that nightmare in Technicolor?
Well,
did you buy yellow button shoes, too?
Why, no.
Well, I can't understand that. Or maybe you knew nobody could see yellow shoes under that suit.
Well, look, Mr. Dithers, everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah, I make one every day I like to come back to work here.
Huh?
But this is the end, Bumstead. If you go through with that contract and wear that suit tonight, you're finished, Bumstead.
Well, maybe Blondie can do something with Charlie. She's down there this morning. Oh, gosh, maybe that's Blondie now.
J.C. Dithers Construction Company. Mr. J.C. Dithers' office. J.C. speaking.
This is Blondie, Mr. Dithers. Is Dagwood in your office?
Oh, it's for you, Bumstead. Blondie.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, hello, Blondie. Listen, what happened?
Well, I think it's all right, Dagwood.
What did you do?
Oh, it'll take too long to tell over the phone.
Yeah?
You just come down to the fashion show as soon as you can.
Well,
Now bring Mr. Dithers with you. Corin's expecting him.
Well, yeah, okay, but listen.
Now, don't be late now, Dagwood. Bye.
Hey, wait. Oh, gosh, he hung up.
What did she say?
That Corey, Mrs. Dithers, that's your wife, was expecting you down to the fashion show.
Well, don't worry. I'll be there.
Huh?
I'll be right there in the wings when you walk out. And believe me, Bumstead, unless you are the well-dressed man and a credit to Corey and the Dithers Company, your next job will be modeling Charlie's choice clothes in some waxworks.
Can you see all right from here, Mr. Dithers?
I can see the stage, but where's Dagwood?
In the wings on the other side. He's on next, I think.
Listen, Blondie. You're sure he's going to look all right?
You'll be surprised.
Oh, I hope I can stand it. So what are you wearing?
You'll see in a minute.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the climax of the evening. A casual but sophisticated garment from Dasher, Harbor, and Craven that will instantly appeal to every snapper-up of well-considered male attire. The epitome of the well-dressed man, Mr. Dagwood Bumstead.
Is that Bumstead? Hey, he looks like a fashion plate. What's he doing now?
Oh, a little bit of pantomime. Brushing the steps on his sleeve.
Hey, Blondie. How was I? How'd I look?
Oh, you were wonderful, Dad.
Congratulations, Bumstead. A credit to our firm. Who did the fella say your tailor was?
Why, it's Deborah Hasher and what's the name of the place you got this from, Blondie?
Oh, Blondie picks out your suit, eh?
Oh, no, I just helped get it delivered in time.
Well, that's a wonderful-looking suit.
Just a continental trifle. A dove gray and a two-button sack. Conventional, yet with a bit of that audacious that distinguish it from the same old thing to those truly in the know.
Huh? Oh. Can you afford clothes like that on your salary, Bumstead?
I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Dithers. Dagwood and I have been meaning to speak to you about salary.
Oh, yes. Well, excuse me, Blondie. I've got to get back to Corey. I know she'll be pleased. See you another time.
I guess I can't afford to pay $75 for a suit. Maybe I ought to ask him to take it back, huh?
Why, no, dear. Didn't I tell you? Oh, my. This mattress didn't cost a cent more than the terrible one from Charlie.
How's that?
Well, you see, I found out that Charlie had marked his suit up before he made you a discount.
Yes?
He really overcharged you $20 and put you in an embarrassing position besides. So I had a little talk with him about the law of damages.
You did?
I certainly did. And after our talk, Charlie decided that he would rather buy his suit back from us than go through with the contract and have a lot of bad publicity. He gave me $20 more than you paid to get it back.
God!
So then I had $65, and Dasher, Harbor, and Craven came down $10 on their price. You know, after I told them their name would be mentioned at the fashion show. So then I could buy this nice suit without any extra money at all.
And Charlie really helped me buy it, huh? Blondie, that's wonderful.
Oh, look, Dagwood, here come the photographers, and a man who wants an interview for his magazine, Men's Fashion.
Congratulations, Mr. Bumstead.
Oh,
do you mind letting us have a picture, just as you are? Just be flecking a speck of dust from your sleeve. Oh, that was a wonderful bit. You ready? Ha-ha, thank you. All right, that's all, boys. Now, Mr. Bumstead, just a word or two for our readers. What are your rules for success as the well-dressed man?
Oh, that's easy. Always take your wife with you when you're selecting clothes.
Excellent. But suppose one is a bachelor.
That's easy, too. Just find a smart girl like Blondie and marry her right away.
Blondie is played by Benny Singleton and Dagwood by Arthur Lake, the Columbia Picture Stars. And so until next Monday, we leave for Bumstead, Blondie, and Dagwood. But the makers of Camel cigarettes have other radio treats for you during the week. Tomorrow night over these same stations, you can listen to the music of Bob Crosby and the best Dixieland band in the land with Johnny Mercer and Helen Ward. And if you like swing, well, you'd better make a date with your radio for Saturday night, when Benny Goodman and the world's greatest swing band with Mildred Bailey bring you another musical caravan. That's a tip for your radio pleasure. And for your smoking pleasure, let us suggest that you try Camel. You'll find more pleasure per puff, more puff per pack. Our Blondie Orchestra is directed by Billy Arch, who also creates the special musical effects. This is Bill Goodwin speaking for the makers of Camel cigarettes. Good night, all. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.